For Louie, gaming was never that serious. But now, this casual gamer could only stand by and watch, helplessly, as a monster murdered his sister, Luan. The killer impaled her on his sword, then flung her body aside like trash. Unable to bear the sight, Louie squeezed his eyes shut. I'm her big brother, he thought. But I couldn't even protect her. Where did it all go wrong? How could everything lead to this nightmare? Suddenly, a blade appeared behind him, poised to strike. Then, a searing pain tore through his body. It all started because he just wanted to have fun. He collapsed before his sister's corpse, staring into her lifeless, horror-filled eyes. If only. If he had taken this game seriously from the start, this ending could have been avoided. With their parents gone, his one goal in life was to protect his sister, to see her succeed. He poured everything into his work, and the game was just a simple escape. But nobody could have predicted it. The game, Metal World, would one day merge with reality, and every player would inherit their character's powers. This plunged the globe into chaos. He glared at the laughing thugs who killed Luan without a shred of remorse. He hated this world, where the rules could change in an instant. He hated himself for not being prepared, and he despised her killer for enjoying the slaughter. Fueled by pure rage, he staggered to his feet. He crept up behind the murderer, but he was spotted. With a desperate roar, Louie acted. He hurled something crude at the killer's head. The man recoiled. What is this? What's that stench? His hand came away covered in a foul, brown muck, and he finally realized what it was. The main character collapsed, a bitter smile on his face. His sister's killer spun around, seething with fury, and unleashed a torrent of insults at Louie. Hate was all he had left. He had to do something. But the man just swung his sword, gashing Louie's body. Some pathetic weakling dares to raise a hand against me. The price for that is death. And so, Louie's life ended, only to begin once more. When he woke up, he opened his eyes to a completely different place. Cars hummed on the street. People walked peacefully. Metal World opens in 8 hours. He shot up in bed. Wait, wasn't I killed by that level 20 punk? Why am I still alive? He looked around, and a sense of impossible familiarity washed over him. This was his old apartment in High City from 3 years ago, an apartment that should have been demolished. Just then, his sister walked into his room. She carried a box in her hands. The Metal World authorizers are here, she said. Hearing her voice again, he froze. Luan asked, Hey, where should I put this? His own voice trembled as he asked. What year is it? She set the box on the table and scoffed. What's with you? Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Just tell me, he urged. She replied. It's July 27th, 2030. You know that, so why ask? He vaulted out of bed and rushed to the window. He stared outside, his mind reeling. Could it be? Was he back on the day Metal World first launched? He looked at the city in shock, then turned to his sister with an intense gaze and pulled her into a hug. If this is real, he vowed to himself, this time, I won't make the same mistakes. I will become the strongest player. July 27th, 2030, the day the virtual reality game Metal World launched. On September 1st, it took over the real world, and all players gained their character abilities. Society's outcasts and criminals suddenly possessed immense power. Because of this, the world descended into chaos and endless wars for money and influence. He had chosen the path of a casual explorer, a path that led to his death due to his low level. But he was given a second chance. A miracle had sent him back 3 years in time, to the very beginning. This time, he would become the strongest. His sister shoved him away, embarrassed. Are you crazy? She yelled. Stop being weird. He was confused for a moment. It's July 27th, almost 8 p.m. Metal World will launch soon. He put on his VR gear and lay down. The takeover was only 34 days away. If he was going to become the strongest, he had to start now. The moment he enters, he will choose power. As he connected, he remembered a player from his past life who showed everyone what true power was. He hit a nearby boulder, saying, It looks like this now, D. But watch what happens when I add power. With a single slash, he cleaved the stone in two. The shockwave alone caused a deafening crash in a nearby building. Seeing that back then had left Louie speechless. Now, the countdown began. He appeared in the starting plaza of the high-tech city. Enthusiastic cheers echoed all around as new players discussed the game and their plans for leveling. One player suggested to his friend that they go level up, but his friend disagreed. Why rush? The point of Metal World is to team up and play roles together. But I heard the higher your level, the more bonuses you get. If we go now, we won't get anything good. Let's just try it first, his friend insisted. Slipping through the crowd, Louie thought, power is the main and most mysterious strength. It determines the difference between a super player and a regular one. He scanned his surroundings. The training pavilion should be in that direction. There are no classes in this game, only a division based on the weapons you use, a fundamental part of power. Lies in mastering a certain weapon. If the skill reaches 100%, then you've mastered power. He reached the Chi-Hai Weapons Pavilion and went inside. Arriving in a spacious training hall, he went to the weapon selection terminal. He picked up a katana, thinking, this was always my favorite, but I have to try out every weapon. He trained for 5 hours, and soon the system reported that his katana mastery was at 100%. Looking at the weapon, he cursed. So my affinity isn't with bladed weapons. He went back to the terminal to choose something else, then armed himself with a sword and walked over to a training dummy. Meanwhile, 2 friends were wandering around outside the pavilion. A girl named Wei Sin said with delight, everything is so real here, her friend agreed. This is way more fun than extreme sports. I've never had an experience like this. To them, this was just some low-level entertainment. But what hidden power could he unlock by leveling up? He was burning with anticipation. His friend spotted the pavilion and asked what that place could possibly be. I think I see someone inside. He followed her, realizing it must be a training pavilion. She motioned for him to check it out with her. But when she peeked around the corner, she found Louie, training all by himself. She whispered to our friend that he was alone, so the 2 of them grabbed weapons, trying to mimic his movements. But it took only a few minutes before they tossed them aside in boredom. Her friend complained that only weapon proficiency could be raised here. No other stats could be developed at all. Wei San added that you'd need 10,000 strikes just to reach 100% mastery. The task was monumentally difficult. They decided it was better to just leave and level up normally. Her friend agreed, and they departed. But as they left the pavilion, she couldn't help but glance back at him. Time passed. On the first day, the main character mastered the katana, sword, and halberd, but the power he sought never appeared. On the second day, he maxed out the spear, axe, shield, and hammer, yet still, the power remained sealed. By the third day, as he continued his grueling training, other players had already soared to the 20th level. Hearing this, he slammed his weapon to the ground in a burst of frustration. He was still stuck at the first level, with no power to show for it. Maybe he should just level up and come back later. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, he clenched his fist. If he truly wanted to become the strongest, he had to obtain this power. It was the very foundation of everything. He resolved to continue his ordeal. Sometime later, the same 2 friends passed by the pavilion again. Wei San's friend was cursing his luck. The death penalty here was far too harsh. His level and experience had been wiped back to 0. 2 days of grinding. Gone in an instant. She called him an idiot, asking who told him to rush ahead so recklessly. He shot back. How was I supposed to know you could die like that here? She was about to retort, but then she looked into the training hall and saw that same guy. She exclaimed in disbelief. He's still training with those weapons. There were countless other ways to have fun. What is he even trying to accomplish? Her friend wondered. You think he knows about some kind of secret? Should we try mastering a weapon too? She scoffed, saying he'd been at it for 3 days with 0 changes. Even if there was a secret, he was taking way too long. Let him waste his own time. Everyone else had already hit the 20th level. They were on a completely different plane of strength. Did he really think he could beat a single one of them if she picked up a weapon now? She could shatter those dummies in one hit, while he probably couldn't even leave a scratch. He probably just enjoys playing solo. She led her friend away, but he asked if she was sure she didn't want to try. She confirmed it without hesitation. Even if he becomes the strongest fighter in the world, I still wouldn't do it. In that time, they could raise their levels so much more. That was all that mattered. Lou endured 2 more days of torturous training, until a system notification finally appeared. For mastering 18 types of weapons, he had been awarded the title of Armorer. With any weapon he had mastered, he could now use the skills and features of the other 17. After the notification faded, he finally stopped, catching his breath after the grueling ordeal. He cursed under his breath. He had honed his skills with every single melee weapon available. So where was the real power? His gaze drifted to the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The firearms pavilion. He wondered if firearms were a better fit for him, but in his previous life, he had never once seen a player who used power with a gun. Or perhaps, he simply hadn't survived long enough to meet one. He walked toward it, the stairs. Is it possible that only high-level players can awaken the power of firearms? Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was met with a wall of guns. He armed himself with a pistol. 5 days had passed. He was certain the others had already reached the 30th level. He stared at the weapon rack and sighed. There were so many guns here. Before he could master each of them, the meteor would have already destroyed their world. Was any of this worth it? He remembered the image of his sister being killed, and his expression hardened. He couldn't give up. Without power, he would never become the strongest, even if fate decreed he would die again. He began to shoot. He counted every single shot fired at the target. His thoughts were a mantra he would not surrender. After some time, Wei Xian's curiosity got the better of her. She returned to the training hall alone. Looking inside, she thought she'd just take a quick peek. But seeing no one there, she walked into the center of the Kaisha's hall, looking around. Did he finally leave? Suddenly, from the 2nd floor, a deafening gunshot echoed through the building. She whipped around, wondering what that could have been. Deciding to investigate the sound, she ascended to the 2nd floor, only to find Lou standing amidst the rubble of a completely obliterated shooting gallery. In utter shock, she covered her mouth with her hand. What in the world happened to him? Meanwhile, he completely ignored her, absorbed in a system. Notification. Gun skill had reached 100%. The power of resurrection had been realized. The conversion ratio between the intelligence stat and cognition power was now activated. The current ratio was 1-to-1. His reserve of cognitive power was 4 out of 5. A wave of relief washed over him. He finally had the power. He felt so much calmer now, ready for the impending disaster. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smirk. Now, it's time to level up. He was ready to catch up to the other players. His status window showed his character name Yini. He was at the 1st level, with 5 points in each characteristic. Except for resistance, he had no passive abilities, but he had an active one, powerful cover, which increased his damage by 50 units. But this required 1 point of cognition power, and for his special ability, he could control the power of flames. He turned to leave, and Wei Xian flinched as she noticed him. She quickly looked away, pretending she hadn't seen a thing. He walked right toward her, making her feel incredibly flustered. After he passed by, she shyly covered her face with her hands. Why am I being so shy? She wondered. I should have said something. I need to ask what happened here. She opened her eyes and stared, after his retreating back. What's wrong with me? I can't even speak a single word. It seemed she would have to find out on her own. Meanwhile, the main character descended to the 1st floor, a new theory in mind. Only weapons that truly fit the player can awaken their power. He decided to head to the equipment store. He needed to buy a gun and plenty of ammunition. A melee weapon would also be useful. He had to be ready for anything. At the same time, Wei Xian sent a message to her friend. Where are you? We need to level up. She revealed she was in the armory pavilion. He asked what she'd left behind there. To his shock, She said she was training with weapons. This was a complete 180 from her recent stance. Just then, Louie stepped out of the game city, overhearing a conversation between two players. One of them exclaimed, "Did you hear MetaWorld just hit 10 million players online?" His friend was stunned. Already, it's only been a few days. The first guy explained that the initial pre-orders had all been delivered. The second wave was set to arrive in just 2 days. Louie made his way to the equipment forge. He selected a low-level White Dragon pistol for 500 coins, plus 3 boxes of standard bullets for 300. He also grabbed a low-level dagger for 200. The total came to a staggering 1,000 coins, a price that almost made his soul leave his body. He realized the exchange rate was 1-to-1 with real money. This gear cost the equivalent of 1,000 rundi. What kind of company could justify these prices? Meter was pushing the limits. Still, he confirmed the payment and gripped the new dagger. As he examined the blade, he remembered the special abilities that his unique title had granted him. It was the key to shattering the power limitations that normally restricted him to specific weapon types. With his new gear in hand, he headed to another location, the Mirror Realm. Here, a player could pay to create a perfect mirror copy of themselves. Other players could then challenge that copy. Victory meant claiming the copy's entire gold reserve and earning bonus experience. But defeat meant losing all your own gold to the mirror image. Louie strode into the Hall of Mirrors, new weapon in hand. He knew that the bigger the gold reserve, the higher his tournament ranking would be. Currently, the 1st and 6th spots were dominated by one player. It was a level 30 player known as Thunder, with a massive gold reserve of 432,500. He was a top member of the New Order Guild. In second place was another guildmate, a level 30 player called You Made Me Angries, who held a reserve of 334,000. The fee to challenge an opponent was 10% of their gold reserve. The main character smirked at the rankings. For a level 1 fighter, he thought, this was the perfect hunting ground. Behind him, a player cried out in despair, "Damn it, I lost again!" Curious? Louie turned to see 2 players exiting the respawn point. One lamented, "The difficulty of that mirror copy is insane. All my levels, all the money I grinded for, it's all gone. I should have never stepped into that fight." His friend placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's all by design. You don't just die. You lose everything in your inventory, too." Nearby, 2 players were watching. One nudged his friend. "Hey, look at that guy. A level 1 player actually came here." He chuckled, adding, "And he's carrying a gun. Doesn't he know firearms are the worst weapons in MetaWorld?" His friend replied with a smirk. "Just another newbie. He probably wants to test his luck in the Mirror Realm. He's about to lose every coin he has." Meanwhile, our main character scrolled through the list, and his eyes locked onto a level 5 player's copy. The name was This World is So Cruel, with a gold balance of exactly 1,000 coins. He thoughtfully studied the player's info, then hit the challenge button. The system window popped up. "Are you sure you wish to battle this mirror copy?" But before confirming, he hesitated. His past haunted him. To level up, he had to fight. In his previous life, he could barely hold a sword. Everyone mocked him. He's terrified of fighting in real life. But this loser is even scared inside a game. Scare him just a little and he'll wet himself. He never took it seriously, not just because of time, but because of an overwhelming, soul-crushing fear. A fear of battle itself. A shadow fell over his face as his legs began to tremble. But this time, he refused to surrender to it. And with fiery resolve, he confirmed the fight. The system announced the withdrawal of 100 coins as the entry fee. Teleportation initiated. Do not leave the Mirror Realm. He materialized inside the arena as the countdown began. His opponent stood ready, armed with a katana, wearing nothing but the standard beginner's suit. The main character's nerves flared. This was the first time in his entire life he was choosing to fight someone of his own free will. The trembling in his legs returned. He slammed a hand on his knee, forcing himself to be steady. The battle began. His opponent charged instantly. For a second, he froze, but instinct took over. He raised his pistol and fired. The mirror image expertly ducked, the bullet whizzing past its head. In a flash, the opponent's sword swung, knocking the gun from his grasp. Louie's eyes widened in disbelief, watching his weapon fly away. Before he could react, the mirror image closed the distance, sword raised for the final blow. He drew his dagger, holding it up just in time to block the attack. His legs shook violently again. He gritted his teeth. What am I so afraid of? As he struggled to hold back the blade, a thought burned in his mind. The heavens gave me a second chance at life, just so I could tremble in fear all over again. A surge of power ignited within him. He gripped the dagger tighter. His title, Master Armor, activated. The weapon's stats flared to life with newfound strength. He easily wielded the dagger, deflecting the katana with a powerful swing. He lunged forward, thrusting the dagger with a roar. I'm here to conquer this world! His opponent's sword shattered, and a deep gash opened on its shoulder. He had won, but his legs were still shaking uncontrollably. His title could bypass level restrictions, but attacks with any weapon besides a pistol were only at half power. The system notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the mirror image. You have earned 1,000 coins and 1,000 experience points. His level shot up multiple times in an instant. The main character slapped his leg in frustration. I already won, he cursed. Stop shaking. Meanwhile, Hansa and his friend wandered the hall. We've been searching all day, his friend said, but there's still no sign of it. The battle system in this place. The mirror realm. A twisted creation by some depraved mind. For ordinary players, victory is a distant dream. Only the elites from major guilds truly thrive here. Hans agreed grimly. Exactly. That's why we're scouting for fresh talent. Just then, our main character appeared, and Hans's friend pointed. Hey, look over there. Isn't that the level 1 who just came out? He actually won. It was hard to believe he'd defeated a mirror image 5 levels higher than himself. And with practically no equipment. A spark ignited in Hans's eyes. I need him. Get the latest betting rates from the garden, now. His friend quickly agreed. A moment later, a message arrived. We've got the odds. Meanwhile, Louie was already choosing his next challenger. As Hans watched intently, let's see who he picks before we open the bets. Our hero had just hit level 5, and all his stats surged by 5 points. Resistance, however, only increased by 1. He now had 25 points to distribute, and his cognition power rose to 10. But his legs, they began to tremble again. He stared at the ranking table, his resolve hardening. I'll either conquer this fear, or die trying. With a flick, he spun the board. Fate chose his opponent a mirror copy of the level 10 player, Thunder, ranked 55th. The copy's balance was 15,768. He accepted, teleporting to the arena. Back in the hall, Hans urged his friend. Quick, look who he chose. He agreed and opened the system window. When they saw the name, they froze in disbelief, their jaws hanging open in shock. Hans violently rubbed his eyes. I must be seeing things. His friend's voice trembled. He chose a mirror copy of the level 10 Thunder at those words. His friend's legs gave out, and he crumpled to the floor. Get a hold of yourself, Hans yelled, his face pale as a sheet. Why him? There are hundreds of other level 10 opponents, and that lunatic picked the absolute strongest one? His friend crouched, clutching his head in despair. What about the bet? He whimpered. Hans replied tearfully. We already requested the opening. We're locked in. Just don't let anyone know about this. I don't want anyone to find out. But it was too late. In the betting chat, news of the battle between player Yishine and Thunder had spread like wildfire. You guys seeing this? Someone asked. Who is this guy? Is he completely insane? He wants to fight the strongest level 10 mirror image. Another player typed. It looks like he only has a white dragon pistol. This is a total newbie without even a single piece of proper gear. Someone else chimed in enthusiastically. Looks like we have an opportunity to make some easy money today, another user asked. Are we really so sure a rookie can't beat Thunder? The reply was swift. In Metalore, players upgrade their gear every 10 levels. A level 5 with just a white dragon pistol won't even be able to breathe in Thunder's direction. Laughter flooded the chat. We're all in on this game, one of them declared. I already placed my bet a long time ago. I'm betting everything I have. Meanwhile, the two who had opened the bet collapsed onto a couch in frustration. One of them asked, Did you see it? The total bids have already exceeded 200,000, and they're all betting on Thunder to win. Hans started tearing at his clothes with his teeth. How are we supposed to live now? Back in the arena, Louie stood before his opponent. The level 10 Thunder was armed with a katana, clad in the equipment of a seasoned fighter. The system began its countdown, and our main character's legs started shaking again. Unable to stand it, he looked down at them with disgust. Then, he plunged his dagger deep into his own thigh. Blood gushed from the wound. He pulled out the stained blade and locked eyes with his opponent. The battle began. They rushed each other in a flash, as the mirror copy swung its katana, our main character. Jumped back and fired. The shot missed, blasting a huge crater in the arena wall. The enemy's follow-up strike was swift, knocking the gun from his hands. Disarmed, Louie's mind went blank with panic. As he saw the katana closing in, he focused at the last second, swinging his dagger, and leaping forward to dodge the fatal attacks. He landed hard on his hand, gritting his teeth as he looked up at his opponent, his feet finally touching the floor. He slid to a stop. The mirror image stood motionless, waiting. The main character slowly rose. He had 20 health points left out of 100. His cognition power was at 28 out of 30. His opponent lowered its sword, revealing not a single scratch. A cold sweat ran down his back. He had chosen an opponent he couldn't possibly defeat. He shouldn't have been so reckless. He should have chosen weaker fighters and climbed the ranks slowly. He raised his dagger, but then a thought flashed in his mind. But isn't this thrilling? Though his leg trembled, he charged forward to overcome his fear. He couldn't back down now. His opponent swung its katana, but he deftly dodged to the side, snatching his gun from the floor. He spun around just in time to see the mirror image. Leaping to attack, he jumped back, pulling the trigger. The tip of the katana was closing in. Louie poured every last ounce of his cognition power into the shot. I have to live on the very edge every time. Only then will I become the strongest. A powerful beam of energy erupted from his gun, but at the same instant, the katana pierced through his body. His health plummeted to 0, and he lost his balance. Yet before he fell, he saw his shot blow his opponent's head clean off. The system congratulated him on defeating the mirror image of the Thunder player. As a reward, he received 15,768 coins and the same amount in experience points, causing his level to skyrocket. His health was fully restored. He landed on unsteady legs, but suddenly, the trembling stopped. He had conquered his fear. He now stood confidently in the arena. Now at level 13, all his stats had been upgraded to 17, except for resistance, which increased to 3. He had 40 points available for distribution. His cognition power was now 32. The main character sighed with relief, thinking he needed to keep going. Just then, the system notified him that a condition had been met. By reaching the 10th level, he could now choose a development branch for the power of rebirth. The power of the recovery flame was the ability to regenerate a certain number of lives. The regeneration ratio was 1 point of cognition power to restore 100 points of health, with a level increase of 1. The power of cognition now restores an extra 10 health points for every 10 levels gained. The invading flame ability drains 25 health from an enemy per second. The curse lasts 10 seconds and costs 1 point of cognitive power. With each level up, its damage climbs by 10, and it can target 1 additional enemy. Meanwhile, the players who bet on Thunder found their victory celebration cut short. They were cornered by 2 imposing figures, one of whom sneered that he'd bet 50 grand on their loss. There was no escape. Did they think logging off would save them a guild known as the Backyard Garden would hunt them down in the real world? At this, Hansa wept in fear. He covered his head, desperately asking if they could surrender half their winnings. The player just pointed at him with a cruel smirk. He sneered that they couldn't weasel their way out of this. Suddenly, a member of Hansa's guild cried out, "Do you really think you've won?" They just laughed, asking if he truly believed Thunder could lose. He pointed to the rankings, vowing to eat slop if the mirror image was defeated. For a moment, Thunder's status remained unchanged. But then, the table refreshed, revealing a shocking truth: his copy had been defeated. The once confident players froze in utter disbelief, clutching their heads in despair. Seeing this, Hansa's friend erupted in laughter, pointing at them. "We won!" he roared. Confidence surged through Hansa as he rose to his feet. a menacing grin on his face. Now, who was it that said they'd eat slop? At that very moment, our main character returned to the main hall, where descriptions of his new power branches floated before him. His sister's voice then cut through the silence. It was time to eat. He logged out of the game, the virtual world dissolving around him. In the kitchen, she was setting the table with his favorite shiitake mushrooms. He silently picked up his bowl, his mind already racing. These skills were just like the ones in Medworld. One to heal, and the other to cripple. One point of knowledge could deal 50 damage instantly, but the invading flame's damage over time was far deadlier, even at 25 points a second. The total damage reached a staggering 250 health points. The other skill, the Flame of Recovery, would be far more crucial when Medworld invaded reality. He had to choose the regeneration ability. If it worked in the real world, it would be the strongest power of all. He watched his sister for a moment. As she sat down to eat, his thoughts returned to the mirror realm and the dangerous opponents waiting there. With the ability to regenerate, creating his own team would be much easier. His gaze hardened with resolve as he dropped his chopsticks. His decision made. "I'm full," he announced. "But you've only had one bowl," she replied, concerned. "It's enough," he said, already heading to his room. She watched him go, remembering his recent embrace and thinking, "I need to find him a bride soon. He's becoming something dangerous." Meanwhile, one of the gamblers fell to his knees before Hansa, begging for just half of his balance back. Anything to be left with something. Hansa tried to shake him off, telling him to get lost. The man cried that it was his family's money. He'd be finished. But Hansa just grinned back. "A minute ago, you refused a similar deal from me," he taunted. "And now you're offering the same thing." Before he could continue, a man named Jiguang stepped forward. He grabbed the gambler's face and slammed it into the wall. "You will return every coin that was lost on the level 10 Thunder," he said with chilling calm. "And you will do it by any means necessary." Hansa cursed inwardly. He recognized this man, a player from the New Order Guild. His nickname was Chicken Champion, the man in charge of the Mirror Realm. As a crowd gathered, Hansa stammered. "This wasn't me, I only opened the bet." Jiguang's eyes were cold. "You won the most, didn't you? You might avoid responsibility in here, but in the real world, we'll have a very different conversation." Panicked, Hansa offered him everything he had won on the bet, but the guild member simply shook his head. Hansa began to cry, pleading that he had nothing else. A predatory grin spread across Chicken Champion's face. "I don't need your money," he said softly. "I just need your help. And you will help me, won't you?" Later, the main character appeared in the Hall of Mirrors as a system prompt appeared. "Are you sure you wish to choose the power of the recovery flame?" He confirmed it without hesitation. A notification materialized. "You have obtained the recovery flame ability. Player's overall combat strength has exceeded the 10-point mark. Activation has begun." The final count estimated his strength at 15.6 units. He had also earned the title Private, which came with a massive attribute bonus. His damage and defense instantly doubled, from 17 to 34. His resistance climbed to 6, and his intelligence to 72. His health also rose to 34, while his power of knowledge soared to 144. He stared in shock. Some of his attributes had broken the 100 mark. The new title had rewarded him with double stats. It was as if his base stats were at level 13, but the new bonus launched him to the equivalent of level 26. With this newfound power, he looked up at the ranking table. There, in 6th place, sat the level 20 mirror image of Thunder. A confident grin spread across his face. Could he defeat it now? He was certain of it. "You're my next opponent," he thought, ready to test his new strength. The system asked if he agreed to fight Thunder. He accepted, and was instantly teleported to the arena. Meanwhile, the betting chat was in an uproar. "Did you see that one player typed? 'The level 10 Thunder copy lost?'" Another asked in surprise. "For real. It's true," another wrote. A level 5 player named Yin beat him with a simple pistol. A gambler who'd lost everything wailed that he'd bet all his money on Thunder. "I'm completely broke," he cried. His friend replied, "I actually won the bet, but I'm somehow broke too." Just then, Hansa's friend posted a link for a new bet. It was for the upcoming fight. A player wrote, I thought the last one was incredible, but this is something else entirely. This guy is too cool, who's running these bets? Someone asked. The reply came, seems to be someone from the New Order. Hansa then bet 300,000 on Yin to win. I've placed my bet, he announced to the chat. Don't blame me if you don't listen. Meanwhile, as he and his friends celebrated their cleverness, standing at the mirror, Realm's entrance, a man called out, his voice dripping with annoyance. Chuang told you to cause a stir. But what the hell is this? What did you bet on? He shot back with a confident smirk. I put everything on Yehan. I'm certain this guy is going to win. His friend stared in disbelief. Are you still dreaming? Has he gone completely mad? He shouted. It's going to be a repeat of last time. The guild will come for him again. Ji Guang won't lay a finger on him right now, he replied coolly. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't get any support from the New Order. His friend was silent for a moment. Then, a sharp slap echoed. So Ji Guang forced you to announce the bet on Yehan to everyone. What's the point? Nobody will bet on him. The payout will be pathetic. Hansa just smirked. I was only making a scene. Meanwhile, the player who'd lost his fortune last time wondered who to bet on now. Just then, the arena's countdown began. This time, the mirror image was a terrifying sight, armed with 2 katanas and advanced armor. Our main character, however, was still in his novice gear, but beneath it, his stats had surged. With his power of knowledge, he knew all he needed to do was anticipate the perfect moment to strike it down. The system announced the battle's start, and in an instant, thunder charged, unleashing a furious punch. Louie deflected it, and the two became blurs of motion. Thunder's katanas sliced through the air, effortlessly batting away bullets like flies. A smile touched Louie's lips. The double attribute had closed the gap in their strength. Now, fights against high-level opponents wouldn't be such a desperate struggle. He confidently placed a hand on his dagger's hilt. It felt stronger. He drew the blade, a flash of steel that perfectly blocked the next attack. As thunder pressed down with overwhelming force, Louie aimed his gun. Victory was in his grasp. With a cold smile, he whispered, "Die." But just before he fired, the face before him warped into the man who killed his sister. A voice echoed in his mind. Some first-level weakling dares to challenge me. Fear, cold and paralyzing, made him miss his shot. He snapped back to reality, leaping back to dodge the mirror copy's deadly counterattack. He created distance, his mind reeling. What was that? Why now? He stopped his assault, his legs trembling as he covered his face with his hand. Was he scared? Was he afraid of dying all over again? Was he truly doomed to never control his own fate? He focused, his eyes hardening once more. He raised his gun, glaring at his opponent. When will I finally grow up? The replica stood poised, ready to attack at any second. Then Louie exploded off the floor. They rushed toward each other like colliding stars. As thunder lunged, the main character twisted out of the way and slid past his opponent, his hand grabbing the copy's neck from behind. He locked him in place and pressed the gun to its head, his thoughts clear. I've already grown. I'm different now. He pulled the trigger. The system's voice rang out, congratulating him on his victory. He earned 152,246 coins and an equal amount of experience. His level hit 20, unlocking a new development branch. Back in the main hall, his eyes held a new confidence. He hadn't just grown. He was now ahead of every other player in the game. In the break room, cheers erupted. He actually won, one player screamed. Unbelievable! How did he do it? Another marveled. A man threw his hands up in the air, yelling, He's my god of wealth from now on. Nearby, a gambler cursed himself for not taking the chance. The players who bet on Thunder were crushed, but Hansa was ecstatic. Suddenly, his friend shot up from his seat. I get it now, he exclaimed. Hansa gave him a puzzled look. Our bet? It didn't affect the other players, he explained. Even though the champion opened a second bet, on a level 20 Thunder, he still lost to Yehan. Now everyone knows how strong he is by beating a level 20 Thunder. He's probably hit level 22 or 23. Now he can only challenge level 30 mirror copies. And the rewards for those are insane. The only opponent he knows is Thunder's. But how can anyone be 100% sure that a level 30 Thunder will defeat Yehan? His friend scratched his head. Wait a minute. If Yehan fights a level 30 Thunder, isn't he in incredible danger? Meanwhile, Louie stood in the hall, his thoughts echoing. He hadn't just grown up, he was leagues ahead. He glanced at the top of the rankings and frowned. The last battle was about proving something to himself. But now, he had to destroy the invincible. A level 30 mirror copy. Most players called it an unbeatable monster. Rumor had it one powerful player was completely zeroed out, trying to get revenge on the level 30 Thunder. And, of course, he lost. The nicknames Invincible Mirror Image and The Strongest Fighter weren't just for show. He'd even heard the New Order Guild built its strength on this very copy. Remembering this, he made his decision. He accepted the challenge. As he teleported to the arena, Ji Guang, sitting with his cronies, smirked. "Open the bets," he ordered. Information on the new battle flooded the chat, and players instantly started wagering their fortunes. Hansa was among them, betting everything on Louie. His friend grabbed him. "Are you insane? You know he can't win this bet on Thunder." He held his head in his hands. "In a fight like this, Yehan has no chance." Hansa just laughed. "Maybe you're right, but I believe in him." The countdown began. Thunder was now equipped with the katana, Last Will, and the formidable unfading defense armor set. Louie was still in his starter gear. As always, he clutched his pistols, his mind made up. He would invest all his free stat points into intelligence. He had to break the barrier. The system chimed. His intelligence attribute had surpassed 100 points. He now possessed 399 powers of cognition. The countdown ended. In the blink of an eye, his opponent was on him, a blur of motion delivering a devastating strike. 411 health points vanished. He didn't even have time to react. His health bar plummeted as Thunder attacked again. This time, he managed to block. His health began to regenerate slowly. His opponent gripped its katana with both hands, raising it for a final, decisive swing. He leaped aside just in time. Unleashing a volley of shots, Thunder weaved through the bullets like a phantom, then exploded off the ground. Closing the distance in an instant, Louie parried the flashing blade as his health began to recover. But his opponent's relentless assault shattered his guard, sending a jolt of pure danger through him. Thunder's katana sliced through the air again, forcing the main character to drop low to the floor. With a sharp kick, he created some breathing room. As his health refilled, a thought crystallized. My stats say I'm level 46, but this guy, he's on another level. He keeps pushing me, but if this is all he's got, then victory is mine. The mirror image stood motionless, a silent challenge. With grim determination, he gave the system a command. Learn the blessing skill. A notification appeared. The ability to select a blessing development branch was now available. It increases all target stats and activates a unique state for 1 minute. Stat gain requires 0 point, 5 powers of cognition. The curse, however, immerses the target in one of 10 debilitating states: weakness, aging, lethargy, stupidity, fatigue, poisoning, hallucinations, altered perception, chaos, and insanity. The blessing was learned. 15 points were added to his combat power, bringing it to 30. His rank as a private was upgraded to Stormtrooper, and all his stats increased by 10, pushing his combat strength to 34 units. His status window glowed with his new attributes. Damage and defense stood at 66, resistance at 10, strength, agility, stamina, and perception were all 33, while his intelligence was a staggering 143. 560 health points and 429 cognition power. He took a deep breath and roared his command to the system. Activate blessing. His mind raced with defiance. If he couldn't win with levels, he would overwhelm his foe with sheer stats. The system confirmed 400 cognition. Power consumed. All stats increased by 200 for 1 minute, with a 1-minute cooldown. The numbers on his status window skyrocketed, and he felt an unbelievable surge of power coursing through his very soul. A predatory grin spread across his face as he looked at his opponent. 1 minute is all I need. Sensing the dangerous shift, Thunder shot forward like a cannonball. In that instant, a memory flashed through Louie's mind, the roar of a crowd and the voice of an announcer. He's facing a mirror image of Thunder that has reached level 30. That player is more than 5 levels lower and still wearing beginner equipment. There's no way he can win. Then another voice cut in. But what if he does win? What would that mean? The reply was firm. It would mean that player possesses incredible hidden abilities, the makings of an invincible fighter. Those are the indicators of the absolute strongest player. Louie snapped back to the present, unleashing another barrage. But his opponent was a ghost, expertly weaving through every bullet while closing the distance, relentlessly. But this time, Louie stood his ground. The moment Thunder entered point-blank range, he pulled the trigger again, scoring a direct hit to the chest. With intense focus, he gripped the gun with both hands and unloaded the clip, riddling his opponent's body with gaping holes. But it was still too early to celebrate, and Louie knew it. His opponent's body began to regenerate at an impossible speed. He gritted his teeth, planting his feet firmly, reloading with a smirk. Louie mused, "So this is why no one could beat you in my previous life. Your attributes are many times greater than players at your level, and you have a passive ability that triggers at the moment of death. That's your true power. The reason no one was ever able to kill you. The mirror realm system works against players, but I am the exception." His opponent took off, circling the arena at blinding speed. Before charging in, sword raised for a devastating blow, Louie drew his dagger. "Let's see what runs out first," he thought. "The timer on my blessing, or your power to cheat death." He fired. The bullet slammed into Thunder's chest but failed to penetrate. A system alert popped up. 25 seconds left until the end of the blessing. He stepped back. Doubt crept in, but he crushed it. This isn't just for the rewards. The most important thing is to overcome the weakling. I was in my past life. 20 seconds remained before the blessing ended. He leveled his gun, his resolve like steel. The boy who couldn't control his own fate has finally grown up, and I'm getting stronger every single day. His opponent swung his katana, but Louie jumped back, firing relentlessly in midair. With every battle, he vowed, I will become the strongest player. Just as 5 seconds remained on the clock, he fired the last bullet. It tore through his opponent's helmet and embedded itself in his skull. The mirror image lost its balance and was thrown backward, its body sliding lifelessly across the floor. He looked down at the still form and remembered his past self, discussing Thunder's titles with friends. A bitter chuckle had escaped him. Those 2 titles, they have nothing to do with us. Players with that kind of power are from a completely different world. In the memory, he raised his hand high. He's up here, he'd said, before crouching to touch the floor. And we're down here. After that, he'd laughed out loud. But the current, Louie simply smiled. The system announced his victory. Congratulations on defeating the mirror image of a level 30 Thunder player. Your reward is waiting, and your stats have increased. Damage and defense rose to 76, resistance to 14, and strength, agility, stamina, and perception to 38. Intelligence jumped to 148, health to 760, and cognition to 444. His current combat strength was now 36 units. As he faded from the arena, a contented smile graced his lips. Elsewhere, Jiguang crushed a mug in his hand. Impossible, he seethed. He glanced at the ranking chart, and his expression shifted into a cunning smirk as a wicked plan began to form in his mind. Hansa, meanwhile, was jumping for joy. He won! He actually did it! I told you so! He cheered. His friend grabbed his arm. It's too early to be happy. You never know what could happen. We need to disconnect and move. Now. Back in the real world, night had fallen. Our main character got out of bed, and his sister, hearing the noise, called out. You must be hungry. I'll go buy some noodles. He looked at the door with a warm smile, then stepped into the hall. Forget that. Come with me. Tonight, I'm treating you to barbecue, she protested. That's too expensive. Let's just have noodles. He just grinned. Don't worry, I made a lot of money. Today was a day for celebration. They met at the landing, where she eagerly asked if he'd profited from the game. He confirmed it with a smile, and the two of them burst into joyful laughter. Only 25 days remained until MetaWorld's takeover. A new day dawned. The main character bought a VR device for his sister, but the delivery would take 2 months. He grit his teeth. In 24 days, their world would change forever. That was far too long. The local stores were completely sold out. Was there no way for Luan to become a player? A new resolve hardened his gaze. He would just have to try harder. Meanwhile, his sister was out for a walk with her friend, Hangnenu. Men passing by couldn't help but stare, whispering about their beauty. Are they celebrities? One of them declared his preference for the girl in white. His friend, however, preferred the one in green, ignoring the unwanted attention. The girls walked on. Yenu finally asked, "Why the sudden calls? Is something serious happen?" His sister just smiled, looking away. Her plan was simple. Introduce this wonderful friend to her brother. She had a great personality and came from a good family. But most importantly, she had a strong character. If she became his bride, he would be in good hands. Before she could get lost in her thoughts, her friend called out. She quickly replied that nothing was wrong. "I just missed you and wanted to see you. By the way, where have you been? You don't even post in our work group chat anymore." She narrowed her eyes playfully. "Do you have a secret boyfriend? That couldn't be right. She was destined for her." Brother Nenu sighed, a weary look on her face. "I don't even know how to explain this." She looked at her friend and awkwardly admitted, "My parents are forcing me to play an online game." Luan stared back, utterly speechless. Elsewhere, in a much darker corner of the world, Jiguan was seething. Rage burned within him. He struck a girl nearby, sneering that he needed her to calm his nerves. Before she could even react, the poor girl was on the floor as he began to kick her. He spat. "Are you feeling sorry for me now? Do I need your pity?" His colleagues watched from a distance, whispering, "He's hitting a woman. What a monster." This wasn't the first time. His venomous mood had made him volatile, striking out at anyone nearby. Jiguan's head snapped towards them. "What are you all?" Muttering about fear shot through them, and they scattered before they could get caught in his rampage. He let out a heavy sigh. His phone buzzed. He answered. "Did you find his address?" When the answer was no, he exploded. "What am I even paying you for?" The voice on the other end urged him to calm down and listen to the full report. After hearing the plan, Chuang asked, "Are you sure this method will work?" The voice confirmed it. "Good. Once I find Yiching, you'll get the rest of your money." Meanwhile, our main character materialized inside the mirror realm. The highest level a mirror copy could reach was the 30th. At his current power, he couldn't continue. To level up here. Turning toward the exit, he knew what he had to do. It was time to grind in the dungeons. But then, something made him pause. He glanced down at his worn-out clothes. It was long past time for a gear upgrade. He headed to the equipment forge, a hub for crafting and sales, and opened the main terminal. The display case showcased all the available items. A piece of level 20 green equipment stood out, but it cost a staggering 20,000 dungeon coins. Seeing that price tag, he didn't hesitate. He decided he didn't need the upgrade that badly after all. Leaving the building, he sighed. There was one major drawback to the mirror realm. You couldn't earn coins for crafting equipment. The only answer was the dungeons. There, he could easily farm enough to craft blue equipment of the 20th level. While he technically had enough money to buy gear, it was a foolish move. He'd hit level 30 soon, and more importantly, that money was for survival. In the real world, not this one, the best path forward was to join a team and run dungeon raids. That way, he could solve the problems of both his levels and his equipment in one fell swoop. He arrived at the common room, a bustling hub where players formed parties. A voice cut through the noise. "Level 15 dungeon run. Looking for 2 more for a 10-man raid, full equipment required." Another player shouted, "Recruiting for a level 25 dungeon. 5-man party, must have complete gear and be level 30. A third player called out, "Level 30 raid, need max level players for a 10-man team. Must have full equipment." Louie scanned the chaotic room. He overheard a nearby player ask his friend, Did you hear 3 teams from the New Order Guild tried a level 40 chaos raid? And got completely wiped out. Every single member's level was reset to 0. They lost everything. In an instant, the guild's strongest teams were shattered. His friend leaned in closer. I heard one of the raiders got the stalemate reward for backstabbing and killing all of his own teammates. The first guy scoffed. No way. Who would be crazy enough to do that? His friend replied. The reward is 10 times the normal amount. Someone would definitely risk it. Louie considered his options. There were 4 party sizes, 5, 10, 20, and unlimited. The more people, the greater the rewards for clearing a dungeon. But there was a catch. Once you entered a dungeon, there was no leaving until it was cleared. And in MetaWorld, death meant a full reset. Total loss of equipment. That's why players here took team recruitment so seriously. With his current strength, he could probably handle a level 30 10-man raid. So, his best bet was to join a level 25 10-man raid, or a level 35-man raid. Finding a team should be easy, he thought. He approached the first group. Sorry, they said. We're only taking level 30 players. He moved on to the next. Another player glanced at his gear and shook his head. Your equipment is trash. The third group was just as dismissive. No offense, but we already have a full party. We don't need anyone else. Desperation hit him. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head. But I defeated a level 30 Thunderlord. Forget my level and gear, I'm not weak. Did this mean he'd have to grind from the bottom up just to buy equipment? This was just too much hassle. Realizing it was his only option, he stood up, ready to leave. But suddenly, a player named Chicken Champion, aka Jigwan, approached him. Hey, we're short one person for our party. You in? The main character turned to see a guy with a wide, friendly smile. The stranger continued. We're running a dangerous level 35th raid. For 10 people. We're just missing our 10th member. We have more than enough strength to handle it ourselves. We just need an extra body to open the raid. Looking closer, the main character felt a strange sense of familiarity. He'd seen this guy somewhere before. So? Chicken Champion asked. Are you coming? Refuse. And he'd just find someone else. His eyes were already scanning the room. But Lou stopped him, confirming he would go. Jigong waved his hand with a grin, signaling for them to move out. With that, our main character followed him into the 35th difficulty level danger zone. The dungeon was located just outside the Mu mountain range. Players without deep pockets have to make the long journey on foot. But those with wealth, like this group, can simply teleport. Following Jigong, he arrived at the teleportation hall where the rest of the party was waiting. One of them greeted Jigong as their leader, explaining he'd found a random player as requested, and chose a novice with a simple gun. Seeing their gear, our main character instantly knew this party was loaded. His eyes widened as he examined one player's equipment. It was a full set of purple-grade gear. This meant every single member of this high-level team was stacked. He wondered, could he even dream of looting a fraction of that treasure from them? He covered his face, hiding his thoughts. A team member waved, eager to start. He wanted to hit level 40 today. His friend slung an arm around him, joking that at level 40, he'd need new gear anyway. He asked if he could have the old set. The player agreed, offering to trade 3 pieces for his friend's weapon. The guy instantly backed down. Jigong then led his team to the teleport, while our main character trudged. Behind them, it was clear these guys were a tight-knit group. So why invite a stranger to a level 35 raid? The destination they arrived at was a vast desert with a massive crystal shimmering in its center. As the team emerged from the portal, one member noted the objective, a flag protection. Mission. Jigong called for their attention. The plan was simple: surround the crystal and defend it. Anyone who lets a monster through, causing the crystal's supply to drop, would pay for all damages out of their own pocket. The players fanned out, taking positions around the platform's edge, while our main character was left in the center. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on the crystal as the system announced the task was loading, and the gate was closing. The portal behind him warped and vanished completely. The system then declared their mission: protect the crystal for 3 waves. The crystal's current health 100%. If it drops to 0, they'll be hit with a failure penalty. Death. Lu calmly read the mission conditions. Suddenly, a low hum caught his ear. He whipped around, sensing their arrival. Monsters were coming. In the distance, a colossal cloud of dust was rising, kicked up by a swarm of insectoid beasts closing in at terrifying speed. The other players spotted it too. One of them shouted at the newcomer, telling him to get closer to the crystal or he'd be torn apart. Our main character obeyed, just as that player let out a mighty roar, hefting his heavy axe and Chanhadians, swinging it into the swarm. His companions were just as efficient, masterfully cutting down the insects. Not a single monster had even reached the platform yet. Our main character thought to himself, they work seamlessly. This party has clearly been raiding together for a long time. Meanwhile, Jigang smashed an insect aside. He then glanced sideways, locking eyes with a teammate. He gave a silent, subtle nod, and his companion smirked in return. In the next moment, a monster lunged at that player. He deliberately sidestepped, letting the creature charge right onto the platform. The insect made a beeline for the crystal. The player cursed loudly, yelling for Lu to protect the crystal. With a grin, Lu intercepted it. His dagger sliced through the monster's body as he thought, sure, they're well coordinated, but their individual strength is just that of an ordinary player. They're nothing compared to the Thunder clone. The first wave ended shortly after. The next would arrive in 10 minutes. The monster corpses vanished into light particles, and the players gathered to regroup. One of them clapped Lu on the shoulder with a wide smile, praising his skills. They were shocked such a master was using beginners equipment. He had just killed a monster 10 levels higher than him. Our main character just laughed and scratched his head, humbly accepting the compliment. Another player chimed in, saying if Sean hadn't slipped up, their defense would have been flawless. They wouldn't have let that monster through. His buddy tapped him on the shoulder, telling him not to sweat it. The problem was handled. He then turned to Sean, suggesting that for the next wave, he should join their defensive line. That way, nothing would get past them. The player sitting next to our main character then smiled and asked, should they invite him to join the group permanently? He could replace Sean. He turned to the newcomer and pitched the idea. Join their team, and he'd never have to look for a party. Again, together, they could conquer even higher level raids. Lu simply replied that it sounded cool. The player then raised his hand and asked their leader for his opinion. Jigang smiled, saying he agreed. But before officially joining, he'd need to provide his phone number and real address. It was a security measure to protect them from what happened with their last friend. The smile vanished from our main character's face, the team leader, continued his story, explaining how difficult it was to acquire their gear. Their old friend had run off with some of it, which is why they now had this opening. He hoped Lu would agree to this condition. Lu touched his chin thoughtfully and said he understood completely. Jigang and his companions shared a triumphant smirk, thinking their prey was caught. But suddenly, Lu looked up with a chilling smile and asked, so this was your goal all along? They froze. He continued, there are so many players looking for groups in the team halls. Yet out of everyone, you chose me. The second we entered the raid, you put on a big show of friendship. He rose to his feet. You then deliberately let a monster through, all to test my strength. And after seeing what I can do, you invite me to join, using it as an excuse to get my personal information. He stared directly at the team leader. You must be the one from the New Order Guild in charge of the Mirror Realm. He knew it, because he remembered a conversation he'd overheard back in the main hall. 2 players were cursing, complaining that the New Order's official had been tricked. He'd tried to get the real address of some level 20 player, the same player who had somehow defeated Thunder, and then vanished without a trace. A player stepped forward, his voice dripping with false praise. He claimed to admire Louie's strength after seeing him defeat the level 30 Thunder. So he'd gathered his entire squad here to find Louie's real address and eliminate him for good. The other players' faces fell, their sinister plot now exposed. But Jiguang just kept smiling, playing dumb. You must be confusing me with someone else. Louie simply drew his weapon. He admitted he'd joined their raid, hoping to farm some easy money and experience. But now that the cards were on the table, it was time to drop the act. After all, they were enemies. and enemies must be annihilated. Jiguang's expression turned grim, his composure finally cracking. He stalked menacingly towards Louie. "Are you saying you can defeat all 9 of us?" he snarled. "We're 10 levels higher than you." The same player who'd been so friendly just moments ago raised his sword high, shouting about how shameless Louie was. In that instant, the main character burned 30 points of knowledge power, boosting his next attack by a devastating 1500. A split second later, a gunshot ripped through the air. The rest of the team froze, paralyzed by the sudden violence. One of them stared at his fallen comrade in disbelief. "Impossible! Did you kill him in a single shot?" The body began to dematerialize, dissolving into a shimmering blue pearl, a rare war trophy. This item only drops from a player kill, granting a random piece of equipment from the fallen foe. Louie snatched the pearl from the air. What's so impossible about killing 9 players? The chicken champion gritted his teeth in fury and screamed the order. "Kill him!" The entire team charged forward as one, but Louie was ready. He activated his blessing, the skill lashing out in response. Their attacks were nullified, and they were cut down instantly. He thought to himself that he never truly wanted to kill other players. He knew their level and skills were tied to their survival. By doing this, he was stealing their future. But as he fired another shot straight into an attacker's head, he knew he had no other choice. He couldn't afford to die here. If his sister couldn't become a player, he had to become infinitely stronger. His current power was not enough to protect her. Not when Metal World eventually consumed their reality. He pressed the barrel of his gun to another player's neck and fired. He couldn't be careless. He had to seize every chance to grow stronger. Any potential threat had to be eliminated now, before they had a chance to become a bigger problem later. He remembered them talking about the new order. Guildmaster, not just a top player, but a man with powerful connections. Someone with immense wealth and influence in the real world. If they've seen me before, he thought, they better pray I don't remember their faces. As he stepped over their dissolving corpses, his goal was clear reach the very top. Suddenly, his leg trembled, and he glanced down in annoyance. He looked up at his remaining enemies, who were stunned by his overwhelming power. Their gear and levels were far superior to his. Jiguang growled, "As expected, you're a monster. Otherwise, you never could have defeated a level 30 mirror copy of Thunderstop this now. Think about it. If we lose anyone else, we can't clear this dungeon." Louie was unmoved. "That doesn't matter to me. I can just go to the secret mirror area and try again. The most I'll lose is 1 day. But for you, your equipment will vanish. You'll have neither the strength nor the skills to beat the mirror copies." The team leader shot back. "I can gather more people. I'll block you from ever entering the secret mirror area again." Louie just chuckled. And then, another shot rang out, piercing the forehead of the player beside Jiguang. The man next to him saw death coming and tried to dive away, but it was useless. A bullet tore through his head, and the rest of the team quickly followed. Watching his comrades die, Jiguang's face twisted. With terror, he remembered his guild leader's words. "Remain at the top of Metal World, no matter what it takes. Succeed, and I will protect you from anything. But if you fail, I won't just abandon you. I'll expose all your crimes and make sure you pay." As pearls dropped from the bodies of his men, Louie aimed his gun. "Now, it's your turn." His courage shattered. Jiguang fell to his knees, begging for his life. Louie frowned, his finger hovering over the trigger. "Spare me," the man cried, "and I'll tell you a secret about Metal World itself." This caught Louie's attention. "Speak," he commanded, but Jiguang wasn't giving it up so easily. "First, you have to promise not to kill me." Before he could finish, a bullet ripped through his chest, sending him flying. "If you don't want to talk, then fine," Louie said coldly. "I wasn't that interested anyway." The chicken champion slammed hard into the sand, cursing under his breath as he struggled to stand. Louie's eyes widened in surprise. "So, you're not dead yet." The ground began to shake, dust rising in the distance. The trampling of monsters. The second wave was about to begin. Jiguang spat. "You must know some of Metal World's secrets too. Otherwise, you couldn't be this strong. But even if you beat me, I'll report this to my superiors. You'll have to face them all." You'll die. You'll be reset to level 1. He staggered to his feet. Do you really think you can stand against players so much stronger than you? Your chance to level up will be gone. The secret you know will be worthless. You don't want that, do you? He proposed a deal. Let me go. I'll tell you everything. We can work together with your power and my potions. We can still clear this dungeon. The main character just smiled. Who told you I was going to die? And what makes you think I can't clear this dungeon all by myself? The player screamed. Wake up. You're only level 28. You're using beginner equipment. There's a limit to your strength. Louie shrugged. What if my equipment is actually level 56? Would a level 35 dungeon still be so difficult then? Jiguang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Louie held up the blue pearl he'd collected. Or did you think I was using the gear you guys gave me? The chicken champion's face went blank, completely speechless. With those words, Louie cracked open the pearl, a wide grin spreading across his face. He quickly stripped off his newbie gear, replacing it with the frost tank top. This new armor granted him 20 points in defense, 5 in resistance, 12 in agility, 13 in armor, and 15 in wisdom. He then equipped a quick battle suit, instantly boosting his defense, resistance, strength, agility, and armor. Combat gloves and fiery red combat boots followed, further enhancing his defense, resistance, sense, armor, and agility. Finally, he grasped a katana named Moonlight. It added a staggering 160 points to his attack and 30 to strength. But its true power lay in its special skill. Level down, when equipped, it reduces the required level of all his other gear by 5. The system confirmed his combat ability had stopped climbing. For now, his power now stood at 46 units. Louie smirked, thinking he should thank them for the free delivery. With this haul, his combat ability had more than tripled. It just proved what genuine trash they were, unable to use such fine equipment. Even with all this gear, they couldn't even touch him. Jiguang's jaw dropped. Shock quickly twisted into pure rage. He gritted his teeth, screaming that even if Louie got stronger, he could never clear this dungeon alone. This was impossible. It couldn't be happening. And then, the first wave of monsters swarmed over the edge of the platform. One lunged for the crystal. But our main character bisected the insect in a flash, a wicked grin on his face. He was immediately swarmed from behind by several more monsters. With a few fluid swings, his katana sliced them all to pieces. He glanced at the blade, realizing that with this weapon, he didn't even need to waste his intelligence to slaughter these bugs. The creatures kept pouring onto the platform, and the main character met them with a storm of steel, cutting them down without a moment's rest. He relentlessly slashed through the horde, and soon, a mountain of insectoid corpses piled up at his feet. Just as his health neared 0, he calmly used a treatment. Meanwhile, Jiguang was also desperately fighting off monsters. Seeing Louie's health instantly recover, he gasped in disbelief. Did he have rare recovery potions, too? But it didn't matter how many he had. Jiguang only had to dodge, while Louie had to kill. Surely, the main character would run out of steam first. But Louie paid him no mind. Can you hear me? Jiguang screamed. I'm going to watch you die. You'll pay for this arrogance, after kicking away a monster. Our main character glanced at the pathetic player with a smirk. You should worry about yourself, he said coolly. Even if you call me Grandpa, I'm not saving you. Cursing, the so-called chicken champion gritted his teeth. He suddenly sensed another insect creeping up from behind and spun around, landing a punch. The main character's health dropped low again, only to instantly recover. He continued his effortless battle, and soon, an eerie silence fell over the platform. Jiguang stared at the massive mountains of corpses in utter disbelief. How was this possible? He couldn't have that many restorative potions. It was unthinkable. The number of potions he'd used far exceeded what any player could possibly carry. Distracted, he failed to notice a monster closing in on him. He cried out as the insect's mandibles clamped down on his arm. His health plummeted. Cursing, he saw his HP bar flashing critical red. He reached for his inventory to grab another potion, but his hand met empty air. He froze, a cold dread washing over him. Had he really used them all? In that moment of hesitation, the remaining monsters swarmed him from all sides, their teeth sinking into his flesh. He screamed, trying to shake them off, I don't accept this, he shrieked, his eyes finding Louie, who was still casually finishing off the last few bugs. I'll wait for you in hell. You will pay. In response, our main character simply offered a chilling grin. Then, Jigwang's health finally hit 0. A system window appeared, only one player remained. With all conditions met, the dungeon's final reward would be increased by a factor of 10. As time passed, the wave finally ended. Louie collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. He leaned against a pile of corpses, thinking, "It's finally over." He was completely drained. He looked around. It was a good thing these bodies would vanish before the second wave began. As if on cue, the corpses dissolved into motes of light. As they faded, he spotted a golden ball of light hidden among them. A smile touched his lips. As expected of the Mirror Realm manager, he'd finally done one good deed. He walked over and picked up the pearl, examining it. The system reported he had only 5 points of cognition power left. Out of a total of 564, it was dangerously low. A 10-minute rest might restore about half of it, but he knew he couldn't beat the third wave without enough cognition power. He had been too reckless. He should have stalled until the final wave. Now, his only hope was that this golden ball, the loot from the chicken champion, held something that could help him survive the final wave and clear this dungeon. He decided to open the pearl. The system gave him a choice: receive items or equipment. He considered his stats. His strength, agility, and armor were all close to 100. If he could get equipment to push those 3 stats over the threshold, his combat ability would soar. He chose equipment. The system confirmed equipment successfully retrieved. He received a purple-ranked left amber earring, adding 10 points to strength and agilities, as well as 5 points to sense. Next came a purple-ranked right amber earring, adding 10 points to wisdom and armor, and another 5 to sense. And the set effect. A full set of amber earrings added 10 points to all characteristics. He then received a purple-ranked pendulum pistol, adding 200 points to attack power and 300 to wisdom. It came with a lock-up skill. Each attack would either deal triple damage or stun the target. It even had auto-recharge, taking 1 minute per cartridge. The cartridge capacity was 1 out of 1. Louie let out a stunned breath, unable to find the words. He finally just started cursing in sheer disbelief. Today was his lucky day. Not only did he get massive points for all his equipment, but he'd also upgraded his main weapon. Though that cooldown was tricky. It could only fire once a minute. Doesn't matter, he decided. I just need to try it out. He immediately opened his status window to see the incredible results. His strength characteristic had shattered the 100-point barrier. The strength coefficient kicked in, adding another 109 units to his attack power. Agility also broke 100, boosting his speed by 10.6 seconds. And since his armor had also exceeded 100, a staggering 1,080 units were added to his total health. His attack and his defense shattered the 400 mark, while his other stats soared past 100. Only his resistance and senses lagged slightly. At 81 and 83, his HP had swelled to 3,240, and his total knowledge power hit 714. A grin spread across the main character's face. He now possessed 4 stats that had broken a critical threshold. His combat prowess would be on another level entirely. He rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He owed those players a debt. He gave a slight bow to the empty air, thanking Chicken Champion and the others for the gear. A corner of his mouth curled into a confident smirk as he gazed at the distant dust clouds. The only thing holding him back now was his level. But once he conquered this dungeon, he would finally catch up to the top rankers. Meanwhile, in Mu City, Jiguan materialized inside the player respawn room. He was all ready, contacting his boss. Yishine has a secret, he reported. It allows him to wield stats far beyond his level. If that wasn't the case, there's no way he could have killed me. He pressed on. Even if you don't believe me, this is a danger zone dungeon. How can a level 28 player solo level 35 instance? He has to have some kind of cheat. His boss remained silent for a long moment, weighing his subordinate's words. I will grant you one more chance, the voice finally said. Level up quickly. As for this Yishine, Leave him to me. I will send others to handle him. Ji-guan bowed his head in thanks, promising to do his best. But after the call ended, a venomous look crossed his face. We'll see, he muttered. Just how long you can afford to be so arrogant? Elsewhere, Lu Yun and her friend sat in a cafe. Your whole family plays this game, she asked, and they spend a fortune on it. Her friend sighed, confirming it. They force me to grind with them every single day. I'm so sick of it. Even if I have to play, I want to do it my way. She suddenly stood, her eyes sparkling with an idea. Hey, why don't you play with me? We can use my place. I promise it will be fun. Lu Yun was taken aback. But I don't have a VR device. Then a thought struck her like lightning. An idea began to form. If she wants to play at my house, that means my brother will be there. All she had to do was find an excuse to leave them, alone together. A clever scheme was born, as her friend pleaded with her to join. Lu Yun finally relented with a sly smile. All right, she agreed. Let's go buy you a device. Back in the dungeon, a new wave began. Insects swarmed towards the center, but the main character cut them down. Instantly. He'd never felt power like this before. With his new equipment, every cell in his body felt alive, humming with newfound strength. The blade in his hands felt impossibly light. His movements were no longer just motions. They were a blur of deadly grace, weaving a tapestry of speed, agility, and power. He could leap high above the crawling creatures, a predator descending from the sky. As he soared through the air to strike, he glanced up and froze. In the distance, the sun was setting, painting the horizon in brilliant colors. His eyes glittered. For the first time, he could see beyond the chaos, to something truly beautiful, landing softly. He swung his katana in a sweeping arc, clearing a path through the monsters. But his expression turned serious. This wasn't enough. The insects were still getting perilously close to the crystal, which pulsed with waves of defensive energy. He charged back into the fray. He didn't just want to see this world. He wanted to reach the places he could now only touch with his eyes. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the dust cloud. Several pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the haze. The boss monster, a colossal level 35 spider, had finally appeared. But Louie stood his ground, unafraid, staring down his opponent. Then, with an explosive push, he launched himself into the sky, raising his sword high above the monstrous creature. After the final blow, a cascade of system notifications flooded his vision. Dungeon cleared. He had gained a massive amount of experience and 250 coins. For completing the dungeon, he was awarded the title of Dungeon Defender. For each fallen ally, his stats would permanently increase by 10%. His level shot up to 36, his stats climbing. With it, he now had 30 attribute points to distribute. His health rose to 3,480, and his knowledge power to 732. The ability to choose a new skill branch was now available. First, silence a targeted ability that locks all of an enemy's skills for 5 seconds. It required 50 points of cognition power, and its duration increased by 1 second with each level up. The cooldown was 1 minute. The second option, capture, binds an opponent in place for 10 seconds. It also required 50 cognition power, gaining 1 second of duration for every 10 levels. The skill's cooldown was also 1 minute, to catch his breath. The main character sat on the corpse of the beast he'd slain, watching as it dissolved into sparks of light. He smiled. He was so powerful now. No one would dare refuse him a spot on their team. With that thought, he logged out of the game, placing the VR device on his table. He walked to the window, looking out over the city. A sense of pride swelled within him. Now, if only he could get another login device to make his sister a player. Just then, Lu Yun's cheerful voice rang out. I'm home! He walked out of his room to see her holding a box. It was so hard to buy this device, she exclaimed. Good thing my friend was able to pull some strings and get one for me. Her friend followed her inside. He froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was that a meta-world login device? The thought raced through his mind. He was overjoyed. His sister smiled mischievously. You should thank Nanu, she declared. From now on, she'll be living. With us, the girl waved. But Louie barely noticed. He walked right past her to his sister, grabbing the box. This really is a meta-world login device. Nanu stiffened, feeling awkward, as he shouted, "How did you manage this? You guys are amazing." His sister pouted, thinking to herself, "Hey, pay attention to the beautiful girl next to you. She's not one of your toys, and she's going to be your roommate." Nanu, meanwhile, forced a wry smile. He gets this happy over a simple device, she thought. A day ago, deep within an unknown level 40 dungeon, the members of the New Order were on the move. In the heart of the forest, a guild gathered around a crackling bonfire, their minds set on conquering the dungeon. One player boasted, "Clear this, and we'll definitely overtake the second team." His friend eagerly agreed, "Our paychecks will probably double at this rate." Another chimed in, "But this is all thanks to Wei's incredible luck. She has a special power in this game. It's true without her, we'd be struggling so much more." Someone else nodded. "Seriously, that power is just too strong." Wei, meanwhile, sat apart from the group, listening with a detached and bored expression. Her captain, Chayin, approached her. "After we clear this dungeon," he said, "you could request a transfer to the first team. Your growth in the New Order Guild would skyrocket." This piqued her interest, her eyes locking onto his. But suddenly, one of the players cried out, "Captain, if she leaves, what happens to us?" "How are we supposed to grow without her?" Another quickly added. "He's right. If Wei leaves, it's the end of our team. We've poured everything into this. How can she just leave when we need her the most?" But the captain calmly replied, "You can't hold someone back with your own feelings. Besides," he added confidently, "I believe that even when she reaches the highest ranks of New Order, she won't forget about us." He turned his gaze to Wei, a warm smile on his face. "Isn't that right?" She simply offered a silent, unreadable smile in return. One player buried his face in his hands. "So I guess all we can do is wish her good luck." He sighed. His friend scratched his head, confused, until the player explained. "He's right. We can't slow our friend down. And if she ever has trouble on the first team, we'll always be here to welcome her back." The mood shifted as everyone began to cheer for her. "We'll help you any way we can," one shouted. "Just like when you first joined us." She smiled, a perfect picture of gratitude. "You're all so kind to me." She then looked down, her voice turning shy. "Since you're all being so wonderful, there is one last favor I'd like to ask." They looked at her, puzzled, waiting for her to continue. A few minutes later, the clearing was silent, littered with their lifeless bodies. The only one left was Captain Chayin, bleeding heavily. He clenched his teeth, cursing her name. Wei stood over him, her voice cold. "Even with this power, my level still isn't high enough. That's why I need to activate the dungeon's special message reward. It will make me the strongest circle in Metal World." He roared in disbelief. "We raised you. We treated you like family, and this is how you repay us." She laughed, leveling her blade at his throat. "Don't be so angry. It's just a game. You can always level up again." He fired his gun in a final, desperate rage, screaming, "Go to hell, you ungrateful monster!" But Wei was faster. She instantly appeared behind him. "I've told you so many times, no matter how strong a gunshot is in Metaworld, the speed of a bullet is limited here. A bullet can't outrun a player with agility over 100. A wicked smile spread across her face as she brandished her dagger. "But the power of a cold weapon, it's based on stats. Its speed and damage are limitless." With a final, fluid motion, she plunged her blade into his neck. The next day, inside a level 45 dungeon meant for 20 people, the New Order Guild's elite team was battling a colossal monster. "Captain," one of them yelled, "I'm almost out of potions. Have you gathered enough power yet?" Another shouted, "My mana is running on empty too." A third cursed, "Why is this thing so hard to kill? And why are there no healer classes in this game?" At that moment, a figure named Thunder swung his katana, slicing deep into the monster's face. His teammates' voices erupted from the sidelines. The captain is as cool as ever. Too bad his power accumulation takes so long. As Thunder dealt the final blow, the monster's massive body crashed to the ground. He stood tall, gazing down at the corpse with an air of pure confidence. He is Thunder, the captain of New Order's first team, current level 45. He turned and approached the guildmaster, who was closing a system window. "What is it?" Thunder asked. The guildmaster replied gravely, "It seems another player with a special power has appeared." The guildmaster, known as Blazing Fire, was also level 45. Thunder's expression sharpened. "Friend or foe? Can we win them over to our side?" Blazing Fire shook his head. "He killed the person in charge of the Mirror Realm." At this, Thunder was taken aback. He scratched his head, perplexed by the news. The guildmaster then changed the subject. "By the way, what is Wei currently doing?" Meanwhile, she was far away. In an uncontrolled territory, standing at the edge of a cliff, a system window materialized before her. A private message from Blazing Fire. It was an order: meet the new player, Yu Xin. He also possesses a power. A slow smile crept onto her face as she noticed something. The message said nothing about killing him or recruiting him. Players with powers were exceedingly rare. If she recruited him, she would be serving the guild's best interests. But if she killed him, she would be directly opposing the guild's development. She chuckled softly. The guildmaster doesn't care about Yu Xin's fate, does he? Both outcomes were acceptable. He left the decision to her because she was valuable to him. Does he think I want to prove my worth by recruiting a rival? She clapped her hands together once. If that's the case, then I choose to kill you, Yu Xin. Back in his room, Louie sat at his desk, mapping out a strategy for survival. In the game, he needed to raise his character and equipment to level 60. In the real world, he had to prepare a fortified camp. Before the end of the world, once Metaworld merged with reality, the ability to level up would vanish forever. He remembered from his past life, the highest level any player had reached was in the 60s. If he could hit that level before the merger, he would be one of the strongest players alive. With the power of level 60, he could absolutely guarantee his and his sister's safety. When the real world is taken over, public order will collapse. Resources will become scarce almost instantly. Until the strongest guilds begin to restore some semblance of order, food will replace every currency on Earth. Therefore, his mission was clear stockpile as much food as possible. He had to establish a safe camp for him and his sister to live in peace. With his available funds, he would rent the neighboring building. Every remaining cent would go to buying rice and long-lasting canned goods. All he could do now was wait for the deliveries. As for his level, he was only at 36. He still had 24 levels left to reach his goal. His purpose was singular: develop his character. As long as he didn't die in the game, and successfully stockpiled food at home, he and his sister could live peacefully after the world changed forever. With his plan set, he and his sister logged back into the game. He led them to the weapon pavilion. In Metal World, he explained, the ultimate ability is power, and the foundation for it is the mastery of weapons. To achieve maximum growth, they had to wield every weapon type to awaken their true potential. His sister, who had chosen the name Fragrant Goddess, looked down at her spear. He then turned to Nanu, noting her high level and excellent battle sense. But here, levels were worthless without power. Therefore, they would master every weapon in this place. She was currently level 32. Her nickname was Longing. Both girls readily agreed. As our main character walked toward the exit, he paused, struck by a thought about everything he had done. His actions were already changing the flow of destiny. In his past life, Nanu never lived with them, but he doubted his interference had anything to do with her. Bringing the device for Luan. It was thanks to her that he and his sister survived for 3 whole years. Now, he had to repay that debt. Properly, he burst out of the pavilion, leaping into the air with joy. He was aiming for the very top. His goal was level 60. Half a day later, he emerged from a level 35 dungeon, having hit level 37. A team member grinned. "You're a monster. I bet you could clear a level 35 dungeon for 10 people all by yourself." Another player agreed. "We were having such a hard time without you." They decided to run the dungeon again, but Louie told them he had other things to do. "I'll see you guys later." The players were disappointed. "Then we won't go either." They asked him to add them as friends. If you're going to a dungeon next time, you have to call us. He scratched the back of his head with a smile. No problem, he replied. But when he returned to the team search room, his fists clenched nervously. This was a problem. It took at least half a day, sometimes a full day, to clear a single 10-person level 35 dungeon. The experience he gained was barely half a level. At this pace, with only 20 days left, the highest he could reach was level 50. There was no way he could possibly get to 60, sitting on a bench in the empty hall. He wondered what to do. He thought back to his first dungeon clear. He had received the title Dungeon Protector. He grimaced. Is there really only one way, by sacrificing 9 other fighters, he could gain far more experience? In his past life, dungeons like that were called slaughterhouses. Players who did such things to their comrades were known as street rats. Would he become that same kind of trash? But if it's the only way? Suddenly, a notification chime shattered his dark thoughts. A system window appeared before him. It announced a new message. Who could be contacting me? He opened it and found a dungeon invitation. It was from Wei Si. She was inviting him to a level 40, 10-person dungeon in the Chaos Zone. Gathering point 62. As he saw the familiar name, he was first surprised, then ecstatic. He shot up from the bench, exclaiming, "This is the girl who became the strongest fighter. In my past life, why would she suddenly invite him to a dungeon?" Should he agree, it would be a fast way to gain levels. A confident smile played on his face. Don't blame me, Weiss, he thought. I will take full advantage of your invitation. And you? First of all, she was a member of the New Order. Second, he'd never met her under these circumstances. He was sure she wasn't planning anything good for him. He remembered she possessed a special power in his previous life. Has she already obtained it? Can I handle her? His legs began to shake, but his eyes were steady. He knew that only the dungeon would allow him to grow. He decided to accept the invitation. The team list immediately displayed in front of him. All the players had high levels. They ranged from 37 to 45. When he saw the familiar names on the list, he smiled. He noticed Lin Fei. In his past life, he recalled, Lin Fei received the reward for a desperate situation by completing a quest. But before that, he had eliminated all of his comrades. He remembered how his former colleagues dragged his name through the mud in the general chat. A girl nicknamed Cookie had a similar story, only she was the one who started slandering another person. As a result, she murdered the very friend she had framed. The remaining members had similar dark histories. This team for the dungeon was specially chosen by Wei Si herself. He touched his chin thoughtfully. But how does she know these guys are a circus? Or did she personally teach them these tricks? After joining the team, a chat window opened. Wei Si wrote, Since everyone is assembled, we need to move out. She sent them a rally point. Lin Fei, seeing the new team member, asked, Is this the tough guy you were talking about? Why is he only level 37? Wei Si replied that in a team, levels are not important. The most important thing is strength. MC opened the map. Most of the team members were currently in Mujia City. The rest were in the uncontrolled zone or on their way. The protagonist's gaze became serious as he thought of it. The uncontrolled zone. The territories of New Yu City were divided into 5 zones. The first was the area for replenishing resources for all players. Musu City. All the dungeons inside it are under control and have been modified. It's filled with all sorts of dungeons for beginners. Next was the Controlled Danger Zone, a place for players seeking a thrill. This zone has also been 100% changed, with all creatures sealed within the city's dungeons. He fought the Chicken Champion in one of those. Then came the Chaos Zone, a deadly territory for players, Musia Cities. Control and influence over its dungeons is very low. It's inhabited by creatures above level 30 that roam freely outside. There's also an out-of-control zone, where players die almost instantly. Vicious creatures above level 70 roam this area. And finally, the Destruction Zone. Musia City has no idea how to control such a place. Creatures from the dungeons in this zone cannot be sealed. Here, monsters of the highest level in Metal World are capable of destroying everything. After a while, Louie was already deep in the uncontrolled zone, approaching the gathering point. He ran swiftly through the forest. When he suddenly heard someone shouting, he spun around. "Who's that?" Immediately after, monsters made of twigs and leaves burst from the trees. As he entered a forest clearing, movement caught his eye. He dove behind a rock, watching the monsters swarm towards a nearby creek, their vines trailing behind them. These creatures weren't high level, but their numbers were overwhelming. One tiny sound, and a whole wave would descend upon the source. Who could possibly withstand such a tide of monsters? That earlier shout must have come from a careless player. Soon, silence fell over the forest. He peered out, thinking they must have left. He wondered if that player even survived. Deciding he had to keep moving, he sprang from his cover. He ran towards the gathering point, but a glint of steel in his periphery sent a chill down his spine. A spear tip was flying straight at him. He reacted in a heartbeat. Throwing his upper body back, he narrowly dodged the fatal blow. The player who attacked him lunged forward, a predator closing in. Who was this guy? The man tightened his grip, swinging the spear in a deadly arc. Again, the main character evaded, looking directly into his opponent's face, whose eyes burned with manic excitement. He drew his katana in a flash. As he swung, the player caught the blade with his own weapon, putting it under the tip with a wicked grin. He had blocked the attack. A deafening clang of steel shattered the silence, the force of the impact sending dust flying. After a few seconds, they stood facing each other. It was Lean Fee. The attacker smiled. "So you have power too." Now it all made sense. Why the captain chose him? Our hero's brow furrowed, but he didn't rush to attack again. The player smirked. "Of course, the damage from your power is nothing compared to mine. But you've earned my approval." He turned his back, stating they needed to get to the gathering point. Otherwise, the wandering monsters would surround them, and that would be a real problem. With that, he left. Only then did Louie lower his katana, watching him go. So that was a player with power, which meant Wei most likely possessed it as well. The sheer strength of this team was staggering. It was unclear if anyone here would even need the desperate situation reward. But the chance of dying was still dangerously high. After witnessing Lean Fee's power firsthand, doubt began to creep in. Should he really go through with this? After some time, he finally arrived at the meeting spot where the others were waiting. As he approached the portal, he stopped, noticing a girl sitting on a rock nearby. She looked at him with a knowing smile. He grew wary. Could this be Wei? She stood up, clapping her hands for attention. "Excellent," she said. "Everyone's here. Before we enter the dungeon, I have a few words." The main character scanned the faces of his new team. So this was the bunch of scum he was stuck with. Their captain began. "Dungeons in the uncontrolled zone are known to be unpredictable. The moment we go inside, our first priority is to understand the rules. No matter how strange they seem," she continued, "I expect everyone to remain calm so we can discuss a plan. No one should be nervous. Clearing the dungeon is our most important task." The players all nodded in agreement. "Great," she said, before leading them toward the massive gate. "Then let's move forward." Our hero, at the very back of the group, was about to follow, but he hesitated, remembering his earlier doubts. He let out a small chuckle. Was he actually scared in his past life? Wei was the strongest player, and after meeting her, he felt himself waver. Was this worry? Was he nervous? Was he afraid that he could never compare to them? Afraid that he might die here, never reaching their level? Afraid that all his effort had been for nothing, with a newfound confidence? He looked up at the moon hanging over the forest and walked toward the portal. He had to prove to himself that he was worthy. He would prove that he wasn't one bit weaker than any of them. As the players stepped through, strange images filled their minds. They were witnessing the dungeon's tragic history. A doll's voice cried out, "Why aren't you playing with me? Against a wall." A woman sat unconscious, the one he used to play with. The voice continued, "If you won't play, I'll find new toys for myself." The vision shifted, showing corridors filled with mangled corpses. After playing with them, the voice sighed, "I'm so bored. She was the most fun. I need to go home. The little blood-stained mechanical puppet that had caused all this carnage hung its head in sorrow. There's no way to go home. The cutscene faded, and the players appeared at the top of a round tower. In the center, on a pedestal, stood that same bloody doll, and at its base, an inscription read, "Hope and despair exist together." "What kind of dungeon is this?" someone asked. "Did we all just see that cutscene?" one of the team members confirmed. "Yeah, that's a first for me." They moved away from the portal. Another player murmured, "Random dungeon, random map, random type. These features of MetaWorld are both terrifying and surprising." Someone else agreed. "Especially when you can't clear a dungeon like this without dying. The stress is unreal." They all looked at the pedestal. "The only thing here is that puppet. I think it has to be the most important." Before he could finish, the doll vanished. A system message alerted all players. "The entrance to the dungeon is now closed. To clear the dungeon, you must complete the task." Puppet tricks. Objective: destroy the doll. A puppet will appear in the backpack of one random ally. The task of all other players is to destroy the owner. The dungeon will be cleared. If the player with the puppet survives for all 6 hours, the dungeon will fail. A hint appeared. The puppet owner can pass the burden to another, if they can kill one of their allies. Our main character's eyes widened. He understood instantly. This dungeon. It was specifically designed for those hunting the desperate situation reward. If a player leaves the puppet to the final survivor, there is a 100% chance they will receive the highest possible reward. The system announced that the puppet had appeared. The countdown had begun. Louie's first instinct was to check his bag, to make sure he wasn't the target. But as he opened the system window, he stopped himself. Now was not the time. Once everyone had calmed down, he could check his backpack. But if he checked now, and if he had it, any sign of fear or surprise would make him the target for the entire team. And fighting 2 fighters with powers was not a winning battle. The probability of his death would skyrocket. Around him, the other players stared at each other, suspicion poisoning the air. A heavy tension filled the air. Louie noticed everyone glancing at the person beside them. Were they all hiding something? Or were they in the same exact predicament as him? Wei clapped her hands, snapping his attention back to her. She announced that since everyone knew the quest's objective, the one holding the puppet should step forward and accept their fate. In return, everyone would share a piece of the reward to make things fair. With a smile, she asked, "Does everyone who doesn't have a puppet agree?" The players quickly voiced their approval. The main character realized this was the perfect time to check his own backpack. As all eyes were on Wei, he discreetly opened the system window. He scanned his inventory, and his eyes shot wide open in disbelief. There it was, a puppet sitting in one of the slots. He'd just joined this team. Was this some kind of welcome gift? He frowned, looking from the inventory to the other players. His path was now clear. He had to kill one of them to pass the curse along. He needed to eliminate this looming threat. But who should he choose even if he managed to transfer the puppet? Fighting 2 powerful and hostile players would be nearly impossible. Wei's voice cut through his thoughts. "Anyone want to confess?" Louie stayed silent, his gaze lowered, but suddenly, the team captain was right in front of him. She looked him in the eye and said with a chilling smile, "It's time you admitted you have the puppet." He was stunned by her words, but his expression quickly hardened into a scowl. "We haven't been properly introduced," she purred, stating her name. Was Wei, a woman who loves to sparkle. Then she demanded he introduce himself. He remained rigid and silent, then glanced at the rest of the team, who were all smirking at him. He recalled how they'd been looking around. It wasn't suspicion. It was confirmation. They weren't checking each other's reactions. They were making sure he had the puppet. They were all in on it. A dark chuckle escaped his lips. It was so elementary. A sudden invitation to a powerful team. A test before officially joining. He didn't know her motive, but he knew this dungeon was created for one purpose: to get rid of him. That's why she'd assembled this mob. He looked down at her, a smirk playing on his lips. By inviting him here, to complete this dungeon, they had all just signed their own death sentences. Because now, he was eligible for the desperate situation reward. His smirk widened into a grin. Wei Wei saw it and scoffed. How rude. But I like it. She admitted he'd shown some strength, but he was no match for them, so they wouldn't waste time. The sooner we finish, she declared, the sooner we can start a new leveling session. Do you agree? Lian Feng called out to her, suggesting they give him a chance to fight back. It would be more entertaining to shatter his hopes into a million tiny pieces. Wei Wei covered her face dramatically. Oh, that's too cruel. I'm so scared of things like that. Then she spread her arms, revealing a sly, smiling face. Don't force our hand, she warned. In an instant, Louie swapped his gear, a pendulum pistol appearing in his hand as he aimed it right at her. But he didn't fire. So, you don't want to cooperate? She sighed. You just don't know when someone's being merciful. Seeing his weapon, the other team members burst out laughing. This is who we were supposed to be afraid of, one jeered. The idiot brought a gun to a power fight. He wouldn't even be able to scratch them. But Lian Feng smiled. If he warned us, he must be different somehow. Perhaps his shots can trap opponents in a cage. The others howled with laughter. A cage shot, that's like magic in the real world. His friend told him to cut it out, reminding him that in Meteor World, creating traps is possible. Wei Wei also laughed. You guys are hilarious. I love it. At that moment, the main character grinned and activated his capture skill. The smile instantly vanished from Wei Wei's face as she leaped back, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. She landed a short distance away, checking herself over. Once sure she was safe, she said, He actually made me flinch. She called out nervously to Lian Feng. Let's not play around anymore. We attack together and finish this. But the MC just kept smiling, content that Lian Feng was now caught in the cage. I can't move, he grunted, struggling against the chains to no avail. The other players could only stare in disbelief. What is that skill? Even Wei Wei looked at her trapped companion in utter shock. Then, the MC used another skill lockup. It gave him a choice: triple damage or a guaranteed stun. He chose to amplify his power by 3 times. The system confirmed the cost 100 knowledge points. His next attack would deal 5,000 damage. With burning intensity in his eyes, he aimed his pistol at Lian Feng. Goodbye, he said, and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, piercing the immobilized player's body. A massive hole appeared in Lian Feng's chest as his health points dropped to 0. The system announced the kill. The puppet had been successfully transferred. As a team member had fallen, the title Dungeon Defender was activated, increasing all his stats by 10%. For the murder, he received a pearl. The remaining team members stared at their fallen comrade, in absolute shock. The protagonist analyzed the situation. He had feared 2 scenarios first: Wei Wei and Lian Feng attacking him together. Second, that there was a hidden 4th member with incredible power. Either outcome would have meant his death, especially the second. But judging from Wei Wei's words, only she and Lian Feng had the strength to be a real threat. In other words, they were the only 2 powerhouses on the team. This meant only the first scenario was truly dangerous. They had become complacent, completely underestimating his true abilities. That arrogance allowed him to kill Lian Feng, shattering their power duo. His ordeal had just become much easier. Now, all he had to do was wipe out the rest. He smiled. Victory was now within his grasp. Of course, it would have been better to kill Wei Wei first, but she had dodged at the very last second. Was it due to her? High perception stat Louie gave them a friendly warning. The puppet has moved to one of you. You should probably protect your new ally. Otherwise, he taunted, I'll destroy them too. And with such a small team, you'll never get your revenge. He had to be careful. Model, to claim the dungeon's reward. He had to find the player holding the doll, and survive with them until the very end. The team captain let out a string of curses, then froze, realizing the danger. She turned to her squad, ordering them to hold their positions. He's trying to find the one with the puppet. The team grew tense, forming a protective circle around their comrade. The girl in the center took a nervous step back, a fatal mistake. The main character's lips curved into a smile. He could see her. Their startled eyes met, and he sent a silent message. "You're all trapped with me." In a flash, he boosted his stats by 200 points and shot forward like an arrow, closing in on his target. His katana carved a path through the players in his way. He was too fast, too strong. These ordinary players were nothing. A system notification appeared. 6 kills. His stats skyrocketed by 70%. Some had now broken the 1,000 mark. As a reward, he obtained their pearls, equipment, and items. "You bastard!" Wei-an roared, lunging with her dagger. But the main character parried instantly, his weapon a blur of motion. The blow was blocked. Cookie, trembling with fear, collapsed to the floor, watching the clash. The team captain shouted, "Cookie is still alive, and she has the puppet." He was going to claim this dungeon's reward. Wei-an sneered. "You're bold." He just grinned back. Her boots began to glow as she activated Arcane, Leap instantly flashing to the side. "You fool," she hissed. "You'll regret making me your enemy." She began circling him, a phantom moving at impossible speeds. The main character stood his ground, senses on high alert. Did she just vanish, he wondered? In that instant, she reappeared. She struck from behind, but he sensed it, whirling around with his katana. Yet, Wei-an was faster still, once again appearing at his back. She slammed a fist into him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. His health plummeted. He activated his recovery skill, and his health bar instantly refilled. He raised his blade over her as she gasped. She had just dealt him 9,000 damage, 75% of his total health. This guy was a monster. Their blades screamed against each other in a deafening clash. "At this rate," she taunted, "you'll run out of potions long before the end. Victory will be mine." He simply smirked. Suddenly, she swapped weapons, landing a devastating blow. 9,800 points of damage vanished from his health bar, which he immediately restored. Wei-an's eyes widened in disbelief. A 30th level instant recovery potion only restores 1,000 health. And you could only bring 10 into the dungeon. He'd already recovered over 19,000 health points. What in the world was happening? In her moment of confusion, she failed to notice Louie's counterattack. A powerful blow sent her reeling. He smiled. "Sorry about this, but there can only be one winner here, and it's me." She gritted her teeth and dodged his next assault. He watched, annoyed, as she leaped back to Cookie's side. "With a health pool that massive," she declared, "you must have the power of a support class." He grinned back. "And you must have poured every last point into dexterity. Your speed is unreal, and almost every one of your hits is a critical." As he spoke, her expression faltered for a second. She quickly forced a smile. "That's why my mana pool is so low. I'm completely out," she thought to herself. "It's over. Maybe I should just kill Cookie now and end the raid." Hearing this, the main character tensed. He had pushed her too hard, forcing her into a corner. She was too fast. She could kill Cookie 1,000 times before he could ever reach her. Once she realized she couldn't win, she would surely choose that path. Just kill her comrade to end the raid. But her hesitation told a different story. "Then what are you waiting for?" he asked. He thought, "She hasn't done it yet. I can't relax. As soon as my capture skill recharges, it's over," Wei-an replied. "If I kill her, I can't kill you. And in this dungeon, you are my real target." Just then, to kill the puppet meant losing her chance to kill him. The choice was agonizing. Inside this twisted dungeon, he was her one and only target. A system window appeared. All stat enhancement complete. Pendulum in captivity recharged. His eyes widened with triumphant light. He aimed his weapon at her, ready to activate the skill, but suddenly froze, his body locked in place. What's going on?" Cookie had just delivered a fatal blow to her own team captain. She looked at Louie with a confident, chilling smile. It was a flashback. Seconds before, Wei-an had ordered her, "Kill me, then kill yourself," in exchange for a double reward. After striking Wei-an down, Cookie took her own life. Their bodies began to fade into light, and the main character could only watch, frozen in absolute shock, not believing his eyes. As she faded, Wei-an called him a loser. "You've lost," she said with a triumphant grin, followed by manic laughter. The bodies of the two girls vanished, leaving him utterly alone in the silence of the dungeon. He stumbled back in confusion, collapsing to the floor. How? Why did this happen? He saw the puppet reappear in his inventory. She was going to end the raid anyway, so why would she do something like that? All of this, just to deny him victory. This is ridiculous. He clutched his head, panic rising. What do I do now? They both died. And now the doll belongs to me. If she hadn't killed herself, the raid would have been over. The puppet would have finished its journey, with no other players left. Was he just supposed to wait here and die? The chance to change his fate? Was it truly gone? He was supposed to be the victor, his loud, desperate screams of anguish echoed through the empty dungeon. After a long while, the echoes faded. Lying on the cold floor, he finally calmed his breathing and stared at the ceiling with new resolve. He pushed himself up. There has to be another way. If all the players are gone, Meteor wouldn't design this raid to be impossible, which means there's another path, another way to clear this. He scanned his surroundings. But what could it be? He decided to search the area, trying to find some kind of exit. When he reached the very edge, his hand hit an invisible barrier. A transparent wall, he realized. So the entire territory of this special dungeon is confined to this single platform. His gaze swept across the area once more before landing on the pedestal in the center. The Chaos Zone was right here, on this cylindrical platform. With the doll in his possession, he leaped onto the pedestal, landing with a soft thud and looking around, his senses on high alert. He spotted a sign proclaiming that hope and despair exist together. Beneath it, a small, scratched inscription caught his eye. He leaned in closer. Curious, etched into the stone were the words, "I can't open the door." He traced the letters with his fingers, wondering, who could have carved this a puppet? As his finger followed the inscription, he felt the stone slab give way beneath his touch. With a click, it sagged inward. He instantly realized this was the entrance to the research institute from the vision. The system chimed in 1,000 cognition points were required to open membrane number 62. He frowned. That was a steep price. Right now, he was buffed by the despair counterattack's amplification, giving him a strength of over 1,500. The recent battle left him with just over 1,000 points. But he knew what he had to do. There was no way to earn more here. If he spent 700 cognition points to raise all his abilities, he'd gain 350 points in every stat. He would then automatically get 1,000 cognition points. That would leave him with over 300 points to spare. It was always better to enter the unknown at full strength. He committed to the upgrade, and the system confirmed it. All abilities increased by 350 points, costing him 700 cognition points. He then spent the 1,000 needed to open the door of membrane number 602. The pedestal before him transformed, shifting into a gateway. A sharp gust of stale air blasted him in the face as a man's voice called his name. "Dean." "Hurry and make a decision," the voice demanded. "Push the button. Will you focus on displaying what follows you? Or dissolve and map everyone, decide now. I will turn on my computing power." Waking from the vision, our main character blinked, rubbing his eyes. The voice asked again, "Have you decided what you will choose?" Louie was completely lost. "What's the difference?" he asked. The voice grew impatient. "Decide quickly, use your head. Focus on displaying who follows you. Or dissolve and map everyone." The main character stared blankly. Was this some kind of pre-recorded program? This had to be the entrance test for membrane 602. But what did these options even mean? Which one was the key to passing? What if he chose wrong? He frowned, thinking it was far too complicated. According to the original script, they should be facing a catastrophe. The key was in those words. Computing power. What happens when it's displayed? Is it the right to survive, or a tool to save everyone from disaster? He touched his chin, then covered his face in frustration. In his past life, he was only at the first level. He'd never encountered anything like this. If it was about the right to survive, he'd choose to focus on himself and his sister. But if this was a tool to save everyone from an inevitable disaster, then he had to choose the second option. Working together was the only surefire way. The purpose of mapping computing power was to find those with the qualities needed to avert disaster. How could he be sure that a single chosen person would be suitable? He had to ensure that even those overlooked had a chance. Only a select few could ever return from the imagination trait. It was just like his previous life. If the first world hadn't appeared, players would never have been able to level up. This choice felt just as critical. He selected Dissolve and Apply to Map All. Sparks erupted before his eyes as he hoped he had made the right call. In an instant, he was back on the platform. He froze in surprise, then frowned, realizing nothing had changed. Did he choose the wrong option? He sat down, crossing his arms. Was the correct answer to focus only on who follows you? He had 350 cognition points left. Because the puppet inside him was a parasite, his body was in a constant state of battle. His cognition recovery rate was painfully slow. Even so, the remaining 5 hours would be enough to gather 1,000 points. That meant he could try the test 2 more times. That should be enough. All he had to do was wait. He closed his eyes. After an hour and a half, the system announced he had accumulated 700 points. His eyes snapped open. He boosted his stats once more, then spent another 1,000 points to open the membrane. He was back in the test. The 2 options appeared again. He was about to choose the first one this time, but he stopped. A thought struck him. The test couldn't be as simple as picking the right option. If it were, anyone could get into the research institute. So what was the point of this gate? The gate doesn't let the puppet through. It can't enter this place it calls home. What was the real problem? Was it a lack of knowledge or a character flaw? The key wasn't about the power of knowledge or some hidden stat, but about character. The useful information was hidden in the opening cutscene. The story was simple: a stubborn puppet, cast out from its home, now yearned to return. But the door, reflecting its nature, refused to let it in. This wasn't a test of picking the right option, but of choosing the right attitude. So how should he proceed? He frowned, reconsidering his choices, then decided to simply trust his gut. He chose the second option once more and stepped back. He scanned his surroundings, but nothing had changed. Only one attempt remained. One more mistake, and this whole ordeal would begin again. But he still believed in himself. He sat down and waited. An hour and a half later, only 27 minutes were left on the clock. The task, seeing his cognition power hit 700. Louie opened his eyes and spent the points to open the membrane once more. Back in the familiar space, he chose the second option for a third time. He was sent back, and immediately felt the platform tremble beneath his feet. He leaped off just as it began to move. The pedestal descended into the ground. A wide grin spread across his face. I did it. The most crucial part of the test was over. He was certain now. It was never about making the right choice. It was about having the conviction to stand by your decision. You could only open the door by giving the same answer 3 times in a row. A staircase appeared before him, leading down into the darkness. He stared at the entrance to the research institute. This secret level was designed for a team, but this was a path he would have to walk alone. It dawned on him that someone had cleared this by choosing the same option 3 times. To succeed, he needed a specific build. All ability reinforcement, pure wisdom, and a desperate counterattack. Without all 3, this door was impossible to breach. Right now, he was the only one who had made it to this hidden level. He felt he'd been too careful with Wei this time. Sometimes, desperation is the only thing that can save you. However, being bold doesn't mean being reckless. If he'd known just how unhinged she was before joining her team, his miscalculation wouldn't have led to so many deaths. After walking down a long, eerily lit corridor, he finally reached the door from the cutscene, where the blood-stained corpse lay. He noticed the body was female. He paused, and suddenly, a glowing sphere materialized from his chest. He looked down, completely stunned. The sphere floated towards the corpse and merged with it. A system window flashed. Congratulations on completing the perfect strategy. The evil, desperate situation has unlocked a series of rewards. System configuration beginning. The main character's knees buckled in his excitement. He leaned heavily against the wall, his weapon vanishing into his inventory. His legs trembled as he thought with a wry smile. It seems I really was afraid. To die, after all. He covered his face in shame. Just thinking about it made him shake. The system pinged. Settings complete. You have received 22,464 experience and 400 coins. Your level has increased to 44. HP increased to 3,720. Power of knowledge increased to 846. Current combat power, 898. He now had 2 skill development branches available. Freeze status. Could lock a target's health bar and block their power of knowledge. Every additional 10 levels added 1 second to the duration. The cooldown was a steep 24 hours. The second skill, Tag, could mark a target within a 1,000-meter radius. All his skills would home in on that target for 10 minutes. Louie clenched his fist, ecstatic. It can't be. He thought he'd only imagined defeating Wei, but he had actually done it. He leaped into the air. Unbelievable, he shouted, laughing with pure joy. His body began to pixelate, teleporting out of the dungeon, while his sister and her friend celebrated mastering their own weapon skills. Meanwhile, Wei stood at the player resurrection point, arms crossed, waiting for Louie. 6 hours had passed, and he still hadn't shown up. She frowned, wondering where he was. A message from Blazing Fire popped up. What happened? She replied simply. There was a death, he shot back. Did you kill him? Her response was a shock. I was the one who died. Blazing Fire was speechless. After a moment, she wrote again. But I obtained valuable information. Blazing Fire asked what he should do. Arrange a battle for me in the mirror realm, she commanded. 1 mirror copy will be enough to restore my level. He agreed. Her final message was a bombshell. The one you're looking for is named Yaine, and he has the power of support. Blazing Fire sat in his guild's meeting room, his brow furrowed as he stared at the message. The man across from him spoke up. I know how rare support power is, so I'll help you in the uncontrolled area. This was Wei, a level 45 powerhouse who fought with his fists and also possessed the power of support. I promised I'd help, he said. But I'll require something in return, 100,000 coins. The guild president just smirked. No problem. With that, Wei left the New Order headquarters, where his friend was waiting. How did it go? His friend asked, buzzing with excitement. I heard they searched the entire network to find the owner of the support power. Wei ignored him, instead kicking a nearby pole, with furious strength, making his friend flinch. After calming slightly, he muttered, I've arranged everything. His friend was confused. This was the first step of the plan. Why are you so angry? Wei crouched down and roared at the sky, his frustration boiling over. Because I'm not the only player with the power of support. How are we supposed to execute our plan now? How can I get to the top of the New Order? Meanwhile, the main character sat in his room, staring at a page of notes. On it were his frantic thoughts. What is hash power permission? The authority to control the output computing power of some massive machine. Is this reward from the special dungeon a key to a large-scale mission, or does it hold some other special meaning? What happens if that power management reaches 100%? And what is the link between hash power and computing power in the test? He rubbed the bridge of his nose, exhausted. The questions were overwhelming, but he had to think. His future depended on it. He stood up from his chair. He needed to relax, take a bath first. As soon as he opened the door and stepped into the hall, he noticed Nenu coming out of the bathroom, drying her hair. She saw him and paused, offering a small wave. He nodded back with a smile and went to the bathroom. But before he went inside, he stopped and looked back at her. Whenever she was home, there was always such a pleasant aroma in the air. A faint blush crept up his neck as he scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Then a sharp slap to his own face. What was he thinking? He had to focus. It was time to log into the game and set his next major goal. Moments later, he materialized in the virtual world, heading straight for the Forge Pavilion where gear was crafted and traded. Standing before the terminal, he checked his status. He was now level 44, with 16 levels to go to reach the crucial milestone of 60. To achieve that, he would need to complete a special dungeon, a staggering 32 times. a feat that would take around 20 days. With only 22 days left until Metaworld became reality, the clock was ticking. He might not make it in time. On top of that, his equipment was a serious problem. There were two paths to obtaining the powerful Metalore gear. The first involved a massive coin investment, and the second was to upgrade his current low-level equipment. He checked his balance 11,021 coins. Of that, 6,750 was his reward for clearing a special dungeon. The rest he'd earned by selling off unused gear. A system notification popped up. Create 40 purple-grade items for 650 coins. To level up from 30 to 40 would cost 400 coins. But the main character realized he was still missing 3 key pieces of gear: a headdress, a necklace, and an emblem. Combining all 9 pieces would cost him 5,550 coins. The system announced that upgrading his purple equipment would take 1,100 seconds. He calculated that reaching level 60 would demand a staggering 16,129 coins. That meant he had to grind more than 40 times harder than before. He crossed his arms, his mind racing. To achieve his goal, he had to take a serious risk. He needed to hunt for those rare, extra rewards. But who could he possibly target? Suddenly, a new message pinged. He paused before opening it, a sense of dread washing over him. News alerts only appeared in emergencies. "System, open it," he commanded. His eyes widened. It was a private message from the president of the New Order Guild. The message simply asked, "Are you free? I'd like to talk." He was stunned, a bitter memory flooding his mind of the day other players kicked him out. They had sneered, "Garbage like you has no place in New Order. Get out before the president gets here." After New Order settled in Medworld, they conquered the entire southern region of China, becoming the strongest guild in the world. Their goal was to manage the elite, and as long as a person was powerful or possessed special talents, their life belonged to New Order. They treated low-level players like trash, oppressing them in every way imaginable. As a man who had already died once in a past life, hating New Order was second nature. He frowned, his gaze locked on the message. "I was so weak back then," he thought grimly, and typed a reply asking what this was about. Blazing Fire wrote back, "I want to form a team specializing in the uncontrolled zone. But we're short on people. I heard you have a support power, so I'm inviting you to join. If you have conditions, let's hear them. We'll try to reach an agreement." The main character's mind raced. "Are you only missing a support player? Does everyone else on the team have a power?" The president confirmed it, and a jolt of nervousness shot through him. Blazing Fire's next words dropped like a bomb. "In other words, this is the strongest team in this world. Then why go to the uncontrolled area that's deep in the chaos zone, isn't it?" The president simply said he had his reasons. Louie replied, "I'll think about it and get back to you." He logged off, wondering if he should agree. This team would rob him of the chance to get madness rewards. But on the other hand, the speed of earning experience and coins would be several times faster than any normal team. But still, why would they go there? From the uncontrolled zone, you couldn't use the market transfer port. And the area was crawling with all kinds of monsters above level 70. He decided to put it aside for now. First, he had to upgrade his equipment. The system announced, crafting purple equipment will cost 650 coins. The upgrade finished in a flash of light, and all his stats skyrocketed. His attack power soared to 990, with his defense at 716 and intelligence at 678. His health jumped to 6,030, and his cognition power rose to 2,034. His current combat power was now estimated at 102. He had surpassed the 100 mark. He had been upgraded to a supreme space fighter. His attribute bonus increased from +1 to +2. Because of this, his attack power exploded to 1,140. His defense shot to 892, his health to 8,040, and his power of knowledge to 2,712. The main character stared at his new equipment, ecstatic. So these are the improvements you get when your combat strength breaks 100. His attributes and overall strength had increased by 30%. If he kept improving his combat effectiveness, would he be able to increase all his other attributes as well. How much would it take? 200, 500, or 1,000? But then, a sobering thought struck him. This battle force system was available to anyone with enough power. If he had these opportunities, then so did other players, including the members of the team formed by the president of New Order. A team like that would be like a group of 10 of his clones. Suddenly, going to the uncontrolled zone was starting to sound much more possible. He texted Blazing Fire that he was joining. The reply was swift. A reasonable choice. The team already has a player with a support power, so you won't be harmed. You'll both be rewarded with 100 coins. Louie was surprised. Why would he just give away money? Is he really that rich, he wondered? But he wasn't about to complain. At least he'd have money for food. He wrote back, one group at a time, and the president of the New Order Guild replied that there was no problem. He grinned, satisfied that he was now with them. An invitation to join the team appeared, and he accepted. After that, he wrote to the general chat. Please greet the last team member. Another player, Wuji, asked, Is this the second player with a power besides me? They exchanged greetings, and the president ordered them to meet at the north gate. The main character took out his knife, already planning his strategy. First, he'd turn off the headdress's cosmetic effect and carry a regular gun just in case. He'd also hide his true knife. Uncertainty was a powerful weapon. After a while, he reached the north gate. He saw the list of team members. Everyone was basically level 50, except for the 2 support players. Walking a little further, he spotted a crowd of people. At the center stood Blazing Fire, arms crossed in displeasure. The rest of the players were staring at the other new team member. Noticing his arrival, Wuji turned and waved happily to Louie, greeting him. He walked up and introduced himself. Our main character greeted him back with a polite smile. Blazing Fire spoke up. I've never met the owners of a supporting power before. Now you're both right in front of me. Before we go to the uncontrolled area, I will show you something that will be useful in the future. The main character looked at him closely, thinking. So this is the president of the New Order Guild, one of the strongest people in this world. The president continued, But first, you will both show me what you are capable of. The 2 support players looked at each other. Wuji stepped forward confidently and said, I'll be first. Louie, meanwhile, scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. He thought, didn't he invite us because he already knew our abilities? The guy just smiled and told him to start, saying this way they would know for sure. More trust in their skills, and he simply nodded in understanding. Just then, Wuji approached Blazing Fire, the party leader. I've been experimenting with some powerful friends, he began. The casting distance of our skills is directly tied to our weapon's attack range. He held up his hand, encased in a gauntlet. My weapon is a glove with an attack radius of about 1.5 meters. This means I must be in close quarters to be effective. It's my biggest weakness. Blazing Fire acknowledged he understood the issue, the connection between a weapon and its skill range. The main character was shocked. Wasn't that common sense? Wuji's weapon had a tiny 1.5 meter radius, while Blazing Fire's was a pistol. What was its range? 100 meters? 200? He'd never even thought about it. His skills had always just worked. A sudden nervousness began to creep in. In the meantime, Wuji demonstrated his first ability, a recovery skill, followed by his second mantra. This skill applies a sequence of debuffs to a boss. Weakness, aging, and deceleration. It will always hit its target. He then revealed his third skill, binding the guild leader's hands with ethereal chains. This is called silence. It can restrict any target, even a boss. This should be more than enough support for the team. I'll save my fourth skill for later. I hope that's clear. Blazing Fire agreed with a confident smile. The main character realized he should do the same. He'd only reveal the 3 skills most beneficial to the team. His fourth ability would remain his ace in the hole. Stepping forward, he announced, My turn. My weapon is a blade with an attack radius of 3 meters, already better than Wuji's range. My first skill is the same as his. The second is blessing, and the third is imprisonment. He demonstrated the last skill on the president, instantly immobilizing him. He then dispelled the effect. With this, I can lock down a target for 10 seconds. But it's unknown if it will affect bosses. With Blessing, I can remove any abnormal status, including my own imprisonment. I will also keep my fourth skill in reserve. He looked toward Wuji with a faint smile, meeting his rival's confident gaze. Blazing Fire pondered for a moment. I understand. With this lineup, we can handle it. He then turned to the rest of the raid party. In the past, our lack of support players has forced us to stick to the peripheries of the uncontrolled zone. But now, we have two. He clenched his hand into a fist, raising it high. Today, we push deep inside and uncover its secrets. The team roared in agreement, enthusiastically punching the air before setting off. Louie, however, watched them go, a thought lingering. The rewards from the Chaos Zone and the Uncontrolled Zone were the same, but the level of danger was worlds apart. So why was the president of New Order so determined to clear this specific dungeon? What was he hiding? Noticing he'd stopped, Wuji turned and waved. Keep up! The main character forced a smile and said he was on his way. As Wuji turned back, his friendly expression vanished, replaced by a grim scowl. There's only room for one of us, he thought. I will get rid of Yine, and this team will have only one support player again. Soon, they reached the entrance. They stood at the gateway to the uncontrolled area, surrounded by the skeletons of towering buildings. The team captain began the briefing. There are some key differences between this zone, the Chaos Zone, and the Dangerous Zone. Here, the difficulty is determined by the number of people in the team. For this reason, our squad of 10 is considered the easiest difficulty. But even so, the challenge will be equivalent to a raid force of 80 players. We cannot afford to be careless. In addition, killing local monsters provides no rewards. So, when you meet them, everyone must immediately find shelter. If you can't find a safe place, create a diversion to draw them away. Even if we have to, sacrifice some of our fighters. There's nothing we can do. The players fell silent. With the grim warning delivered, the leader charged forward. He sprinted off the edge of the building and leaped. The others followed his lead, plunging into the darkness below. Louie took a moment, then dashed forward and jumped. The closer he got to the ground, the darker it became. The moment he landed, he looked up and saw a flash of lightning arc between the ruined skyscrapers. He scanned his surroundings, spotting his teammates, and a monster perched on the roof of a destroyed building nearby. Noticing the people, it let out a deafening roar. Louie frowned. If you have the ability to hide, use it now, Blazing Fire yelled. Everyone, run to cover. The team immediately scattered as the monster leaped down to chase them. But suddenly, it was snatched out of the air by an even larger creature. It screamed as it was crushed in the larger monster's fist. Pushing off the building, the new threat ran after the players. One of them heard the thundering footsteps behind him and turned around. Seeing the colossal beast chasing them, he screamed, "President, a man-eating leopard is right behind us. We're in trouble already." How did this happen? Stop wasting your breath, Blazing Fire yelled back. Just do everything you can to avoid it. They ducked into a narrow alley, Wuji asked. Is that monster really that strong? A man replied grimly. The guild sent 10 squads in here to gather intel. 5 of them were completely annihilated by a single one of those things. Do you still doubt its power? Just then, the monster decided to take a shortcut. Smashing through a solid wall, it landed in the alley right behind them. Seeing this, Blazing Fire shouted to the man with the blindfold, ordering him to act. To distract the beast, the player activated his provocation ability, a skill that works for 1 minute. It lowers the target's speed by 10% while boosting its attack power. The monster froze in its tracks, allowing the player to bolt and lure it away. Wuji turned, a sinister thought crossing his mind. If that creature was as strong as they claimed, he could certainly use it to his advantage. His gaze fell upon Louie as he activated the mark skill. This ability flags a target, making them visible to all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius for 10 minutes. The effect was instantaneous. Every monster in the area, including the leopard, stopped dead and turned its attention toward Louie. The player kiting the beast cursed aloud. Why did it stop chasing me? Meanwhile, our main character kept running, completely unaware of the trap. Without warning, a monster lunged from the shadows. He barely managed to catch its claws, shocked by the sudden, brutal ambush. The beast, slamming him hard against the wall. The player froze, exclaiming, "What's wrong?" They turned, only to see monsters swarming towards Louie from every direction. "What happened?" they cried out. "Why are they suddenly targeting him?" Blazing fire glared at Wuji, a storm brewing in his eyes. And that smug smirk on his face said it all. In a flash, he knew what was happening. He raced to aid the main character, yelling, "Everyone, back to the shelter. I'll try to save him." "President," the team members shouted in confusion, but Wuji just scoffed. Is he out of his mind? At this rate, he'll never come back alive. He told the others, the president must know what he's doing. "We need to go now. We're just a burden to him." One of them tried to protest but froze when he saw it. The buildings ahead were crumbling to dust. The man-eating leopard. It's back. It seemed to have shaken off their earlier diversion. With that, they scrambled back towards the shelter. Meanwhile, blazing fire sprinted towards Louie, his eyes glued to his friend's rapidly dropping health bar. "Don't you dare think about dying." Suddenly, a monster lunged from the side. He reacted instantly, drawing his sword in a blur of motion and slashing at the beast's chest. But when he couldn't even leave a single scratch, his eyes widened in shock. These monsters, their defense was off the charts. The beast swiped with its massive paw. He gritted his teeth, barely blocking the blow before leaping back to create distance. As he watched the entire horde converge on one spot, a cold dread washed over him. There were just too many. It seemed impossible to save him now, but through the chaos of snarling beasts, he saw something that made him pause. Something impossible. Monsters were grabbing Louie's arms and legs, yet he was holding his ground. He had used the freeze skill on himself. A system window appeared. The power of cognition is not being consumed. His health stood at 5,036 out of 8,040. 10 seconds remained until the end of the freeze status. Not wasting a single moment, the main character activated his blessing, consuming all of his knowledge points and boosting his attributes by a staggering 1,406. Instantly, all his stats shot past 1,000. Some even soared beyond 6,000. The blessing's holy light spread outwards, shattering the freeze status and erasing the monster's mark. He tightened his grip on his katana as the system announced. Energy. Covered 2,712 points. Attack power increased by 50%. With a roar, he unleashed his blade, cutting down every monster around him in a single, devastating arc. Just then, the man-eating leopard barreled past blazing fire, its eyes locked. On the main character, it smashed through walls as if they were paper, charging straight for him. But he was ready. He met the charge head-on, grabbing its claw and trying to halt its momentum. His feet tore through the ground as he was pushed back. Instantly, he swapped his weapon to a pendulum pistol and activated its stun effect, aiming at the beast that was about to overwhelm him. At the very last second, he pulled the trigger. A direct hit, right to the head. He then switched to a regular handgun, unloading bullet. After bullet into the stunned creature, soon, the ferocious beast was finished. It collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, its life fading away. Louie calmly climbed atop its massive corpse, surveying the battlefield with an air of pure confidence. As the leopard's body began to pixelate and disappear, Chichi, blazing fire, was frozen in place, speechless with shock. You liar," he whispered. "Is this really the power of a support player?" The system chimed in 50 seconds left before the blessing ends. He immediately sprinted towards the president, who was still reeling. "We need to go," the main character shouted, already taking off. Seeing the new wave of monsters ahead, blazing fire snapped out of his stupor and ran after him, yelling, "Hey, wait for me." Meanwhile, the rest of the team was huddled at the dungeon entrance, one of them worried. "We have no idea what's happening to the president. I don't even want to send him a message. I'm afraid there won't be an answer." Someone else agreed, but Wuji just sneered. "Why don't we just leave? What player could possibly survive that?" The man shot back. "The president and Yishin are still alive. Their health isn't dropping, so they must be using skills that temporarily Block the display. That's all. Yishin was just especially unlucky, Wuji said dismissively. For some reason, he attracted a massive swarm. That's impossible to escape from. What a tragic partner. After saying that, the man crossed his arms, his teeth grinding, in frustration. Suddenly, their comrade shouted, "They're on the map! They've appeared not far from the shelter!" Wuji's face twisted in disbelief, while the others erupted in cheers. Wuji quickly changed his tune, shouting, "They might bring monsters with them! Everyone, prepare to defend the entrance!" The team members raised their weapons, standing ready. "I don't hear any loud noises," one of them noted. Just then, the guild president walked into the shelter, followed closely by Louie. The team was overjoyed to see them, except for Wuji. They're both back, he thought, his mind racing. This president is more trouble than he's worth. Meanwhile, the players started praising Blazing Fire. "You're incredible, President. To handle a situation like that and even save someone, you truly deserve your title." But Blazing Fire remained, silent, his gaze fixed on the calm figure of Louie behind him. The two of them walked deeper into the shelter and sat down on some concrete blocks. Only then did the president speak. "Save the pleasantries. We need to rest for a bit. Then, we're heading into the dungeon." The players cheered in agreement, but Wuji stared at Louie, who sat there with a completely unreadable expression. He casually sat down next to him, a fake smile plastered on his face. "So, how'd you manage to escape? That must have been quite the thrilling adventure." Our main character looked him dead in the eye. He remembered the system message dispelling the mark skill. "You would know best," he said coldly, "since this was all your doing." At those words, Wuji flinched, waving his hand, nervously. What are you talking about? You thought I wouldn't know our hero pressed. My blessing can remove any negative effect, including the mark you placed. On me?" The boy's eyes widened in shock as he continued. "The mark is a level 40 skill. In this entire group, only you and I are capable of using something like that." He summoned a pistol, the metallic click echoing in the sudden silence. "Honestly, ever since we came in here, I've been thinking about finishing you off, but when you started this conversation, I realized my hesitation was due to a certain thirst." He stood up, leveling the gun right at Wuji's head. "And when you're thirsty," he said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, "you have to quench it." Wuji fell silent for a heartbeat, then screamed, "You want me dead? We're partners, not enemies." The entire team whipped their heads around, their eyes wide with alarm. Wuji watched the chaos with a smirk. What's he doing? Going to shoot it like in a movie. This is perfect. It proves he needs to be isolated. And that level 40 skill he mentioned, the one only we both have now, I can safely frame him for this entire mess. One of the players yelled in frustration, "Louie, what are you doing?" But Blazing Fire, their leader, remained silent, just watching. The main character just grinned. Wuji then clutched his chest dramatically, exclaiming, "I only asked how he escaped the monsters, and he immediately pointed a gun at me." He turned to the president. "Is this how you treat a comrade?" Blazing Fire said nothing, so he pressed on. "Does he want to kill me? We're both support fighters. By killing me, he'll be the only one with that power. The time will come when he starts making his own demands. And you, Mr. President, will have to agree just to clear this dungeon." He pointed an accusing finger. "I'm telling you, he's up to something. Just look at him, he's trash. What right does he even have to be on our team?" Louie simply watched as the man desperately tried to shift all the blame onto him. Wuji turned back to the president and insisted, "As long as we haven't gone too far, we have to replace him with someone else." A team member tried to de-escalate. "Stop, if you have disagreements, resolve them when we get back." But then, Blazing Fire finally stood up, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. If Louie truly intended to kill him, he stated calmly, he would have drawn his sword. With that simple gesture, he signaled that he would solve this conflict himself. Wuji became alarmed, his mind racing. "What is this? This is not going according to my plan at all." The president placed a hand on Louie's gun, gently lowering it. He then gave Wuji a look of utter disappointment and commanded, "Explain yourself." Before Wuji could react, Blazing Fire closed the distance in a flash, grabbing him by the throat. Why are you constantly trying to create hostility between us and Louie? As his strong arms squeezed, Wuji wondered where he got this immense strength from. He gritted his teeth. What are you doing? Blazing Fire replied. I trust him far more than you can imagine. The man sputtered. I don't understand. He was the one who pointed the gun at me, the president replied coldly. Then he probably had a very good reason to do so. He would never act without cause. Wuji was stunned, exclaiming, You can't trust him so easily. I'm not guilty of anything. This isn't fair. But the president wasn't listening. He used his blood shadow shell skill, and a crimson liquid completely enveloped the traitor. When this skill is used, the target becomes a bloody shell, and the health of both the target and the user decreases at the same time. The user can use their will to drain health faster, and the target cannot use any skills. The skill's duration is a terrifying 2 minutes. Blazing Fire shouted, When I believe in something, I won't back down, even if it's wrong. With that, he sealed the guy inside the bloody shell. A few air bubbles escaped as Wuji screamed. What kind of skill is this? His health began to plummet, and his recovery skills were useless. As his health bar approached 0, he panicked, staggering a few steps toward Louie, clutching his throat with a hand outstretched. But he suddenly stopped, his last breath escaping his lungs. After losing consciousness, he fell to his knees, and when his health reached 0, he died. His body disappeared as the bloody shell dissolved, flowing back to Blazing Fire. Our main character could only scowl at him. He then sat down and offered his thanks. Blazing Fire smiled, thinking about how Louie had single-handedly dealt with all the monsters before. If I hadn't stepped in, he thought, he might have killed them all. He then looked to Louie and asked, Do you want to join the New Order? I promise you the highest position. My apologies for Wuji. There were contradictions between him and our top rankers, but by teaming up with a player as strong as you, we can safely turn a blind eye to any past conflicts. The other guild members were shocked that the president would recruit someone with such urgency. This was the first time this had ever happened, and he was offering the absolute best conditions. One of them muttered, But all members of the New Order went through intense selection. What's so special about him? Louie simply asked. What is the price? Blazing Fire was surprised by the question. One of the players scoffed. What kind of nonsense is that? Shouldn't you ask about the benefits first? Louie replied coolly. When joining a guild, you should never think only about the pros. For me, knowing the price comes first. The guild president looked at him confidently, then lowered his head and grinned. He said that there was no price, which was obviously a lie. Louie didn't believe him, because when the time comes to pay the real price, he's unlikely to agree. Therefore, the price is your willingness to pay for everything when the guild needs it, including unlimited levels and equipment. After that, you will receive very generous compensation. The main character frowned, looking at him from under his brows and saying, Passing the uncontrolled zone dungeon would end in a massacre. These words alarmed the president and the members of his guild. He nervously replied, I don't think so. The probability of such an outcome is very small. But Louie said, There are too many promises. I can't do that. Blazing Fire was speechless. He watched the president, his silence a clear answer. An alliance, he stated, was one thing, but he would never hand over his own equipment, nor would he party up with them after this dungeon. The guild members bristled. What unbelievable arrogance. Does he have no idea what he's rejecting? He's spitting on a top-rank membership, an annual salary over 2 million. All for some temporary equipment. The man is either a fool or a madman. Blazing Fire calmly sat on a concrete block. So be it, he sighed. A pity, of course. The main character offered a polite smile, thanking him. But behind that benevolent face, he knew the truth. If not for his past life, for the hell he endured. He knew better than anyone that gear meant survival. Things might have been different otherwise. An invitation from the president of New Order himself was a golden ticket. He looked down, a single thought in his mind. I'm sorry. After a moment's thought, a smirk crossed his face. Apologize for what? The only reason the president wants him is for his overwhelming power. All he has to do is keep growing stronger. And soon, the whole world will come knocking at his door. Meanwhile, Blazing Fire stared at the chat log, his expression grim. A player named Baisho wished them luck, revealing that the first dungeon of the uncontrolled zone was a special one. It held 10% of the membrane's computing power. He then added a chilling warning. One of the conditions for a perfect clear is a truly hopeless situation. He knew because not only had he failed, but his entire team was wiped out. Now, he had no idea how long it would take to rebuild. Reading this, the president grit his teeth, cursing inwardly. A hopeless situation, huh? He glanced at Louie, his first attempt to win him over a failure. But the boy's strength was the ultimate bargaining chip. He had to keep pushing forward. Returning to the chat, he saw a message from Zeno. It seemed their own progress was far from slow. They were also hunting for the membrane's computing power. Chinsho boasted they were near a zone with 50% of it. It was a race to see who could seize the most. Baisho then asked about the chaos and danger zones, each holding 10%. Were they just going to ignore them? Zeno's reply was cold and logical. The risk-to-reward ratio was too low. Special dungeons in the uncontrolled zone offered 10% at once, but the other zones only gave 1% at a time for the same difficulty. Zeno declared they would only send in personnel who could guarantee a perfect clear. This intel gave the president a dangerous idea. Wouldn't it be better to have a more compliant player on hand? Someone like Thunder. If a massacre was required and Yishin refused, he would have to team up with Thunder to eliminate him. He prayed it would never come to that. With that grim thought, the journey continued. Our main character realized that by joining the new order, he was witnessing the full might of an elite guild. The raid on the uncontrolled zone had officially begun. Their team composition was flawless, a central tank, built like a fortress. The new order's president himself, a support fighter, a warrior who never removed his blindfold, and a damage dealer who danced through enemies with twin swords, without breaking a sweat. And then there was him, the main damage dealer, ending monsters from the shadows. Each member played their part to perfection. With such a well-oiled machine, a level 50 dungeon could be cleared in a mere 4 hours. As they ventured deeper, the cleared dungeons piled up. By the 4th day, the team had conquered 12 dungeons. Louie finally hit level 50. He was thrilled. He had unlocked the level 50 Rebirth Power ability branch. 2 skills were presented before him: Cooldown Reset and Scan. The first skill instantly refreshed all his abilities, but had a long cooldown of 12 hours. The second scanned a map within a 1,000-meter radius, revealing the locations of resources, monsters, and other players. It cost 100 cognition points per hour, draining 10 points every second, but had no cooldown. And for every 10 levels, the scan radius would increase by 100 meters. On the 6th day of their expedition, the team finally found it. When Blazing Fire saw the shimmering portal, the entrance to the special dungeon, he was ecstatic. By then, a replacement for their fallen comrade had arrived. The president had called in a member from a second-rate guild to fill the spot. A man named Thunder raced through the ruins. Leaping from the rubble, he soared through the air, landing gracefully on a rooftop where the team was waiting. He paused, taking in the scene. Currently level 56. The crew cheered for their captain's arrival. He flashed a grin, gave a thumbs up, and said, "I told you brainless chickens not to start without me." The smiles instantly vanished from their faces. After a tense silence, one finally mumbled, "That goes for you too, Captain." Thunder waved dismissively at the guild president and cleared his throat. "Right," he said awkwardly. "Guess I didn't tell you that part." Blazing Fire just stared at him with a weary expression. Louie, however, was focused on the newcomer. So this was Thunder, one of the top 5 players in Metaworld before his rebirth. He was also the original owner of the copy he'd defeated, back in the Mirror Realm. He wondered just how strong the real deal was. Finally, Thunder turned his attention to their support player. He swaggered right up to him. Standing uncomfortably close, he asked, "You must be Yishin." He looked down at him with a condescending smirk. "The president said you were strong. Strong enough to be compared to my little toe." At those words, the entire team tensed up. Our protagonist's eyes narrowed. Did he just compare him to a toe? In that case, he'd just have to relieve him of that finger. And he'd better pray that's all he takes. Blazing Fire's voice cut through the tension. Thunder enough nonsense. He turned to Yishin, apologizing. He's prone to spouting garbage, but his heart's in the right place. The captain just shrugged. Hey, if he's really as strong as my toe, that's a compliment. Before he could dig himself a deeper grave, blazing fire pointed. For God's sake, just get him in the dungeon. The crew immediately grabbed their captain, dragging him toward the portal while shouting, You're so strong, Captain. Let's go prove it right now. Hey, I'm not like you guys, he protested. You don't need to push, I can walk. Blazing Fire watched them go, wondering how he ever let that man join his guild. Once he was left, alone with the main character, his gaze shifted to the portal. So this was it, the special dungeon of the uncontrolled zone. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Yishine, he said, his voice low. My true purpose here was always this dungeon. He swore an oath. No matter what happens inside, the new order will forever be in your debt. Louie was taken aback. What was going on? What could the guild president possibly want to find in a place like this? Blazing Fire stared at the portal with unshakable resolve, then turned and walked towards it. Follow me. He recalled that in his past life, he never truly spoke with the president, leaving him completely in the dark about the man's true nature. As a low-level player, he could only rely on the chilling rumors about the New Order's leader, a ruthless man who cared little for the lives of others. A small smile touched his lips as he moved towards the portal. Yet, after spending just a few days under the man's command, he had a strange thought, a feeling that they could actually become good friends. Of course, that was nonsense. Friendship was forged between those with similar goals. These foolish ideas only surfaced because he'd enjoyed the thrill of teamwork. But in a real conflict, anyone who wasn't his sister was a potential enemy. He couldn't afford to lower his guard. If a clash between him and the New Order Guild was inevitable, he had to be ready to treat them as foes. For now, he had to push forward with all his might, using any means necessary to survive. Stepping through the portal, a cutscene began to play. The creature opened its eyes, seeing the silhouettes of two figures celebrating its successful incubation. They moved it to an isolation chamber and began to monitor its growth. One researcher marveled at the computing power that could bring even a mythical creature to life. The Institute's director noted the experiment's rapid progress and asked about the brainwashing. The scientist grimly replied that all their methods had failed. In fact, their attempts only seemed to make the creature more aggressive. It was useless. Suddenly, the beast moved with impossible speed. With a blinding acceleration, the monster shattered the reinforced glass, charging straight for the director, its own reflection glinting in the shards. A surviving scientist, bleeding out, crawled towards a console, gasping into the intercom. Don't let it escape. He then stared in horror at the creature and screamed, We have to destroy it, before slamming his hand down on a large red button. The scene faded, and the players found themselves in the dungeon, a derelict research institute perched atop a mountain. As they stood before the entrance, the main character realized this was another special dungeon. Blazing Fire was already scanning their surroundings when the system alert chimed. The dungeon quest had been generated, and the teleport was now sealed. Quest title, An Experiment Gone Wrong. Objective, deliver the Screaming Serpent's life source to incubation chamber number 304. This was the core of the institute where ancient organisms were born. A crucial note appeared. The life source cannot be removed from one's inventory. A player's life is now tied directly to the source. Breaking the vial means instant death. In a flash of light, glowing bottles appeared in everyone's hands. The president noted that each of them held a life source. The ideal strategy was clear. All participants must reach the incubation core unharmed. He took a deep breath, ready to get down to business. But our main character was examining the bottle closely, a thought striking him. He'd only ever encountered cutscenes in 2 dungeons before. Was the one he cleared with Wei also a special instance? But their thoughts were cut short. Looming over them was the terrifying silhouette of the screaming serpent. They spun around, eyes wide with fear, as the president roared out a command. Form up, now. But it was too late. The serpent unleashed a piercing shriek, a sonic wave that slammed into the players. Several dropped their vials, clutching their heads in agony. Their bodies immediately began to dissolve into dust as a system message confirmed 3 teammates had died. The president glanced nervously in their direction. Just like that. 3 bottles are broken. Meanwhile, the system notified our protagonist of the attack. He was under the effect of the screaming serpent's ghostly sound. A cognition check was required to resist it. He locked eyes on the beast as Thunder charged forward. "Everyone, watch me," Thunder yelled. "I'll handle this and avenge our fallen comrades." He launched himself off the ground, soaring high into the air. The team cried out his name, begging him to be careful. They'd already lost 3 members. They couldn't afford to lose another. Ignoring their pleas, he closed the distance in an instant, roaring, "I'll turn you into soup!" He swung his sword in a mighty arc. But the blow glanced off the monster's hide without a scratch. He was completely stunned. The screaming serpent's maw opened impossibly wide, and in the next moment, it lunged forward, snapping its jaws shut around him. The team screamed their captain's name in terror. One of them whispered in despair, "I knew this would happen." The serpent then turned and began slithering back into the dense forest. 4 people. We lost 4 people the moment we stepped in here," another player exclaimed in shock. The snake, having lost all interest in them, disappeared. The liquid from the broken vials then rose into the air, merging and redistributing among the survivors' bottles. Blazing Fire watched as the liquid in his vial turned a deep crimson. He realized the perfect clear condition wasn't for everyone to survive, but to combine all 10 parts of the life source. Someone cried out, "The captain's not dead yet." Louie's mind raced. If this was a special dungeon, the president was likely aiming for a perfect clear. He recalled receiving 1% of computing power for his own perfect run. Was that what the president was after? One of the players checked the team list. The captain's icon is still active. He must be inside the monster's stomach. We have to save him. "But how?" his companion asked frantically. "How can we possibly chase that thing?" They turned to the president, who cut them off with a cold voice. "Don't be ridiculous. If Thunder didn't die instantly, he can survive. Our priority is the objective. We move toward the goal." His ruthless words only deepened the main character's suspicions. Still, another player agreed with the president, and the team began running towards the Institute. Blazing Fire's thoughts mirrored his own. The cutscene implied they had to eliminate the screaming serpent. But if the goal was just to deliver 10 parts, perhaps they had to be combined to create an even stronger monster. He glanced at the main character running beside him. If so, that had to be the key. "We need a way to kill that thing," he muttered. 20 minutes later, they were closing in on the research facility. The player tracking the map suddenly shouted, "Thunder is near but." He's moving at an unbelievable speed. Louie's senses went on high alert. The players yelled that it wasn't their captain. But the thing that devoured him suddenly, one spotted something and screamed a warning. "President, look out." Hearing the cry, Blazing Fire froze. A massive snake lunged from the brush, jaws wide open, ready to kill. He activated his Blood Shadow Shell skill just in time, dodging the fatal strike. "Everyone, to your positions," he commanded. "Signal Thunder to attack from the inside." Meanwhile, the screaming snake turned its monstrous head, targeting the other players who were mounting a counterattack. As they closed in, they unleashed a flurry of strikes. They hammered the beast's body with in a flash, their health fully restored. A man cracked his whip across the snake's face, trying to draw its attention. He activated his provocation skill and darted away from the group, sprinting past the guild president who stood ready to face the monster. Once again, the snake let loose its terrifying power. It unleashed a deafening roar. The sonic waves were so powerful, a player's life bottle began to crack. He saw it and his face went pale with fears. And then the bottle shattered completely. He vanished. Seeing this, his friends cried out his name in horror. Blazing Fire and Louie stared at the empty space where he'd just been. One of the team members turned to the president. "Sir, we have a report from Thunder. He says the monster's internal defenses are too strong. He can't inflict any damage from the inside." Blazing Fire looked up at the colossal creature, and a dreadful thought crossed his mind. It wasn't just a snake. It was a bug. Since the bottles can't be stored in your inventory, this snake shatters them with sound waves. Their very lives hung on this monster's next move. Louie's heart pounded in his chest. "This is impossible," he thought. "Is our entire team going to be wiped out the moment we entered the dungeon?" Just then, the screaming snake turned around and slithered back into the forest. A player gasped in disbelief. "Why? Why did it leave? At that moment, the liquid from the broken bottle spread over the others, glowing with a brilliant light. The president watched it, his expression unreadable. It seemed the monster wasn't trying to kill them, just test them. A chilling idea formed in his mind. The main character realized it too. If a perfect clear is the president's true goal, then what's the strategy if not killing the screaming snake? Blazing Fire's voice cut through the tension. Connect all the vials. Stay on high alert, he ordered. We were lucky the snake left. This gives us time to reach the research institute and complete the mission. They set out immediately. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a massive building with a gaping hole in its wall. A scout reported back. President, the snake is still close by. Blazing Fire paused for a second. To buy them more time, he gave a cold command. Break your bottle. The man stared back in shock. What does that mean? Sir, we can't lose another person, another player protested. But the president's logic was ruthless. We can't defeat it with numbers, either. Speed is our only advantage now. By luring it away, we gain the time we need to explore. The chosen player gritted his teeth, raised his bottle, and smashed it. The system's voice echoed in their minds. A teammate has died. Instantly, the snake charged away in the opposite direction. They continued toward their objective. It worked, one player exclaimed. The monster is gone. The president is a genius, another added. We owe it all to the captain's sacrifice. With his help, we can track the boss's movements now. Blazing Fire glanced at the map, confirming their words. But the main character knew the truth. First, he refuses to pay for gear and levels. Now this. If the president knows the secret to a perfect clear, he'll strike the moment they reach the institute. This kind of terrain is perfect for an ambush. Hurry, Blazing Fire urged. I can see the institute. They broke into a large clearing and charged for the stairs leading to the entrance. But suddenly, Louie stopped dead in his tracks. A single thought echoed in his mind. I can't let them corner me. Noticing he'd stopped, the players at the top of the stairs turned. What's wrong? Get up here. The main character looked straight at the president. If a perfect clear is your goal, why not share the plan with everyone? He had to sow discord among them first. Then he would deal with them all. Blazing Fire turned, just as a message from Thunder appeared in the team chat. I finally made it out. The guild president's face darkened. He walked to the edge of the stairs. You're wrong, he said. This dungeon's level is too high. I never had such a goal. I just want to finish the quest. If you don't believe me, wait for us outside. The three of us will handle it. He gave a slight smirk. Who knows what dangers lie inside? But the odds of facing that monster out here are much higher. The main character remained silent, weighing his options. One of the players yelled down at him. What is wrong with you? Why would you think the president wants to hurt you? What kind of joke is this? Do you really think the guild is trying to trick you? His friend chimed in. We've been a team for years. There's no question of trust here. Or do you think the president should treat you like his brother? Louie's expression hardened. Should I attack now? He glanced at the map. Given Thunder's speed, he'll be here in about 10 minutes. The snake attacks every 20 minutes, which means the next one is in 13 minutes. I have to finish this fight before the president and Thunder can regroup. Blazing Fire turned back toward the entrance, a smirk on his face. I won't force you, he said dismissively. We have a quest to complete. As he walked inside, the other players sneered. He's just useless trash. He can't be relied on when it counts. We'll be fine without him. The main character drew his katana. The freeze status lasts for 10 seconds. The blessing lasts for 60, counting Thunder. That's 4 opponents. If I use the freeze status and the blessing together, I might be able to take them all down. But is this the right move if I'm wrong? I lose my alliance with the New Order Guild forever. But if I don't attack now, all my efforts will have been for nothing. Blazing Fire noticed the drawn blade and whipped around. His brow furrowed. What do you think you're doing? A team member snarled. Are you really going to attack us without our alliance? You're already a dead man. Don't commit suicide. We don't want to get our hands dirty. It seemed their solution was obvious. Louie instantly activated freeze status and blessing. His stats soaring, he shot towards the guild president, who was already casting Blood Shadow Shell. He vanished. The other players shouted in shock. He actually attacked. They boasted they'd deal with him in seconds. But before they could even move, his katana flashed, drawing a line of crimson across one of them. As he faded, he whispered, "How? Is this possible?" A system notification appeared. Teammate killed. A second player lunged, moving with blinding speed. But Louie read his movements, sidestepped the blow, and gripped his weapon tight. A forward thrust, a fatal strike. Another notification team member eliminated. He checked his map. Blazing fire was right on top of him, and thunder was closing in. Summoning all his strength, he gritted his teeth and unleashed a devastating attack that shattered the side of the building. Debris rained down around him. He scanned the area, checking the president's health, full HP, after which he thought, the map said he was right here. But his attack tore through everything, yet never touched him. What kind of skill was this? He checked the map again. Thunder was now dangerously close. The system announced freeze status has expired. The main character stared into the wreckage. "President," he called out, "are you a coward who can only hide?" Blazing fire remained silent, refusing to show himself, as the system reported again. "Blessing's duration has expired," Louie sneered. "Fine, let's hope that cowardice becomes a habit." Meanwhile, thunder was almost upon him. A few seconds later, he burst into the clearing. The main character turned, his gaze locked and resolute, and then he saw it on the map. Blazing fire had moved. He appeared right next to his ally. He emerged from his stealth, a smug grin on his face. "You really are brave. But you showed me all your trump cards when you fought those man-eating leopards. Sacrificing 2 pawns was a small price to pay." Louie's expression hardened. "Now," the president sneered, "we just have to deal with you." At his command, thunder drew his blade, and they both charged. Steel screamed against steel in a deafening clash. Louie held his ground as thunder mocked him with a grin. "Is this all you've got?" The president was worried about this. "Either you're weaker than me, or we were always this pathetic." Blazing fire gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Shut up and focus on the enemy." In that instant, the main character burned 2,000 cognition power points, increasing all attributes by 1,000 tes. He lunged forward with explosive, unexpected speed, but they both managed to dodge Blazing Fire's eyes widened in alarm as his companion just laughed. "Now, this is more like it," the president ordered. "Use the sword." Thunder grabbed his opponent's arm. "Time to end this. Ever since I obtained this explosive power, I've been feeding this sword. Consider it an honor to die by this blade. My skill is called power accumulation." It allowed him to pour cognition points into his weapon, dramatically boosting its attack power and speed when not in battle. Every knowledge point spent increased the weapon's attack by 5, but during battle, it increased by 50. Louie used the cooldown reset ability and reactivated freeze status just as Thunder unleashed his ultimate attack. A massive shockwave tore through the air, but when the dust settled, he was stunned. A deep crater marked the ground, but his opponent was completely unharmed. Louie gave him a look of pure confidence and activated Blessing. System notification: 4,000 cognition power points consumed. All attributes increased by 2,000. His attack power and defense skyrocketed past 13,000. The remaining stats ranged from 1,000 to 400. His HP swelled to 54,200. At this moment, he had 6,936 cognition power left. Swinging his blade, he shot forward like a meteor. Thunder barely dodged, his face pale with shock. The president was right. You did have another trump card. He activated his own skill compensation. Before his attack, none of his opponents could deal any damage to him. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 60. A moment later, the main character's fist connected, but a system notification stopped him cold. Affected by compensation. You cannot deal damage to this player. His opponent burst out laughing. "You idiot!" He roared. "I provoked you on purpose." Louie fell silent, his eyes burning with cold fury. He abruptly changed targets, rocketing towards Blazing Fire. Seeing this, the president just grinned and used the power of generosity unification. With this skill, they could combine their attributes with other players. Health bars, knowledge points, skills, and even equipment achievements. This fusion was valid for 10 minutes. He dissolved into a stream of red energy and flowed directly into Thunder Louie, skidded to a halt. The system announced freeze status duration has ended. His health bar and cognition points were unfrozen. His health dropped to 12,420. His available cognition power was now 14,939. Thunder looked at his body in awe and exclaimed, "My attributes, they've doubled." He called out to the president, "Your skill is amazing, it's almost—" Blazing Fire stood silent, his level a mystery. The main character narrowed his eyes, backing away. "So," he began, "you were prepared. This was your plan all along." His opponent scoffed. "We're just being careful. Don't flatter yourself by thinking this is all for you. You're not worthy of that honor." In response, Louie summoned his pendulum pistol. Thunder let out a mocking laugh. "Oh, you brought out a ranged weapon planning to snipe me from afar." He smirked. "I've heard about that arresting skill of yours. Try it. I'm standing right here. Let's see if you can kill me." The main character just grinned as the system announced his compensation, and first blessing had ended. 20 seconds remained, until the second blessing expired. "Go on, shoot me," Thunder taunted. Blazing Fire shouted, "The compensation is gone. Don't be a fool." Our hero simply aimed his pistol and said, "So be it." The system notified him that his weapon had its own, such unbelievable attack power. Thunder scoffed, dismissing it as just some normal gun. Did he really think a skill could even work at that distance? He could dodge it easily. Blazing Fire urged caution, agreeing they should wait for the skill to activate. And then they would strike without mercy. A heartbeat later, a gunshot ripped through the air. Trapped, Thunder could only ask in utter disbelief, "How is this possible? His power? It's a pistol," his companion cried out. "That can't be if his weapon is a pistol. How did he use it with a sword?" Louie simply bid them farewell. The system's voice echoed. 5 seconds left before the blessing ends. Power of Rebirth has stacked 8,000 points. The next attack is amplified by 400,000. And the pendulum gun will triple that damage. The guild president grew frantic, shouting at Thunder, "To think of a way out of this trap, now." Thunder shot back that he couldn't, but told him not to worry. He had a skill that could cheat death. It would last for 10 whole seconds. "You idiot," the president roared. "While we're immobilized, he won't attack us. He'll just destroy our vials." His companion glanced down, replying, "It's fine, the bottles are on my belt. It'll take him about 10 seconds to get to my back. But just in case." Let him use the Blood Shadow Shell. But Blazing Fire shook his head. "I can't use that skill again. I already burned it dodging his last attack." Even as he spoke, another shot thundered. The bullet tore through Thunder's side, his health bar plummeting to nearly 0. The system announced that his teammate, Blazing Fire, had died. Thunder stared in shock. What kind of monstrous power was this? Not only did it execute the president, it nearly erased his own life force. The bullet had even passed through his body, shattering the vials of life source. He looked down at his ruined belt. It can't be. In absolute shock, he staggered back. His back slammed against the cold rock. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the gaping hole in his side. He looked at his foe and conceded, "You've won. But I will return for my victory." The system confirmed Thunder had been killed. Louie walked silently to the spot where they fell, where shimmering pearls of loot now lay. As he gathered them, he realized that despite his victory, he felt no joy. Perhaps it was because he hadn't truly killed them. Or maybe it was the endless desire for revenge that now awaited him. That thought brought a grim smile to his face. But weren't enemies essential for growth? He had just overcome opponents far stronger than himself. Besides, as long as this was a game, they weren't truly afraid of him at all. He picked up a single pearl, a confident smirk spreading across his face. Then he crushed it in his fist, thinking that while the threats they posed were real, it would only last until Midor finally consumed this world. At that very moment, a pair of burning red eyes ignited in the shadows behind him. The instant he felt a presence, he spun around, leaping back. When he saw the monster, He cursed under his breath, but the great serpent made no move to attack. It simply watched him. Then, it turned and slithered back into the forest. The main character wondered in surprise. What's going on? Then, it hit him. He'd shattered the life source vials. That creature was now hunting him. He broke into a sprint toward the research institute. He had to accelerate. He was teamless now. He had to complete this quest within 10 minutes. Otherwise, the next person to die would be him, racing down a lighted corridor, past rows of water tanks. He finally burst into the incubator room, gasping for breath. This has to be it, he thought, snatching the bottle from his belt. He approached the incubator and noticed the institute was unnervingly empty of monsters or staff. It seemed the only living thing in this dungeon was that screaming serpent. He was about to place the life source inside, when a sudden thought stopped him cold. He remembered a previous dungeon where the only inhabitant was a puppet. It was almost certain the quest was given by the puppet itself, to mock the players. This was also a special dungeon with a single creature. Could it be that this quest was given by the serpent? In the puppet's tricks quest, it seemed like simple taunting. But the perfect clear condition was to fulfill the puppet's deepest desire. Mockery and wish fulfillment. Was that the real secret to perfectly clearing dungeons? This creature could have annihilated their team instantly. But instead, it killed a few players at a time and fled, as if toying with them. So, for a perfect clear, he had to fulfill this creature's desire. He glanced toward the exit, his mind racing. What could the serpent possibly want if the quest came from it? Then incubating a new monster wasn't about creating something to kill. It was about creating a companion for it. Is the serpent lonely, or does it have nowhere else to go? Or does it just want to escape this dungeon? He was surprised at where his thoughts were leading, but he couldn't deny the possibility. In fact, such an outcome seemed very likely. He just needed to confirm one thing: could the serpent get into the institute? If it could, then the option of incubating a companion for it was eliminated. And if it couldn't, he would simply wait 20 minutes to see if it came to kill him. If the serpent appears, he'll place the vial in the incubator and complete the quest. If not, he would attempt to access the soul subjugation entry in the glossary and entice it to leave with him. This item allows you to supplement any equipment above the 50th level. With a dictionary entry, different articles grant different effects, like reducing cooldowns, increasing defense, or extending the duration of buffs. But Article 99, Subordinate Soul, was special. It allows a player's pet to access a weapon, but requires 1,000 special dungeon coins. You could imbue an entry using a clean pearl. He remembered his time at the equipment manufacturing site. He found out that the members of the New Order Guild had already reached level 50. He thought he'd finally caught up to the top rankers. But in reality, he still had a long way to grow. He had long suspected that after hitting level 45, he would need level 50 equipment and a team. Now, all the top players have already formed their own factions. It was unlikely any of them would wait for him for another day. He scrolled through the product catalog, thinking, potential. He still had improvement gems left. And though it cost 100 coins per item in this dungeon, he could use them for a swift and easy victory. His eyes landed on the Pearl Glossary. He bought it instantly, a gut feeling telling him it would be crucial. Later, he quickly exchanged his remaining coins for 3 improvement pearls and 3 glossies. He crouched down, staring at his inventory. The chance of imbuing his equipment with the soul subjugation entry was a mere 1%. He smiled wryly. Could he really call himself lucky if he managed to pull off such an impossible feat? Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from outside the research institute. The snake. It was close. He shot to his feet, eyes fixed on the exit. Had it been wandering out there this whole time, never entering? Was this intentional? He had to see for himself and started toward the exit. Then stopped. Let it wait. He waited for 3 minutes. That was enough. He finally approached the exit, where the great snake was coiled, its gaze locked on the entrance. A few seconds later, our hero emerged slowly. Outside, he nervously looked up at the colossal creature and began to inspect it. Should he say something? But if it couldn't talk? This would be incredibly awkward. Suddenly, the snake's voice boomed. Why did you not complete the quest? Louie was stunned. This was better than he'd hoped. It spoke first, now. He felt a surge of confidence. He put on a wry smile and answered, Because I thought you wanted to leave this place. In an instant, a deafening crash. The snake slammed its tail into the ground, a show of force that sent a chill down his spine. All the trees in its path were shattered to splinters. He realized its power was overwhelming. The players stood no chance. Do you know a way out? The snake roared. Louie looked up, his mind racing. Did it truly want to leave? Or was this a cruel game? I do, he replied. But you would have to serve me, and make me your master. His gambit was set. If it refused, he'd complete the quest. If it agreed, he'd use the pendulum to gain soul, subjugation. The snake seemed intrigued. Do you consider yourself worthy? It loomed over him, forcing him to crane his neck. Not at all, he admitted. But this is the only way. He braced himself for rejection, gritting his teeth. The air grew heavy with danger. He had to escape. The snake remained silent. As he took a single step back toward the institute, the system chimed. Screaming snake, wishes for you to become its master. He froze, turning in disbelief. A wave of triumphant joy washed over him. It worked. He accepted, and the system confirmed his new title, Master of the Screaming Snake. To escape the dungeon with his new servant, he now needed soul submission. The snake's stats appeared before him. Its level was natural disaster, granting massive bonuses. Its attack and defense were 50,000. Resistance, 1,500. All other stats, 10,000. Its health was 21 million. With 420,000 cognition power, its skills were terrifying illusion voice, to trap and subdue its prey. Ultrasound, relentless sound waves of pure damage. Earthquake, an area of effect attack that grew stronger with its radius and spirit of the earth, creating 5 energy balls to attack and defend, each with half its master's power. Finally, all-encompassing power, allowing it to focus all stats into one. We can leave now, the snake declared. Right, our hero agreed. He drew his pendulum, staring at the pearl in his hand. Success or failure hinged on this one move. He glanced away. When he became its master, the quest vanished. The quest giver had been the snake all along. It had no other way out. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? It hadn't used the pearl glossary yet, afraid of losing his advantage. But to gain such a powerful ally, it was an unbelievable stroke of luck. He was becoming more of a gambler, against Wei. He had no idea if they held any power. He bet everything on luck. If they had it, he was dead. If not, victory was his. Now, he was betting it all on a 1% chance. He laughed nervously. If only he could change the rules, he wouldn't need to rely on luck. But that was impossible. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Do you wish to use the rights of the membrane to change the rules of the pearl glossary? He stared in shock. Was this for real? Of course, he agreed, and the pearl in his hand erupted in a brilliant light, catching the snake's attention. The modified glossary of the pearl now rested in his palm. He had no idea how, but his luck was truly off the charts. System, add the soul submission dictionary entry to my weapon. The description of his pendulum pistol updated instantly. He gazed at his weapon, a massive grin spreading across his face. This was absolutely incredible. With absolute confidence, he aimed his gun at the snake, daring it to move. A smirk played on his lips as the system's voice echoed, congratulating him on a flawless victory. He had secured 10% of the computing power membrane for achieving a stalemate. His reward was multiplied by 10, a staggering 449,456 experience points flooded his senses, along with 3,520 special dungeon coins. His level soared to 57. His stats surged with newfound power, and he could now summon the Screaming Snake, which wielded 10 to 15% of his total attributes. His combat capability skyrocketed to 120.4, and because his computing power membrane exceeded 5%, sitting now at a stunning 11%, he unlocked the god-tier skill architecture. This legendary ability allowed a player to use their computing power to rewrite the very rules of the meta world for a full 11 seconds. The cooldown varied depending on the difficulty, a small price for such immense power. With that, our protagonist returned to the uncontrolled area. Stepping out of the portal, he stopped and looked up at the sky. A sliver of light pierced the dark clouds, mirroring the confident smile that graced his lips as he strode toward his next challenge. He stepped out of the uncontrolled zone, deciding to head back to the city. 17 days remained until Medworld's arrival. A moment later, he logged out. Night had already fallen. Sitting up, he wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. He'd spent every waking moment grinding in dungeons. The exhaustion was crushing. Aside from sleeping, he was constantly battling, barely even eating. But the results spoke for themselves. Only 3 levels remained until 60. Plus, he'd gained the Screaming Snake as a powerful new ally. He wondered, how was Luan progressing with her own power? A week had passed. Surely she was done by now. Climbing out of bed, he walked toward her room. Was he neglecting his sister? Since she started the game, they had barely spoken. He'd mentioned the power, then left her to grind on her own. Maybe he should start leveling with her. Reaching her door, he paused. He was about to knock when he heard her voice, telling Ninu how much she'd grown. Louie froze, utterly confused by Yu's flustered reply. Lu Yun's voice came again, asking to touch it, insisting she needed to check the quality for her brother's sake. A muffled scream and a shy plea followed, and the main character's face instantly turned beet red. He spun around, dashing back to the safety of his room. He decided it was much safer to see her in the game. Logging back in, he appeared at the northern entrance of Mushio City. He was nearly delirious with fatigue. Both Lu Yun and Yanu were offline. He'd have to send a message to check on their progress. For now, he needed to upgrade his gear and get some real rest. He recalled the second article in the glossary, the one that let him reduce equipment level requirements. At level 57, he could potentially wear level 60 gear, but he had no idea how many dungeon coins that would cost him. If he didn't have enough, he'd have to spend real money. Speaking of which, the New Order Guild still hadn't paid him back. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a message arrived. It was from the president of the New Order. "If your level wasn't reset," it read, "then you cleared the special dungeon." Attached to the message was his reward, 100,000 coins. Louie grew suspicious. What was the meaning of this blazing fire messaged him again? He asked if they could meet, wanting to apologize in person. Frowning, our hero wondered, were they asking for a truce? After suffering such devastating losses, they were finally backing down. They realized an alliance with him was more profitable, even if he was the one who'd caused their downfall. Blazing Fire insisted he never wanted to be enemies. The situation had forced his hand. Louie simply replied that it was fine, since he hadn't lost anything. He closed the chat window, his mind racing. The guild president's behavior was bizarre. Why was he trying so hard to win him over? Was it because of his membrane of computing power? He pushed the thought aside. Right now, his priority was upgrading his equipment. He would become the strongest in Metal World, and then he would figure everything else out. Just then, another message popped up, opening automatically. He knew instantly it was from his sister. She'd done it. She had obtained striking power, and her weapon was a giant axe. Nenu had acquired lightness power, wielding paired blades. They were currently power leveling in the mirror realm. This he had to see for himself. He immediately headed for the Dungeon Association, the gateway to the Mirror Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Mirror Kingdom itself was buzzing with activity. Players were gossiping everywhere. The New Order Guild had completely lost its grip on the Mirror Realm after a disastrous deal. "I like them way better than the Backyard Garden," one player said. "Those guys are running this place into the ground. They threaten you by email for anything." Another player urged him to keep it down, worried that someone from the Backyard Garden might be listening. "What are you scared of?" the first player shot back. "Think they'll hunt us down in the real world? We could crush them in here. We've played 10 times longer than any of them." "We just need to unite," he argued. "Then their threatening messages mean nothing," his friend sighed. That'll never happen. Most players prefer to go solo. Just then, a group of players in matching uniforms surrounded the outspoken man. What's going on? A bystander asked. That guy insulted Ghostly from the backyard, came the reply. The mirror realm is a safe zone, so you can't fight here. So this is how she punishes people. Public humiliation. They'd been holding him like that for 5 days straight. Louie, who had just zoned in, overheard the entire exchange. Can't he just log out? The bystander asked. His friend shook his head. It's useless. He'll just be stuck in the same spot until they let him go. Suddenly, a triumphant roar erupted from a nearby crowd. Another victory, someone shouted. These goddesses are going to make me rich. Intrigued, our main character turned toward the sound. A huge crowd of players was cheering for 2 girls in the arena. They're not just beautiful, they're insanely strong, one fan yelled. Ever since they showed up, they've been on a legendary winning streak. They truly are goddesses. I want to marry them for real, another shouted. A different guy scoffed. Don't even dream it. There are goddesses. We'll kill anyone who tries to get near them. Louie glanced up at the massive ranking board. A level 32 player had just been defeated by someone named Fragrant Goddess, and Longing had just crushed a level 40 player. Lu Yun, under the alias Fragrant Goddess, had soared to level 31 while he was away. Her friend, Longing, had already reached level 39 after their victory. They materialized in the mirror realm, instantly swarmed by adoring fans. How are you so amazing? They shouted. Can you train us? We want to be strong too. And you're both so beautiful. How is that fair? Louie stood frozen in the crowd, his mind blown. What in the world was going on? When did his sister become a superstar? Lu Yun just smiled, thanking them for the kind words. The compliments are nice, she said cheekily, but don't forget to send us half of your winnings. They all eagerly agreed. A few guys standing near Louie muttered to each other. You think they're really that beautiful in real life? His friend shrugged. Who cares, even if they're only hot in the game? Even in a game, he'd take the hit for them. His friend broke down, wailing that in the real world, he'd die for such beauties. Just imagining them getting married was enough to make him envy the lucky guy. He clutched his head, crying out in jealousy. Just then, one of them spotted Louie standing nearby. He slapped Louie on the shoulder with a grin. Don't even think about it, man, he joked. Goddesses like them are way out of our league, right? We can only worship beauties like that in our dreams. Louie just gave him a surprised, awkward smile. You're exaggerating a bit, he replied. The player scoffed. You say that like you hang out with them every day. At that exact moment, Lu Yun's eyes locked onto her brother. She decided to walk over, completely ignoring the crowd. As she moved towards him, the other players stared in shock. The guy continued, nudging Louie. I get it, you're trying to play it cool. We're all in the same boat here. But his words died in his throat. He saw his goddess approaching their friend. Wait, when did she get here? The other men erupted in confusion. Who is that guy? Why is she walking up to him? No way. They can't be a couple, one of them cried out in despair. I refuse to believe it. Finding love in a game is impossible. But it seemed he was the exception. Meanwhile, the 2 siblings just exchanged a look. Louie tilted his head, calmly watching her gentle smile, seeing their stunned faces. The guy finally asked, Are you 2 actually dating? And then Lu Yun threw herself right into Louie's arms. It's been so long, she declared. The sight made every guy in the vicinity clutch their heads in agony. Their shock instantly turned to rage. That jerk, they roared. So what if his name and level are hidden? We just need to get rid of him. But right after that, she called Louie her brother. The enraged mob froze solid, jaws hitting the floor. Brother and sister. The revelation left them completely speechless. Our main character returned the hug, meeting Yenu's smiling gaze over his sister's shoulder. Suddenly, a notification pinged. Lu Yun glanced at her system window. Meanwhile, in the mirror realm's cold corridors, stood Ghostly. Her subordinate checked the reply to their message. My lady, he reported. It's a refusal. A refusal. Pure rage flashed in her eyes. Her fingers dug into the wall, tearing a metal plate clean off. Fools to reject such a generous offer. If they won't form an alliance, then they don't belong in Methius. Gather our people, we'll surround them. Back in the hall, Yun was enjoying the hug. But her expression suddenly hardened. She spotted Ghostly in the distance. Louie, she's finally here. Just a short while ago, Ghostly had messaged her. The offer was simple cooperation. They were to throw one match and split the winnings 50-50. But when they refused, the offer quickly turned to threats. And then to outright insults. Yun suddenly realized she was still clinging to her brother. Oh no, he won't think I'm weird. Will he? She thought. The struggles of being a beauty. Even my own brother might be crazy for me. Meanwhile, Louie gritted his teeth. Her grip. It's too tight. She's way too strong. I can't take it anymore. A few seconds later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. The members of the Backyard Garden Guild were here, and they were heading straight for them. The other players turned, whispering amongst themselves. Why is Ghostly here? Who's she going to punish this time? The main character turned to face them. As the Backyard Garden members encircled their group, his expression grew serious. His gaze locked onto the girl leading the charge. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, shielding the girls behind him. But his sister placed a hand on his shoulder. With a reassuring smile, she said, "They're here for me, so just let me handle this." She strode confidently towards Ghostly. The guild leader sneered. "We meet again. Today, you will fall to your knees. And beg for my forgiveness, or you will leave Methius forever," Louie asked. "What's going on? What's the problem?" Yenu explained. "She wanted us to work with her, to throw a match and scam money from other players. But we refused, so now she's here to get revenge and make us pay." Ghostly waved her hand forward, ordering her subordinates to close in. But suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The massive crowd of fanboys, who had been cheering for the girls, had now completely surrounded the Backyard Garden members. Our protagonist watched in surprise. The guild members grew nervous. "Don't interfere, this is none of your business," their leader shouted. "Are you trying to start a riot? Go against the Backyard Garden, and you'll face the consequences." Hearing this, the crowd of players wavered. Their courage to protect their goddesses began to fade. But then, Yun, deciding to play her trump card, smirked. She put on a tearful expression. "You don't need to fight them for my sake," she cried. "It's fine. We can sort this out ourselves." Louie stared, completely shocked. He had never seen his sister act like this before. The players remained silent, still hesitating. Yenu, seeing her chance, decided to play along. "Why didn't you just tell them what happened? Maybe you should tell them why they're doing this to us. All because we refused to throw a match to scam all of you." Noticing Louie's dumbfounded expression, she quickly shot him a playful wink. Then she continued her performance. "We're in trouble because we stood up for you. Why are you letting them stand aside? Don't be a fool. Let them help you." But Yun cut her off. "Don't say that everyone is free to choose. I can't ask them to do something that might get them hurt." The boys looked worried, but still afraid to defy the Backyard Garden. Ghostly scoffed, calling her an idiot. "You really think one little speech will make them rush to your aid? We have power. We have influence. They won't risk it for a nobody like you. And if they dare, it means they're declaring war on the entire Backyard Garden." But after hearing this, one player's eyes filled with determination. He turned to his comrades. "Brothers," he shouted, "this is just a game. We play to relieve stress, to have fun. But now, our goddesses are in trouble because they protected us. How can we just stand here and hide like cowards if we watch them get bullied? Can we even call ourselves men?" Ghostly's face twisted with shock and fury. At these words, Yun couldn't help but grin. The man then roared, "And what's more, their brother-in-law is watching us if we do nothing. How could we ever look him in the eye again?" The main character was stunned. "Brother-in-law, they're already calling me that." Yenu just laughed, covering her mouth. At her command, the players swarmed forward, squeezing the enemy into a closing circle. Ghostly's expression soured as her subordinate panicked. "It's bad. We only brought a handful of people. We must retreat." But she ignored him, her voice dripping with arrogance. "All of you better think twice. If you go against me, you go against the entire Backyard Garden." A player spat on the ground. "We've hated you parasites for ages. You'd better shut your mouth. Do you really think? You can threaten all of us. Another player roared with agreement. Let's trap them in this mirror zone forever. Don't let a single one of them escape. In an instant, they pinned the backyard garden members against the wall, cutting off any chance of retreat. Lou grew nervous watching the scene unfold as several players cornered Ghostly herself. Pinned against the wall, she shrieked, "I'll kill every last one of you." Our main character watched, thinking it was all resolved so simply. He hadn't even needed to lift a finger. Soon, with the situation under control, Lou and the girls found a quiet place. He finally asked, "So this was the plan, using ordinary players to corner Ghostly?" His sister explained their strategy. If we wanted to deal with her without major losses, we had to lure her into this dungeon and finish her here. Otherwise, the players of the Mirror Realm would forever suffer under the backyard's oppressive rule. When we first arrived, the local players welcomed us so warmly. Now, we're doing our best to repay that kindness. Even though this place is currently under the Backyard Garden's control, once the ordinary players join forces, no guild will ever control them again. It was only because they were divided that they were defeated time and time again. That history infuriated her. So they seized this chance, using the conflict with Ghostly to rally everyone together. And contrary to all expectations, the results were astonishing, Nenu added. The real test is now. Can they finally unite and withstand the next attack together? Or will they crumble? Her friend touched her chin thoughtfully. No matter what, the first step has been taken. All we have to do now is forge this alliance into something unbreakable. He watched them discuss their plans, realizing that sometimes a strong enemy is the greatest unifier. He recalled everything that had just happened, and a thought crossed his mind. It seems I was too worried about her. His sister was playing her own game, and well, she didn't need his guidance. She was forging her own path now. With a faint smile, he glanced at the players around him. All of them could become Aim's reliable pillar for the future world. If Lun can truly unite them, they have every chance of becoming a monumental force. Her path is completely different from his, and even if he can't fully grasp it, her future holds limitless potential. With that, he decided to leave, sending a silent wish to his sister. Try your best. Meanwhile, the Backyard Garden's second squad marched toward the entrance. Onlookers watched them pass, murmuring amongst themselves. Where are they all going? One of them replied coldly. We heard there was trouble in the Mirror Realm. We were sent to deal with it. This squad had an average level of more than 45. The situation was clearly critical. Back with Louie, after asking his sister to take care, he decided to leave this place for good. But the moment he stepped out of the Mirror Realm, he froze. A huge group of players was waiting. He frowned. The levels of the people in this group are on average 10 higher than the players inside. But this is a safe zone, so it shouldn't matter. He ignored them and continued on his way. Lun just needs to lead the Mirror Realm players to overcome this crisis. If she succeeds, her reputation will skyrocket, but she'll have to give it her all. As for him, in the remaining 10 days, he had to push himself even harder, to become stronger. He believed his sister could handle everything. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Kill everyone who comes out of the Mirror Realm lobby. Don't let a single one escape. The main character slowly turned around. In that same moment, 3 players lunged at him, screaming, "Don't you dare ignore us!" He froze in place, looking at them with sheer disbelief. Inside the Mirror Realm, the players had just heard the news. The Backyard Garden's reinforcements are here. Panic erupted, but Ghostly just laughed, a malicious, triumphant laugh, tremble in fear. You dared to lay a hand on me. Now, prepare to face the consequences. All the players crowded around Lun, asking what they should do. She stood tall, her voice confident. Do not panic. My friend has already gone to call for help. Her family's guild is just as strong as the Backyard Garden. Plus, we're in a safe zone here. Numbers are what matter most. We have nothing to fear. Although they were still nervous, her words gave them courage. If we join forces, we won't be afraid of anyone. But what about in the Genshin? Real world, she marched toward the exit. Everyone, follow me. We will negotiate first. In-game conflicts should be resolved. In the game. Meanwhile, a player stood guard at the lobby entrance, looking out. It's too quiet. Suddenly, his eyes saw something impossible. They widened in shock. The other players rushed up behind him. "What is it? Why are you frozen?" Lu Yun's voice rang out. "With our superior numbers, we have nothing to fear." They agreed and pushed to the doorway. But they all froze in utter astonishment when they saw Louie, surrounded by thousands of glowing orbs in the square. Having dealt with every single enemy, he turned and met his sister's gaze with a serious look. The players were completely stunned. One of them called out, "Brother-in-law, he dealt with the entire backyard support squad. By himself." A wave of pure amazement washed over the crowd. "This can't be happening," one of them asked. "Can we follow you if you want us to do anything? Just give the order." Meanwhile, far in the northern part of the uncontrolled zone, the backyard garden's leader, Yang Ding, a level 55 player, received the report. "Is everyone dead?" His subordinate bowed low, trembling. "It was all my fault, sir. I apologize." He said nothing, his stern gaze a crushing weight. The silence was suffocating. Then the leader smiled. "Then you will die, reset your level, and take a nice rest." He thought, for a second, how about a 20-day vacation that will be your punishment? Another guild member protested, "Sir, about 100 of our elite level 45 fighters were wiped out, and you punish him with a level reset and a 20-day break." Another guy said, "That's more of a reward than a punishment." The eyes of the player, as the one who received the punishment broke down in tears, the leader asked, "What is it? Is something not to your liking?" Wiping his eyes, the man confessed that it was quite the opposite. In fact, he was overcome with gratitude. Yang Ding placed a hand on his shoulder with a calm smile, telling him to go and rest. Once he recovered, a new job would be waiting for him. As the player vanished, the leader's tone sharpened. "What did we learn about him? Do we have the information?" One of the guild members reported that he was connected to the new order. He entered the dungeon multiple times over the past 7 days, as part of the guild president's team. When they tried to dig deeper, the president himself personally put a stop to their investigation. A dark thought crossed Yang Ding's mind. So, that player belongs to the new order's president. He's likely already absorbed 10% of the membrane's computing power, and it must be hidden within that player's body. There's no other way. He could be that powerful. But why would the president hide such a treasure in an ordinary player? What makes him so special? Regardless, since he's the president's man, they are certain to appear together in the uncontrolled zone. And once they arrive, they can eliminate him without breaking the pact between the 4 leaders. If he falls by the president's own hand, then all the blame for what happens next will fall squarely on him. At that very moment, in the western part of the uncontrolled zone, sat the leader of the 6th level, Bai Dongyang, the head of the shelter. The eastern region was governed by the level 55 Qinxiangyang, master of the skyscraper guild, and all of them were reaching the exact same conclusion. Meanwhile, in the Mirror Kingdom's lobby, the main character was trying to escape his party's overwhelming attention. He asked them to look after his sister, promising his aid if any trouble arose. He insisted that they didn't need to escort him. He just needed to upgrade his equipment alone. Finally breaking away, he heaved a sigh of relief. "They're almost too friendly," he muttered. "I barely managed to get away." In their eyes, he was practically invincible. But this last adventure had yielded an incredible prize, 100 level 45 equipment orbs. He couldn't even imagine how many special dungeon coins they'd produce once he dismantled them. He jumped for joy, realizing this was an unexpected, but very welcome jackpot. His coin shortage was officially over. With a wide grin, he walked past a dark alley, when a hidden presence suddenly froze him in his tracks. Leaning against the wall was none other than Blazing Fire himself. With arms crossed, he smirked and asked, "Care for a chat? Aren't you curious why I'm so obsessed with the computing power membrane?" Hearing that voice, Louie instinctively took a step back, then turned to face him before giving his answer. They relocated to a cafe, sitting across from one another. The president began. You already possess several percent of the computing power. I'm sure you've figured out that's why I entered the dungeon. The reason it's so vital is because the membrane is the key, the only passageway into the destruction zone. The protagonist's brow furrowed. He remembered how, before Medworld's invasion, several top guilds organized an expedition into that very zone to investigate its strange energy. Not a single one of them ever came back. Since that day, rumors of its terrifying dangers only grew stronger. Blazing Fire leaned in. What truly matters is what's hidden inside, a power that grants absolute control over all of Medworld. At these words, Louie's mind reeled. Control over the entire game. What could that possibly mean? He let out a short, skeptical laugh. You really think I'd believe you'd just reveal something that important to me? Blazing Fire's hand clenched into a triumphant fist. He grinned, knowing he'd sprung the trap. You laughed at my claim of power over Medworld. But you didn't deny it, did you? Realizing he'd been caught. The main character's expression shifted to surprise. The president pressed his advantage. Shouldn't control over a game rest with the company that made it, not within the game itself? In that instant, he knew this was no joke. Blazing Fire knew something real. In that case, the president said, we can speak directly. Louie grew wary, remaining silent as he waited for what would come next. The destruction zone truly holds the key to ruling Medworld. As strange as it sounds, it is a fact. I'm telling you this because I hope you will accept my invitation to fight alongside us for the right to own this world. I need your strength. Will you join me? Louie was silent, weighing the offer before letting out a bitter chuckle. So I can get betrayed and abandoned again. Are you mocking me? Blazing Fire shook his head. Not this time. Our goal is a joint exploration of the destruction zone. I assure you, a disgraceful situation like last time will never happen again. Besides, entry requires a minimum of 5% of the membrane's computing power. Therefore, our team can only have 3 or 4 members, including you. With at most 3 people and your immense strength, we would be the last people who would ever want to betray you. It was a tempting offer, and Louie was clearly interested, but he wasn't ready to give an answer. Blazing Fire leaned back, completely relaxed. As for sharing the power, I hope we can, but ultimately, that's up to you. Whether you can even join us or not depends on if you can gather more computing power in the uncontrolled zone. If you can't reach the threshold, then this entire conversation is meaningless. Think of this as proof that I don't want us to be enemies. If I meant you harm, I would have been much more forceful about you joining our dungeon party again. The main character chose to remain silent, his mind racing. A tense quiet hung between them. Deciding the meeting was over, Blazing Fire stood up. You have a couple of days to consider it, think it over, carefully while I head to the uncontrolled zone for more power. He walked toward his men waiting at the cafe entrance, leaving Louie to watch him go. A dark thought emerged. Rumor says no one returned from that expedition. But is that really true, or did someone actually succeed? Did they gain the New Order president's trust? Only to use their newfound power over Medworld to try and take over the real world. His expression turned deadly serious. He quickly shook his head. He couldn't afford to get dragged into such a dangerous plot. His primary mission was to build his own strength and prepare for the day Medworld's invasion of reality began. With his resolve hardened, he headed for the forge. He scanned the room, a familiar tension gripping him. The first time he came here, he was desperate to see his sister. The second, he was blocked by their grunts. The third time, he was confronted by the guildmaster of the New Order himself. But this time, no one would dare stand in his way. Suddenly, a notification chime echoed. He flinched. A new message. But the sound came from another room. Letting out a breath of relief, he turned his attention back to his status. The system displayed his current balance, 15,320 special dungeon coins. A crucial detail surfaced in his mind after level 50. He could add extra stats, and for every 10 levels after that, the number of available slots increased. He cursed his past ignorance, another gap in his gaming knowledge proving costly. He had 9 more pieces of equipment to upgrade to the 50th level. a task that would devour 6,300 coins. That meant 9 more items needed their stats boosted. His unique battlesuit was a special case, though it was a single piece. It took up 2 slots. That meant it required double the coins for just 3 stat boosts. To upgrade all his level 50 gear, he'd need a staggering 29,000 stat spheres. Thanks to his electric arc and bird and lightning skills, he could already equip level 60 items. But to unlock their true potential, he needed to add characteristics to everything. That would cost another 26,200 coins. He was truly fortunate the members of the backyard garden party had been so generous. Not to mention, if he pushed bird and lightning to its limit, he could strengthen his gear all the way to level 100. Thinking about that made his current goals feel trivial. For now, it was time to see just how generous his guildmates had been. "System, open the sphere," he commanded. Instantly, every slot in his inventory flooded with items. His eyes widened in shock. There were even homemade pieces with bonus points in strength and dexterity. "But why isn't there a single point in intelligence?" he grumbled. Without a second thought, he dismantled every single item. A system window popped up. 33,541 special dungeon coins obtained. A wave of overwhelming gratitude washed over him as he tearfully thanked his guild. With newfound resolve, he began the upgrade process. First, he would bring everything to level 60. As the enhancements completed, his attributes soared. Then, a monumental notification appeared. His intelligence had shattered the 1,000-point barrier, granting him a new skill, knowledge gathering. It could recover 50% of his knowledge power instantly. Cool down 1 hour. As his status window updated, the system began calculating his total combat strength. But suddenly, the process halted. For some unknown reason, the calculation was interrupted. The system simply displayed his raw strength value, unfinished. He activated his computing power membrane skill in tandem with his architect ability. "Change random stat to specified stat," he commanded. The system confirmed the successful change. Duration 11 seconds. Cooldown 2 hours. He immediately tried to use his cooldown reset skill. It failed. So, no abilities can bypass this, he realized. To fully enhance all his equipment, it would take 2 full days and nights of waiting. "I'll have to do this piece by piece." Another system alert appeared. "Cooling has been successfully added." The effect reduced all skill effectiveness by 5%, but it also slashed their cooldown times by a massive 50%. While waiting, he decided to head to a dungeon. He reviewed his pendulum gun's stats. It took 7.5 seconds to reload, and it could summon a screaming snake. But as he arrived at the team meeting hall, a crushing realization hit him, and he collapsed to the floor. I completely forgot." He clutched his head in despair. To enter a dungeon, you need a full team of 5 people, and their levels can't be more than 10 apart. The highest level among regular players was only 43. Frustration exploded from him in a raw shout. "I'm too powerful to play with anyone." He slumped onto a bench, his mind racing. What could he do? He could wait for others to reach level 47, but that would take precious time. The World Takeover event was only a few days away. What if? He joined a major guild. He recalled the New Order president's offer. Just by playing, he could seize control of the game, gaining immense power and fame. He considered joining Blazing Fire's operation, but he quickly shut the idea down. It was far too dangerous. His main goal was to preserve his strength and secure his overwhelming advantage. If they failed in the destruction zone, all of his hard-earned progress would be wiped out in an instant. The price of failure was too steep, yet the thought lingered. He clutched his head again. Is there any way to avoid the death penalty just once? If he had a safety net, he'd go for it in a heartbeat. What could save him? Maybe the sphere of refund. His gaze shifted to a colossal tower nearby. That sphere, he remembered, records a player's data. Upon death, the sphere shatters, restoring the player to the exact moment the data was saved. If I can get my hands on that. A new path opened before him. With that sphere, he could risk the construction zone. He had 2 main objectives. The first, obtaining level 60 equipment, was already done. He still had coins left over, enough to make a wager. If he loses, it's a minor setback. But if he wins, he might gain enough to push for level 70. His decision made. He rose from the bench, and marched toward the tower. He soon arrived in the lobby. The tower contained 21 floors in total, each one generating a unique pattern based on the players inside. Each floor's gatekeeper would have one of their core stats massively boosted. The tower's true purpose was to test a player's absolute limits. The catch: you had to clear all 21 floors in a single, unbroken run, with no rest. Only then could you claim the ultimate reward. And the Sphere of Refund was the tower's grand prize. Entering the hall, he saw the raid tables and a massive arena at its center. A huge crowd had gathered, buzzing with excitement for the next match. "Will Bay maintain his lead this time?" one of them yelled. Or will Ethan finally reclaim his title? Bay, a level 53 player from the Shelter Guild, was standing in the arena, his focus absolute. He had to remain unfazed this time, or nothing would change. Just then, Aeon, a player on par with the legendary Skyscraper Guild, leaped forth with a massive grin. "Conquering a hopeless challenge. That's the true mark of a man," he declared. "This is my stage, and I'll shatter my last record." Bayu buried his face in his hands. Louie, however, was calculating. The tower opens every 8 hours. The next round was only minutes away. He headed for the arena. An awestruck voice cut through the crowd. "When titans like them take the stage, you can feel the pressure in the air." Another player nodded fiercely. The moment they announced their entry, everyone else backed down. They wouldn't dare challenge them. A newcomer asked, "What's the big deal?" "Besides Bayu and Ion, no one has ever cleared the 7th floor. Why is everyone getting stuck there as the gatekeeper?" "Really that powerful?" "There are still 14 floors to go." Just then, the main character entered the arena, stopping beside the 2 rankers. The crowd murmured, "Who's that? Did someone actually decide to challenge the tower with them? Is he chasing clout, or just some clueless fool? He's hidden all his info. We can't see a thing." Bayu shot a glance at the new arrival, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He wasn't afraid to stand with them. This guy had guts. Aeon clapped Louie on the shoulder, beaming. "Looks like we've got a rival. This just fires me up even more." Louie offered an awkward smile, his mind racing. He recognized them, 6th and 7th in the world rankings from his past life. They were the very first players to obtain the legendary Sphere of Return. Suddenly, the portal above them blazed to life. A player shouted, "It's starting soon." The main character focused his will, and in a flash of light, they were transported to the tower's 1st floor as the crowd roared. Among them was Hansa and his friend from the Mirror Kingdom. When Hansa spotted the main character, his jaw dropped. "No way. It can't be." His friend stared in disbelief. "Is that really him?" They exchanged a look, then scrambled closer to the arena. "We cannot miss this." The betting boards lit up. Bayu and Ion versus an unknown rookie. The old guard versus the new blood. A full-scale battle was about to unfold as a system message appeared for Louie. Cooldowns reset under the tower's influence. All skills are ready. An unknown error occurred, unable to reset architect ability. 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. He was prompted to choose a percentage of coins to wager. Without hesitation, he chose 100%. The system confirmed. 7,344 coins deducted. The reward 3,672 coins for each cleared floor. Failure means losing everything. The main character materialized in the arena, facing his first opponent, the gatekeeper of the first gate, level 57. A defense specialist with no special skills. Louie sighed. He was getting cocky. His knowledge from the past told him the Sphere of Return was here, but he was a stranger to these new rules. Still, he needed coins more than anything. A little extra confidence wouldn't hurt. A smirk spread across his face. His hand rested on the hilt of his katana. In that instant, the gatekeeper charged. With blinding speed, he drew his blade. Steel met steel. He blocked the blow, a familiar mantra echoing in his mind. No risk, no reward. Without overwhelming desire, one can never overcome the impossible. He deflected his opponent's sword, creating an opening, and in the next moment, struck. The entire health bar vanished instantly. He frowned. A defense expert. Really? Meanwhile, the audience stared at the rankings. "Look, Bayu and Ion are monsters. They're already on the 3rd floor." His friend scoffed. "Without them, the raid board would be a total embarrassment, if it weren't for those two." The entire list would be filled with mediocre players who can't even get past the infamous 7th floor. A fan smiled knowingly. I heard. Ion has gotten way stronger. This time, he's going all the way. He even had a special skyscraper badge, ready to use. The second Ion cleared the tower, they could claim they were part of the same raid party. Their fame would skyrocket. Hansa, however, watched the unknown rookie with a confident smile. His friend sighed. Yishin is brave just for showing up, but plenty of players think they're strong. He scratched his head, confused, as his friend put an arm around him. Don't get your hopes up. Baiyu and Ion are backed by massive guilds, with their resources. Their members are, on average, a dozen levels higher than any regular player. And Yishin? He's guildless. For most, it's impossible for a solo player to even reach. Level 40. No one seriously thinks he can beat them, Hansa shot back. But what if he is level 40? His friend had no answer. They both looked at the betting numbers. 325 coins on Yishin, versus over 1.2 million on Baiyu and Ion. Their faces fell. They had to believe. Meanwhile, Louie had already dispatched the first gatekeeper. The second floor fell just as quickly. In a blur, he reached the 7th floor of the tower, without losing a single point of health. A thought nagged at him. These so-called experts didn't feel that strong. Are their stats really that low? Is it because of my high level, or do the gatekeepers adapt to their challenger's power? The gatekeeper of the 7th floor materialized, a first-class stat specialist. The main character analyzed it. Its primary stat is intelligence, perhaps. That's the key to its strength. His opponent drew its sword. As he did the same, a grin touched his lips. If my theory is correct, then this is perfect. The gatekeeper stood motionless, waiting for the perfect moment. Then, in an explosive burst of speed, it lunged, sword swinging. The main character's mind was clear. If the opponent scales to the player, then its stats are, at most, double mine, even with all bonuses. Which is no different than what I can achieve with my own abilities. This was only the 7th floor. Just then, a shout came from the crowd. A player pointed a trembling finger at the ranking board. Look, that rookie, he's picking up speed. He just tore through 6 floors. He's already at the 7th. The 7th floor. A player gasped in disbelief. Did he actually manage to surpass Bay and Ian? Another, who had been cheering for Ian, couldn't believe his eyes. What was happening? Who was this Yushin? And where did he come from? He turned to the crowd, bewildered. What's the big deal? Reaching the 7th floor is a common enough feat, he admitted. But none of them could ever break through to the next level. The real challenge is defeating a first-class specialist, a challenge that ordinary players simply cannot overcome. On the 7th floor, the gatekeeper possesses stats double that of a guild's elite ranker. It's a wall that can only be shattered by a player from a massive guild, or one wielding some hidden, unknown power. Otherwise, it's impossible. And this guy is clearly a loner, with no guild to back him up. There was no way he could have passed the 7th floor alone. The crowd fell silent, their eyes glued to the ranking table. And then, Yushin's name lit up beside the 8th floor. The player's jaw hit the floor. At that very moment, our main character met his new foe, a 2nd-grade agility expert, a phantom who effortlessly dodged his strikes, and zipped around the arena. Sensing the enemy appear behind him, Louie unleashed his incarceration skill, binding its movements. Then, he spun, and his sword sang through the air, dealing a devastating 47,736 damage. The gatekeeper vanished without a trace. Louie mused that its speed felt double that of the 7th floor guardian. So, the rule was simple every 7 floors. The gatekeeper's base stats double. The system announced his teleportation to the 9th floor. A grin spread across his face. He'd have to be more careful from here on out. The tower's monsters were finally becoming a real threat. If he didn't use his blessing wisely, he was 2 floors behind. But not for long. He began to close the gap at a terrifying pace, catching up to them on the 14th floor. The onlookers were stunned. Who is this newcomer? They whispered. With no guild affiliation, he was climbing the tower alongside legends like Bay and Ian. He actually caught up to both of them, a guy exclaimed. But they're the best high-level players from the big guilds. No ordinary player could ever match their speed. Another man nearby scoffed in displeasure. You underestimate us, he said. The first guy shot back. Large guilds have people, resources, and data. They help their members grow stronger, faster. What do non-guild players have? Loneliness, a quiet player replied. I'm a loner, too. Don't look down on us. The others murmured in agreement. Sure, Bay and Ian are strong, he continued. That's a fact, but it's foolish to worship the big guilds. The arrogant player smirked, flashing his badge. I'll soon be in the same guild as Ian. We, the members of Skyscraper, can't be compared to some lone wanderers. He thought to himself that perhaps he should have waited until he was actually in the guild before boasting. Meanwhile, Ian wondered how many times he'd challenged this tower. 20, at least. Whenever the guild had no events, he poured all his time into this climb. It was one of the few places in the game where failure didn't mean death, only the loss of coins. And with the endless resources his guild provided, those coins were just numbers on a screen. At first, the tower only brought him rage and frustration. But eventually, it became his singular goal, to push through challenge after challenge, failure after failure. In the end, relying on the explosive power he'd trained. He had finally made it this far. He found himself on the 14th floor once again. 7 times, he muttered. 7 times I've been defeated here. This time, I will win. And so he did, after a brutal battle. He finally vanquished the gatekeeper, earning 36 coins. He looked at the number 14 on the wall, and with tears in his eyes, he whispered, I finally won. It was so hard. His eyes shimmered. He felt like he could cry right now. His fans saw his name clear the 14th floor. He did it, they roared, pointing at the ranking. That's the power of our skyscraper. While most of you can't even pass the 7th floor, our player has conquered the 14th skyscraper is eternal. One player muttered, That's seriously obnoxious. But it's hard to argue with him. The guild member was ecstatic, thinking how awesome this felt. But then, another player crossed his arms. Hold on. Take a look at Yushin. He just passed the 14th floor, too. So much for your mighty guild players. If a single player can keep pace with them, the boastful guild member froze, his eyes shooting up to the ranking table in disbelief. Only Bai is left ahead of them now, someone noted. The skyscraper member crossed his arms, trying to save face. That Yushin is probably just barely hanging on. Just watch, he'll fall off soon. But a seed of doubt was planted. He felt a growing sense that Bay and Ian were becoming less and less infallible. Could he really switch his allegiance so easily? Or was he risking his own reputation? Meanwhile, our main character defeated another gatekeeper. The system confirmed the strengthening of all his characteristics. He had 7,050 powers of knowledge remaining, out of 8,150. He rubbed his chin, thinking that even with the stat boost, it was all still too easy. The system reported his reward, 132,136 coins. He grinned. At this rate, he could earn almost 300,000 coins, enough to upgrade his equipment to the 70th level, maybe even to the 90th. He had to conquer this entire tower, not just for the return sphere, but for the mountains of coins waiting for him. The system announced the teleportation was starting. Destination, the 15th floor of the tower. At the same time, Ian began to teleport. He glanced at his hand. Not only did I win, he thought, but I kept my health above 30%. He'd chosen the self-destruct explosion skill. The lower his health, the higher the damage. The lower his powers of knowledge, the stronger the blast. A confident smile spread across his face as he clenched his fist. With this power, I can definitely clear a few more levels. He turned to where Bay's icon was on the rankings. In the end, I won. He arrived on the 15th floor, his eyes locking onto his opponent with an unshakable gaze. I am the best here, he declared. Before him stood a level 53 gatekeeper, a 3rd-level defense specialist. Special skills explosive strikes and blood exchange barrier. Ian frowned, analyzing the information. Don't special skills unlock after a stat reaches 1,000 points? This is a 3rd-level gatekeeper specializing in defense. which means it also relies on attack and body reinforcement. It could only mean one thing. Its strength and stamina stats both exceeded 1,000. The battle is on. The time limit a mere 5 minutes. His opponent's aura made him tense, but he forged it into resolve, telling himself, "Do not be afraid. No matter the enemy, the tower's finest has no right to fear. Even if I'm destined to lose, this fight will be glorious." Even with higher stats, victory is never guaranteed. In a flash, they shot forward, their fists colliding like meteors. The clash sent shockwaves through the air. The gatekeeper threw up a barrier, then unleashed a devastating, bloody exchange. The powerful blow ended the match in an instant. He was completely stunned. How did he finish him in a single strike? Meanwhile, the spectators outside witnessed the defeat. One murmured. So Bei was also stopped. He reached the 15th floor, but it's all over now. Could he have passed it? Was he an equal to Ian, or could he have set a new record? A player laughed, glancing at a hardcore fan. Is this the so-called power of the Skyscraper Guild? The fan gritted his teeth, but then a sly smile crept across his face. He pulled out a shelter badge. "Ah, it seems I took the wrong one by mistake," he declared. "I was always planning to join the shelter." He scratched his head, feigning confusion. "I guess it just slipped my mind." The crowd stared at him, bewildered. He thought nervously, "Good thing I kept this badge handy." "With Bai and Yoi in that guild, my popularity will skyrocket just for being a member. Besides, all Bei needs to do is reach the 16th floor to shatter Kina's record." At that moment, Louie was locked in a fierce battle with the 15th floor's gatekeeper, a third-level endurance expert. This guardian had a special skill called Blood Exchange. For every 5% of damage it dealt, it restored 20% of its health. There was no cooldown. The skill could supposedly be interrupted. Parrying a heavy blow, our main character wondered. It says this can be stopped. Then why is it not working? He'd been fighting for 2 full minutes, but the monster's relentless healing wouldn't cease. Leaping back, he dodged another attack. Are there special conditions I'm missing? And if so, what are they? He created more distance, his eyes darting to the clock. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remained. At this rate, he would simply die from exhaustion. 2 minutes was not enough time. His only hope was a blessing, and a very powerful one at that. A system window appeared. 2,000 cognition power points absorbed. All stats are doubled in the same time. Bei had also arrived on the 15th floor. He had 6,030 health remaining and 710 cognition power. Taking a deep breath, he thought, "This climb hasn't been too difficult. I've barely spent any resources." He knew not to get cocky, but he felt a few more floors would be no problem. As for clearing the entire tower, he wasn't that arrogant. His opponent appeared before him, a third-level power specialist with the special skill, Explosive Strikes. Its next attack would have double the damage, but the one after would be weakened. The skill had no cost and no cooldown. They both entered their battle stances. The fight began. Bei thought, "I can counter this with varied attacks." But the match only lasts for 5 minutes. He wouldn't be able to pass the 15th floor by relying on dexterity like before. With a roar, he charged, jumping and swinging his weapon high. "I have to give this everything I've got." Meanwhile, our main character, exhausted but victorious, finally dealt with the gatekeeper. He still had 8,530 health and 5,500 cognition power. Watching the opponent fade, he reflected, "My speed. It wasn't enough before." To stop the blood exchange, he needed to land 3 hits on the opponent within 1 second. When a player's stamina exceeds 1,000 points, they gain an ability. This principle applied to all stats intelligence, strength, even perception. Upon reaching 1,000 points in any characteristic, the player awakens a corresponding skill. It was frustrating. He was unlikely to get such skills soon. The rest of his stats were still below 1,000. It was a pity you couldn't unlock these abilities. By using a blessing to temporarily raise your stats, the system announced his reward for the victory. Not bad, he thought. But can I even re-enter the tower after this? He was teleported to the 16th floor, causing an uproar among the spectators outside. They were shocked by his sudden progress up the tower. They watched his name climb the rankings in awe. The player from before taunted the guild fan. "Looks like the elites." aren't so great after all. They can only watch as lone players surpass them. The fan stayed silent, nervously tracking Bei's ranking. Suddenly, he saw it. Bei reached the 16th floor. The fan's face lit up. Did you see that? That is the strength of a guild's elite. A single win means nothing. You have to look at the final result. But as he spoke, Bei's name on the ranking table grayed out. He had lost. The fan was dumbstruck. How did he lose the second he stepped onto the 16th floor? What happened? Furious, the player threw his badges on the ground, screaming, "To hell with the guild elite." He then immediately started cheering for the solo player, pumping his fists. "He is the best of the best in this world, the true number one." He shouted, "Yin is invincible." Everyone stared, taken aback. Can you change your mind any faster? A moment ago, on the 16th floor, Bei had just caught his breath after a brutal battle. He had only 530 health and 115 cognition power left. Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth. That was too hard. I almost died on that floor. Fortunately, the attack after explosive strikes is twice as weak. Or I wouldn't have survived. But I don't think I'll get any further today. He glanced at his new opponent, a third-grade intelligence specialist with the special skill, gathering cognition. It could restore 50% of its cognition power in just 10 seconds. Bei chuckled grimly. Lucky me. An intelligence expert. It's like the world itself. Wants me to go to the next floor. He charged forward, declaring, "If so, I'll face whatever the tower has prepared for me." His opponent ducked. It quickly moved to the side, avoiding the blow, then used a powerful grip and a devastating front kick, hitting him with its weapon. The skill, front grab, increased damage by 50 points after each spellcast. And after a successful evasion, the next attack becomes a powerful front strike, with a guaranteed hit on its way. Bayu was frozen by confusion and dread. Exposing himself to the attack, he took fatal damage, crying out, How can he use power attacks? Why are his abilities the same as mine? The system's cold voice announced his death. The tower challenge had failed. His rewards were forfeit. Meanwhile, Louie arrived on the 16th floor of the tower. His opponent, a third-level perception specialist, armed with the terrifying skill. Early warning, a full second before. A death blow lands. The player is warned, allowing them to evade it. The warning time increases by 1 second for every 1,000 perception points. The catch. A 1-hour cooldown? Our main character knew this skill was perfect for him. If he could avoid fatal damage, he could always use life. Cover to recover. This ability was the key to cheating death. The next time he upgraded, he'd focus on perception to get it. But first, he had to defeat the man who possessed it. With a roar, he charged forward. The moment he was in range, he swung his katana, but his opponent simply leaned back, the blade slicing through empty air. The main character swung again, but his foe sidestepped, once more avoiding the attack. Louie frowned. Pure perception was no match for other stats. Even if you could see danger coming, you couldn't dodge forever. Thanks to his Gaia's warrior ability, his speed was double his opponent's. Taking advantage of this, he threw a devastating punch and grinned, burning 500 cognition points to boost all stats by 250. He mentally taunted his foe. I'm 6 times faster than you now. The two warriors clashed in a blur of motion, but our hero was faster. A single, fatal blow ended the fight. A system window appeared, announcing his reward. He received coins, along with a boost to his stamina and perception. Stepping onto the 17th floor, Louie thought it was almost too easy. It seemed the only real difficulties was the rising rank of the gatekeepers. As long as he managed his power of knowledge, clearing the tower would be no problem at all. A new opponent materialized before him, a third-level defense specialist with 3 special skills, explosive strikes, blood exchange, and barrier. Meanwhile, Bayu reappeared in the tower's waiting room. His friend smirked. Looks like you lost again. You lasted 5 minutes longer than me, though. Bayu's gaze sharpened. I reached the 16th floor this time. Aeon's face fell in frustration. You've gone. So much further than me, I'm no match at all. He had become number 1 in the tower rankings. His friend just smiled, inviting him to their traditional exchange of information. Leaning against the wall, he asked, "So, how'd you die?" Bayu was silent at first, but after a long pause, he finally got up from the floor. "I died to a special skill effect." His friend was confused. "What does that mean?" Bayu admitted that at first he didn't understand either, not until he replayed the battle log. He was defeated by a third-class defense specialist. To become a defense specialist, you need to max out strength and stamina, which meant his opponent had 3 special skills. He figured the barrier ability came from the protection specialization, but when you combine it with the explosive strikes ability, it creates an attack that leaves an enemy completely defenseless. It was as if his equipment had vanished. In that moment, all his gear stats were nullified. In that state, there was nothing he could do against a fully armed opponent. Fighting against multiple skills felt unfair, but discovering these powerful combinations was also intriguing. Back on the 17th floor, Louie spun his katana, gripping the hilt. 3 special skills. I can handle this. His plan was simple. First, test his opponent's raw power, and only then would he activate his blessing. The gatekeeper drew his sword, ready for battle. Our main character crouched low, then exploded forward, his blade meeting his opponent's in a shower of sparks. In that instant, the gatekeeper activated both barrier and explosive strikes, shattering the main character's equipment. A system window flashed. Debuff activated, all equipment effects nullified. The shock was immense. Louie looked at his bare body in disbelief, his confidence vaporizing. He snapped back to reality, activating his freeze skill. A second later, his opponent's punch landed but dealt no damage, barely holding back the gatekeepers. Our main character stood frozen in place. Then, his opponent activated barrier again, this time with blood exchange. His health plummeted. System alert. Health reduced by 17th floor gatekeeper. Health has been lowered by 99%. Freeze effect applied. Seeing this, raw fear gripped him. He roared the name of his ultimate skill, Blessing. A new system alert appeared. 5,000 points of power of knowledge consumed. All stats increased by 2,500. Freeze effect removed. Debuffs nullified. His equipment reappeared. He swung his sword, activating life cover, instantly restoring 5,000 health and empowering his next attack. The strike dealt massive damage, but only took off less than half the enemy's health. Because the enemy's barrier skill was already active, the damage he received was reduced by 75%. He's still not dead, Louie thought, a grim smile on his face. After a few more relentless attacks, he finally defeated his foe, receiving coins and stats in return. He now had full health and 4,575 powers of knowledge left. Before teleporting to the 18th floor, he admitted to himself that he'd been too careless. But even if he'd been cautious, that skill combination, paired with the enemy's massive health and defense, was a nightmare to deal with. I can still use freezing, he thought, then remembered he had already used it. A wave of panic hit him, but he quickly calmed down. He had one more use left, so there was no need to worry. He could also summon his screaming snake for help. With these skills, he could definitely clear the tower. He picked up his gun, checking the description window, and his blood ran cold. Soul's subjugation was inactive. What's wrong? He thought in a panic. The system reported, the screaming snake is unwilling to fight and refuses to obey. He couldn't believe it. Don't I own it? At that moment, his next opponent appeared. A third-grade intelligence specialist, with the special skill Gathering Cognition. Our main character prepared for battle, swapping his gun for his katana. The real trial had just begun. Without the screaming snake, the next tri-attribute specialist would be a nightmare. He knew the others were just small fry in comparison. He just had to survive until the 21st floor, and victory would be his. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Erican asked his friend the grim question of how he died. The reply was chilling. It was all the fault of a third-class intelligence specialist. Stunned, Erican asked if he was joking, but his friend was dead serious. This was an intelligence expert who could wield true power. Leaning forward in shock, his friend exclaimed, "How is that even possible?" He explained that the terrifying difference between a third-class specialist and the others was that they possess special skills. It had to be intelligence that unlocked this power, the ability to learn. Ion clutched his head in despair. Then how are we supposed to fight him? Do we have to match the enemy's intelligence? And then multiply it by 8? He was just glad his main stat wasn't intelligence. What truly terrified him was the thought of the final gatekeeper. The guardian of the 21st gate would have not only a special skill, but also power. No wonder the rewards for clearing the tower were legendary. For most players, it was impossible, an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, our protagonist faced the gatekeeper of the 18th floor, charging in with a burning question in his mind. Could the special skills of different stats be combined? His battle with the defense specialist proved it was possible. A barrier of some kind was essential. In any case, the final floor would reveal all. He lunged forward, but his opponent remained motionless, then activated the blessing of all stats. The skill left Louie utterly shocked. The gatekeeper's cooldown then vanished as it used the freeze skill and stabbed at him. The main character stared in disbelief. He just used a blessing. How could a gatekeeper wield a power ability identical to his own? He pulled out his gun, pouring stats into it. 2,250 points. This was no time for questions. It had to be a one-hit kill. He could never win a drawn-out battle against a foe with 8 times his intelligence. Thanks to the pendulum pistol's ability, his damage tripled and his health surged by 4,500 points. His total attack power was now a staggering 675,000 units. He fired at the opponent's head, but dealt no damage as it activated the freeze skill. A curse escaped his lips. To think this monster had copied all of his abilities. Its cooldown reset again. It activated another blessing, then rushed forward, unleashing a storm of blows. Louie desperately blocked the barrage. The system announced the freeze effect would end in 5 seconds. He was barely defending himself from the onslaught. He's getting even stronger, he thought. I can't do anything. What now? Summoning the screaming serpent was out of the question. But what other option was there? He forced himself to think, but under the crushing weight of his opponent's blows, he realized with grim certainty there was nothing he could do, nothing left. His gaze hardened with resolve. He would destroy the pendulum. But first, he turned to the serpent within, issuing an ultimatum. Help me now, or I'll destroy this gun. Your wishes will turn to dust, and so will you. The freeze timer ticked down, and as it nearly expired, the main character spoke. I understand your decision. He moved to shatter the pendulum, but suddenly the snake's voice boomed. It requires an equivalent exchange. We must help each other. Just then, the freeze expired. Our hero agreed to its terms. A split second before the gatekeeper's killing blow landed, a colossal tail erupted from nowhere, blocking the attack and sending the opponent flying. The gatekeeper crashed hard to the floor. It scrambled to its feet, creating distance, as the huge snake coiled around its master, daring the gatekeeper to even try to get close. The system reported that he'd received the blessing of the screaming snake. All of his stats soared by 500. The aura of a cataclysm-level creature flooded the arena. The stats of all creatures below this level were lowered by 30%. Any below Hulan level were weakened by 60%. And below Crisis level, a crippling 90%, the screaming snake warned that it was limited by its vessel. It could only help for a short time and only grant him 3 of its abilities, along with its aura. Feeling the immense energy flowing through him, Louie replied, "That's more than enough," and lunged forward. He closed the distance in an instant, his strike a blur of motion. The gatekeeper tried to block, but the katana sliced through its sword like paper, and breaking it, reached its body. It desperately used the freeze skill to negate the damage. Louie could feel the weak resistance. Was this the effect of the aura? The calamitous level pressure was overwhelming. He lowered his sword, towering over the foe. Using freeze only delayed your death by 10 seconds. His eyes flashed with malice as he bid him an early farewell. The moment the freeze ended, he delivered a swift, final blow, ending it all. As a reward, he received 146,000 coins and a boost to his physique, perception, defense, and intelligence. elsewhere. White Knight declared, "It's time. Time for us to go. Our record is 14 floors." He felt they had something to be proud of. Devil Darkness agreed as they left the corridor. "Will he come out to greet us?" White Knight asked. "Isn't that why we worked so hard to reach the 15th floor?" He could already picture hundreds of adoring stares. Devil. Darkness smiled and chuckled. "Then I'd like to enjoy the glory." They stepped out confidently, only to be met with complete and utter shock. No one was looking at them. The eyes of the entire crowd were focused on something else. Everyone was looking up. Devil Darkness asked, "Did we miss something interesting?" "They're not interested in champions." White Knight followed their gaze, and then shouted in surprise, "Devil Darkness, look at the leaderboard." He couldn't be imagining it. Devil Darkness looked up, then covered his face with his hand. "I don't believe it. It can't be." He peeked through his fingers, still in shock. What's going on? A newbie had somehow managed to climb to the 19th floor. On the streets of Musu City, word was spreading. One guy asked his friend, "Have you heard the news? They say some player with the nickname Y is clearing the tower on his first attempt. And it looks like he might actually clear the whole thing." His friend scoffed. "Is this a joke? That place is hellishly difficult. The first time I went into the tower, I got kicked out on the 2nd floor." Nearby, 2 other guys were talking. "Does the player already know that someone named Y just passed the 19th floor? He is preparing to clear the 20th floor. One player said it was awesome, but who even is this guy? And where did he come from?" A third player overheard them and approached. He declared that the climber was a brother to all players in the mirror world. The surprised man asked, "Brother, what do you mean?" But the player insisted it was true. A player stared at the rankings, shouting in pure disbelief. "The 20th floor, impossible. How did he manage that? The servers only opened 10 days ago. How could anyone be this strong?" Devil Darkness muttered. "The 20th floor. That means he defeated a rank 3 expert with multiple skills." He then turned to White Knight. "Do you truly think you can handle someone like that?" "Impossible," she replied flatly. "No one could have cleared the tower this quickly." Just then, a man swaggered over to them, puffing out his chest. "Don't speak about true professionals that way." He scoffed. A sly smile crept across his face as he thought, "This is a perfect stroke of luck." He could finally show off in front of White Knight and Devil Darkness. But as he chuckled to himself, he was met with looks of pure embarrassment, and even his friend backed away. Suddenly, the entire crowd looked up as a shout echoed through the hall. "He's reached the 21st floor." A wave of disbelief crashed over them. "This is insane. Where did he come from?" From the middle of the crowd, a player roared. "He is a brother to all residents of the Mirror Realm," the others asked. "Is that really true?" "It is," he replied, holding up a photo. Everyone who saw it immediately blushed with secondhand embarrassment. And then, the players shouted with newfound resolve. "What is he talking about? Why is he a brother to the Mirror Realm? He's our brother, a member of the original kingdom." They began to chant as one. "Brother, brother," the huge crowd roared. "Go, brother, go!" At that very moment, Louie stood before the final guardian of floor 21, a level 57 gatekeeper. It was a specialist with all the traits of a third-class warrior. Its skills were terrifying explosive strikes, speed boost, blood exchange barrier, information gathering, and prejudice. Instantly, the guardian activated information gathering. Glowing runes swirled around Louie. Health 8,560 out of 8,560. Power of knowledge 6,150 out of 8,150. He looked at his palm, then at the guardian. His brow furrowed. The system reported his reward for clearing the previous floor, 154,154 coins, and a permanent +2 to all stats. He was captivated by that additional performance boost. Reaching the top floor of the tower offered a tempting prize. If he claimed it, his strength would ascend to a whole new level. To gain that power, he had to defeat this guardian. He steeled himself, and his eyes snapped open as he unleashed the blessing of the serpent. His stats instantly surged by 500%, an aura of catastrophic power. The serpent's voice warned him to be careful. Its aura only reduced the opponent's stats by 30%. But Louie knew this was enough. He now had 23,560 health. His power of knowledge soared to 33,100. A phantom serpent seemed to coil around him, its immense aura his shield. Louie analyzed the situation. Out of all his abilities, the blessing was by far the strongest. All his other skills depended on it. He suspected the Guardian had a similar power. The only counter to the blessing was a greater power of knowledge. This Guardian's intelligence was 8 times higher than his own, meaning its own blessing would be amplified by 100 times. Its power of cognition could exceed 52,000 units. Even with the serpent's aura, its stats would still be over 36,400. But even under his own aura, Louie only had 33,000 units. His eyes began to shine as he activated his blessing, strengthening all his characteristics. The Guardian's body lit up in response. Using the exact same skill, it strengthened itself by 18,200 units, against Louie's 16,500. Their blades clashed with a deafening shriek. Although Louie's stats were lower than the Guardian's, he had an ace up his sleeve, a bonus of E+1 to all attributes. The real fight began, their swords crossing in a relentless flurry. Shockwaves radiated from their blows, cracking the very floor. Despite the disadvantage, Louie was confident he could win. He was just surprised by the Guardian's sheer strength. They were locked in a constant exchange of attacks. His main skill was still recharging, so he had to retreat for a moment and manage his power. He needed to use his power of cognition carefully. Before his first blessing ended, he'd have to cast another, using the very power he'd just received. His balanced awakening. Handkerchief increased his defense by 90%, resistance by 30, and intelligence by 24. It also boosted his strength and reduced cooldowns. The item's level was 60. Its own blessing skill increased all stats, lasting for 1 minute with a 57-second cooldown. For every 1 unit of cognition powers, it granted 0.5 to all stats, and every 10 levels. It could dispel debuffs. I can definitely win this, Louie thought. They continued their furious duel, their swords unleashing a powerful aura that shattered the floor. He gritted his teeth. The Guardian's power was monstrous. Without the serpent's reinforcement, he wouldn't stand a chance. But even with it, he couldn't land a decisive blow. If he tried, the Guardian would seize the moment and kill him instantly. No. Each floor of this tower was far more difficult than the last. Previously, his blessing had made things feel easy. The two continued to clash, and the loud ring of swords resounded through the chamber. Louie's blessing would be available in 40 seconds. He pressed his attack, relentlessly advancing. 20 seconds left. He tensed and clenched his teeth. 10 seconds until the blessing. The Guardian suddenly charged toward him. The blessing was 5 seconds away. Then 3 seconds. And finally, it was recharged. He began to fight with renewed fury as his body lit up. Now! He roared, his eyes blazing. The system confirmed it. He had used 82,500 units of knowledge power. All his stats increased by 4,250 units. Louie jumped, and as his foot touched the ground, a huge shockwave erupted. The entire floor was now covered in cracks. He looked ahead confidently, thinking he had finally won. Even if the Guardian re-strengthened itself, it wouldn't affect the outcome. It wouldn't be hard to wait another minute and finish him. They stood facing each other, when suddenly, the Guardian's body lit up again. Louie was stunned. The Guardian was utterly terrifying. Does it have the same cooldown as me? He thought, halting his bold advance. Can this thing even be defeated? Fear gripped him. He realized it might possess all the same abilities he did. As the Guardian began its menacing approach, Louie felt true dread. This was bad. It seemed impossible. The pressure was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he braced for the attack. The Guardian charged, its sword a blur of motion. But our hero wasn't finished. No, it wasn't over. The Guardian was heavier, stronger. If he could just survive for 5 more minutes, he'd have a chance. He pushed back, desperately needing to retreat and stall for time. But a system notification shattered his hope. Attack unavoidable. Barrier and acceleration active. The next blow cannot be dodged. Action duration 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. The second cooldown 1 hour. High above. The Guardian descended, its blade aimed to kill. He recognized it instantly, a combined skill. Dodging was impossible. But he had enough health to survive a single blow. The impact was devastating. His health bar flashed a dangerous crimson. His armor disintegrated into dust. He thought this was the end. But suddenly, a system alert. A charm activated, creating 6 brilliant shields around him. Each shield could block one attack. As one of the barriers shattered, our main character stared in shock. "What is this?" Snake's voice replied, explaining it was his final remaining skill. The Guardian struck again, relentless, breaking another shield with immense force. Of the 6 shields, 2 were already gone. He had 4 shields left, 4 more attacks. He scrambled backwards as the Guardian chased him without mercy. Louie knew that Snake had only delayed the inevitable. What could he do against this monster without a weapon? Clenching his jaw, his resolve hardened. No, he would fight until the very end. He just had to hold out until his blessing reactivated. Then he'd have a chance, but it was pointless. As soon as the Guardian refreshed its own blessing, his advantage would be completely erased. There was no way to defeat it like this. How had he ended up in such an impossible situation? It was almost laughable. Annoyance boiled inside him. Was there truly no other way? His fist tightened. The stakes were far too high. If he could clear this tower, his weight stat would increase by 2. He'd get 300,000 coins for equipment upgrades. It would be an incredible jump in power. He could become the strongest player in the primordial realm. Just then, a new notification chimed. The Architect skill had recharged. The Architect. Louie, he thought. Hope ignited within him. Now, he had a path to victory. He could finally defeat it. He waited for the Guardian's attack, surrounded by his remaining shields, ready to use the Architect. He began to retreat, baiting his opponent. The Guardian gave chase, falling right into his trap. He spoke his command to the Architect. "I want to clear this tower," but the system refused him. Request does not comply with the rules of the game. He tried a different tactic, asking the Architect to kill the Guardian. He was refused again. Request does not comply with the rules of the game. Yi then asked to lower the Guardian of the 21st floor's level to 0. Denied. Frustration flared. This was bad. What were these rules? Anyway, then he remembered a message from a dungeon. A rule that allows you to augment any equipment above level 50 with an entry from the glossary. Article 1, reduce cooldown by 1 or 5%. Article 2, reduce equipment level from 1 to 5. Article 3, improve defense from 1 to 5%. Article 4, increase effect duration. Article 5, increase the duration of effects from 1 to 5%. And Article 99, soul subjugation, which allows his pet to access weapons. It required 1,000 coins from a special dungeon. This wasn't a glitch. He realized, if it's a condition, it's a reliable fact of this world. His confidence surged. Water flows downhill. Fire burns. People slowly grow old and die. These are all reliable facts, the fundamental rules by which this world operates. He stood firm before the Guardian, his mind racing. He had been playing by a set of rules. He would die when his health points ran out. Without the power of knowledge, he couldn't use skills, and all abilities had a cooldown time. Cooldown time? Yes, that was it. It was time to use the rules of the 21st floor against itself. He stopped and happily declared his command to the Architect. "My abilities shall have no cooldown." The system responded instantly. "The rules have been changed. Player Yi's abilities no longer have a cooldown. Action duration 11 seconds, cooldown 5 hours. Okay, it worked, Louie thought with a smile. The system confirmed update completed. Status saving completed. Blessing completed. An insidious grin spread across our hero's face. Now, the Guardian's life was in his hands. The power of knowledge was fully regenerated. 10 seconds remaining. He unleashed his skill, roaring. Blessing of all attributes. Blessing activated. 26,250. Power of knowledge consumed. All stats increased by 13,125. Blessing activated again. 5,567,848. 289,000 power of knowledge consumed. All stats increased by 64,453,046 Ys. He erupted in a blinding explosion of light. The Guardian was stunned. Its own stats were capped at 200,000. Any damage exceeding that amount would be severely weakened. 200,000 is the peak, Louie thought. A system note appeared. To increase the maximum stats, more computing power is required. But for a Guardian of the 21st floor, this was absolute overkill. His equipment reappeared, his sword blazing with power. He glowed brilliantly and leaped high into the air. Swinging his sword, he roared, "Die!" In a flash, he descended and cut the Guardian in half with a single, perfect blow. A minute later, a notification of victory. Tower cleared. Reward 3,085,000 coins. An additional reward +2 to weight. A reward for the pioneer of the tower, +100 to all characteristics. And the Pearl of Return, a unique sphere obtainable only by the first to conquer the tower. A prize that could never be earned again. Outside, the players erupted into cheers. "He made it! Our brother cleared the tower." They began to run frantically toward the exit. They rushed to the gate of return, needing to see it for themselves. This was the first time anyone had ever walked out of the tower's return room. Instead of through the respawn room, Ye was standing there, the reward in his hands. The tower was passed. Teleportation from the tower now begins. That was far too close. The main character squeezed his eyes shut. His fist clenched tight. He had almost lost. He was only saved by the architect's timely recharge. Incredible! He was teleported in an instant. No wonder it takes at least 5% of your computing power to enter the Shattered Realm. In the end, it's all for this moment. To obtain an architect. With this power in hand, the path to the ruined realm was finally open. Suddenly, a roar of cheers snapped Ye out of his thoughts. The crowd's reaction was electric. Awesome! He was surrounded by a sea of players. They screamed that he was the best, that their bro was on another level. Ye was stunned. How? Where did all these people come from? The players' chants grew louder, hailing him as a new god among them, begging him to join their teams. They cheered, "Brother, our brother." Ye could only think in a daze. What is going on? He was completely flustered. He only had a sister, not an army of followers. The players chattered excitedly. In just 10 days, MetaWorld had exploded, becoming the most popular game on the planet. Many viewed the primordial realm as a gold mine. Some fanatics even sold their real-world possessions just to play. There were even rumors of workers quitting their factory jobs to make a living inside the primordial kingdom. The sheer number of players was astounding. Ye feared the real-world economy might actually suffer from this phenomenon. After all, games are just games. It's real-world production that sustains our quality of life. The guy wondered, does anyone even care about that anymore? He sat by himself, examining the return sphere. This device records all of a player's data. If the user dies, the sphere shatters, restoring everything they had. Finally, he had one. The path to the destroyed area was now open, but it was too early to use it. First, they had to test if the architect could change the party size limit. He then glanced at the gun. What was he supposed to do with this thing? The snake could communicate with him whenever it wished. When the time was right, it would speak. This was his second major trump card, just behind the architect. He recalled the snake's words, a request that demanded absolute seriousness. "I wish to be free." If he didn't understand the secrets of the primordial realm, he'd be baffled by the sophistication of the game's AI. The main character asked, "What do you want me to do?" He didn't know if the wyvern snake would remain with him after they reached Meteor. But until that day came, he wanted it by his side for as long as possible. The snake asked him to travel to the border of this world. It had a strange feeling, a sense of belonging there. Yi frowned and thought, the border isn't the border of the primordial realm, the destroyed area. A strange feeling. Did the creators of this snake implant some kind of clue within it? He replied, "All right, but you must understand. The border is extremely dangerous. If anything happens, I will have to rely on your help." The snake responded, "Of course, and there is one more thing you must do for me. If you desire it, I can awaken one special skill of your choosing." The main character was stunned. To choose. Any special ability, a characteristic, specifically. He thought back to the Guardian and their deal. "What do you want in return?" he asked. He felt a surge of pride. now in possession of 300,000 coin points. The snake could ask for anything. If it could truly grant him any special stat skill he wanted, then he would pay any amount of coins necessary. He gazed at the system window. It displayed high-level, medium-level, and low-level warp assembly modules. He put a hand to his forehead and said, "I understand. You desire the freedom to move. But couldn't you ask for something cheaper, 300,000? It seemed he should have farmed more coins in the tower. The snake's voice was firm. "The price is high, but it will grant me immense power almost instantly. Otherwise, my assistance to you will be limited to a single skill." "That's too risky," Yi countered. "But the description says you can fight directly," the snake replied. "That requires an intermediary. If I attack directly, I could damage the weapon itself. As a result, all my positive skills will vanish, and you will only have me. Is that the outcome you truly desire?" The main character reluctantly agreed. Okay, the pendulum's cooldown rate would be halved every 10 levels. If he boosted it by 3 times, the interval between shots would shrink to just 0.9 seconds. On top of that, it would inflict triple damage and stun the enemy. An incredible weapon. It was hard to imagine how Chicken Crown ever got his hands on it. He commanded the system. Exchange for a high-level warp module. 300,000 coin points were spent. The exchange was successful. A cube materialized from the system panels before him, and he asked, "What's next?" The snake instructed him to turn it into a ring and carry it with you. The cube began to deform, twisting and merging into a ring. A thought struck him. By the way, was this ring the snake's true objective all along? And was the journey to the world's border merely a secondary task? It seemed the snake's characteristics had been grayed out due to this very module. It wanted Ye to exchange it, but since he lacked the coins, the wyvern snake had been incredibly indignant. He remembered the terrifying monster from the dungeon and shook his head. "No, it's pointless. It can't be that the fearsome snake is anything like that sneaky chicken." The snake's voice boomed. "Excellent. I have helped you. Now it is your turn to keep your promise. But before I can help you awaken a special ability, you must first reach level 60. 3 hours later, he stood before a massive, swirling portal, the entrance to the Chaos Zone. It was a random passage to a dungeon. Until they reached level 60, they were forbidden from entering the destroyed area, and until he received that special stat abilities from the wyvern snake. He needed to test if the architect could truly change the rules of a dungeon, if he could use its blessing. Without a cooldown after entering, he would be virtually invincible. Yi commanded the architect, "Change the rules for entering this dungeon. Remove all restrictions." On the number of players in the team, the system confirmed that the rules were changed, and the architect would recharge in 1 hour. The main character leaped with joy. "I can change the rules. This is perfect. And now, it's time to level up for real." He confidently clenched his fists and declared that he was heading for level 60. He charged into the maze, fighting relentlessly, but he wasn't satisfied. Although he could enter the dungeon alone, the total reward was only 1/10 of the normal amount. Fortunately, the Desperate Warrior buff would allow him to get the full reward. Per day, he could clear 2 or 3 dungeons. For every 3 completed dungeons, he would gain 1 level. After 3 long days, he finally shouted in triumph, "I've finally reached level 60. He had done it. 10 spheres to slash equipment cooldowns, and 14 more, 10 of which would extend the duration of his abilities, just as the system announced. The system confirmed ability duration has increased by 5%, with a max of 10%. He had 3 soul subjugation spheres and 1 load relief. He fused the soul subjugation spheres into his weapon, and moved the load relief from his volt arc into another piece of gear. In the end, he decided every last stat point would be poured into intelligence. Perception could wait for better equipment. The new level 60 ability was split into 2 stages. First, the general aura. This ability connects him to an opponent, linking them to a single shared health bar. When their health drops to 10%, the aura deactivates. Its range is a massive 500 meters. Activation costs 100 cognition power, draining 10 units every second it's active. Then there's the withering aura. When it reaches a target, this aura shreds their maximum health, and his own body's health in response. Their life force only returns when they escape its 500-meter radius. It also costs 100 cognition power to activate and drains 10 units per second. But this one also devours 1% of his health every second, capping his max HP at 90%. Just then, a notification appeared he could no longer accumulate experience due to a computing power limit. He scratched his head. The system was reminding him that even divine blessings have their limits. The same alert appeared again. The main character wondered. A limit because of computing power. Did that mean if he increased his own power, he could break through? So, after reaching level 60, earning experience in dungeons becomes impossible. It all made sense now. No wonder he never saw players above level 60 in his past life. This also meant that once they tried to level their equipment to 70, they would receive the very same warning. In the Grand Hotel of Musu Cities. He sat on his bed. The Wyvern Snake told him to choose any ability he desired. A special perception skill was tempting. But gaining a barrier was the most challenging. On the other hand, the barrier required strength and constitution training. Stats that were almost useless to him now. He already had far superior skills. Instead of explosive strikes, he had his pendulum. Instead of a bloody exchange, he had fix. But with the barrier, he could combine the effects of several abilities at once. His mind was made up. The main character declared he wanted the barrier defense specialization. The snake replied, "A wise choice. Excellent." Now, all he had to do was confirm the choice through a storm of pop-up notifications. Louie hesitated. Agree to all. Was the snake trying to trick him? He decided to trust it and agreed. The system then asked, "Do you wish to move to the serpent's spiritual dimension?" His doubts flared again. The serpent's own dimension. If he entered, wouldn't he be completely at its mercy? But he steeled his resolve. Without risk, there is no reward. He confirmed his choice. A bright flash from the portal. And he was pulled into a strange, alien space. He landed, feet hitting an unseen floor. He was in a vast, empty void, filled with crackling storm clouds and lightning. This was the snake's spiritual domain. He sensed a powerful, rapid movement nearby. He whipped around in fear, just in time to see the long, massive body of the serpent. The next second, he was slammed to the ground. Lying there, injured, he could only think, "What's going on?" The giant snake coiled around him, then stopped. Its voice boomed. "Well, you should get up." The monster had grown even bigger. Is this its true form? Louie thought, still on the ground. The pressure was even more immense than a star-level beast's. The snake declared that if he could defeat it in this form, he would earn the barrier. Otherwise, it hissed, "You will stay here forever." The main character tensed. An eternity in this place, well, if there was no other choice. Then he would fight. He launched himself upward, soaring straight into the snake's gaping maw, his sword swinging with all his might. 6 days later, a message of congratulations finally arrived. He had obtained the special defense ability barrier. It raises defense to the highest possible level, and can be combined with other special abilities. The number of possible combinations was 3 out of 3. The effect lasts for 1 hour, and when combined with his knowledge-gathering skill, a new power was born. Barrier and gathering knowledge now drain the target's cognition power, converting it into his own at a 1-to-1 ratio. Back in his home, he stood looking out the window. 7 days left. For the past week, he had battled the serpent in its spirit world. At first, he was losing badly, but then he focused. He recalled the moment he finally won, and claimed the barrier as his own. He could now completely cripple an opponent's strength by combining his barrier with knowledge gathering. It was like a permanent silence debuff. At night, the whole city was a breathtaking sea of lights. He smiled, feeling a new confidence. Now, he was truly strong, perhaps stronger than any player in the primordial realm. In the morning, a game device sat on his table as Louie finished getting dressed. He was ready. He left the room, but as he stepped out, he was surprised. Lu Yun was already waiting for him. "Everything's packed," she said, showing him the package. Louie nodded. "Then it's time for us to go." But Lu Yun noticed something and put the bag down. "Brother, you've buttoned the top button again." She sighed, reaching over to fix it. "Mom always said that button should stay undone," she reminded him gently. Lu Yun smiled. "It looks better this way." He looked at her, and her smile was infectious. He smiled back and said, "Okay." They arrived at the western part of the city of Hai's large cemetery, placing food and incense before one of the graves. Together, they lit a small bonfire. The protagonist spoke silently to his parents, promising he was taking good care of Lu Yun. They could rest easy. Lu Yun smiled, too, and mentally told her mom and dad that she would help her brother find a bride. They could rest easy, because she would make sure they had grandchildren in 2 or 3 years. A voice called out to them from a distance. "You two came before me." It was their parents' friend, Wanggu. He laughed. "It's been a long time." Louie smiled. "Uncle Wanggu, you came." He thanked him for visiting his parents every single year. Wanggu scratched his head. "What nonsense are you saying?" "I was friends with them my whole life," Lu Yun chimed in. "Uncle Wu, you came alone again 10 years ago. Our parents told you it was time to fulfill their last wish." Wanggu grinned. "Lu Yun, you don't know this, but I'm actually a millionaire. I'm not looking for anyone right now, so I don't offend all my girlfriends." Lu Yun scoffed. "Is that so? Then go on. We don't have to worry about you getting hurt." Confused and annoyed, Wang Shu shouted, "You can't treat people like this. That's too much. Your words are out of line." Lu Yun just smiled sweetly. As Louie told her not to be so rude, she just stuck out her tongue and puffed out her cheeks. Wu pleaded to the grave. "Senior, please come to her in a dream and punish her." He then began to light his own incense, muttering to himself. He couldn't afford to be distracted by such nonsense. Their mission to save the world left no time for things like love. Lu Yun huffed. "But this is her parents' wish. She wants to fulfill it as soon as possible." Wang Shu then turned to Louie. "By the way, how have you been?" "Since you returned home, I haven't even had a chance to ask." The main character assured him they were doing well. He was deeply grateful for how Wang Shu always looked out for them. But his friend simply replied, "There's no need to thank me. After your parents passed, it was my responsibility to look after you. But not only did I fail to do that, I even got in your way." Louie cut him off. "Don't talk like that. We were just kids then. A house always needs an adult." He then recalled, "Actually, it was Uncle Wang Shu who suggested I start playing MetaWorld." He wondered if the man was still interested in the game. But when MetaWorld descended upon reality, he had simply vanished. The main character asked, "How are you holding up in the primordial realm?" Wang Shu was stunned. "That's not a question I expected. But what about you two? How are you doing?" Lu Yun beamed happily. "Everything's going great. My brother is incredibly cool. He's probably the strongest player in the entire primordial realm right now." Wang Shu was shocked. "The strongest?" Louie noticed his expression. "Is something wrong?" Wang Shu studied him intently, then smiled. As they parted ways, Lu Yun wished him luck. "To find that girl as soon as you can." He waved back. Yes, get home safely now, you two." He watched them leave, his thoughts growing heavy. He sat by the grave once more, whispering, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. It looks like I've dragged your son into this mess after all." Meanwhile, as the siblings walked home, Lu Yun was scrolling through the news on her phone. Network blackouts across the GN, Chihuahua, and B countries. Connection lost for an extended period. The idol Suai has been eliminated. After troubleshooting, everyone is demanding the executives find their idol. Lu Yun sighed. "I liked her so much. And then she just disappeared," Louie said. "You're watching the game news again," she shot back. "It's not like I want to for the past year. This is the only kind of news there is." Louie's mind drifted. When MetaWorld descended, all of its creators vanished overnight. He still had no idea why. There was no official statement, no action from them. It felt as if someone, or something, was involved behind the scenes. No matter what chaos erupted, they never reacted, as if everything that was happening was completely normal. "All right," Louie said. "It's time to go home and play." Lu Yun's face lit up. Yes, Nenu is waiting for me to get online, Louie asked. She's probably level 45 already, isn't she? She confirmed his guess, and he told her. To reach level 50 in the next 7 days. Later that evening, sitting on his bed, Louie considered his next move. With my current strength in the primordial realm, I should be able to handle the leniency crisis. Should I head to the ruined world? Or save the sphere of return for a real-world emergency? How should I play this? But the creators, who control MetaWorld, are the biggest variable. So far, his knowledge from a past life had kept him ahead. He'd pushed himself to the absolute limit to become one of the top players. But now it was time to decide his path forward. He needed to determine the best choice for his sister's future. But he still didn't know enough. Perhaps he should investigate the creators. While death in the game doesn't equal death in reality, he had to resolve this. He must discover the origin of the primordial realm and learn how it merged with their world. Based on that truth, he would choose his future. With a brilliant flash of light, he appeared in the game. A message was waiting. President of the New Order. The computing power has been obtained. Tomorrow, we plan. The day after, at 8. In the morning, we begin, Louie replied. Okay, I accept the invitation. I will arrive at the meeting place tomorrow morning. The president of the New Order wrote back. Excellent. Thank you for your reply. I hope we can become friends. Louie frowned, thinking. The return sphere might come in handy after all. If I'm going to preserve my current state, I need to be in even better condition. Then, the sphere will be a trump card that could save me in a pinch. He arrived at the training hall. It was time to act. He focused his will, and his eyes flew open, blazing with power, using the gift of the serpent. Plus 5,000 to all stats. Aura of threat to all things. Activated. Colossal streams of bright magic erupted around him. An architect's abilities should not have. A cooldown. His eyes shone with a blinding light. Blessing of all stats repeated 3 times. The torrents of magic grew larger, more violent. The system reported. Your stats have reached the limit of the primordial realm. You are requested to increase computing power to continue, Louie commanded. Return sphere record my current state. The next day, at Musu City's East Gate, Blazing Fire was standing with his team. All the assembled players were elites, from the most powerful guilds. Someone was resting, when the main character strode confidently into the middle. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Blazing Fire gave him a nod. You've come, the other players whispered. Is that him? The one who single-handedly defeated over 100 backyard garden players? A week ago. A huge crowd had gathered. He's a truly powerful opponent, they muttered. Even the garden's elite players are here. They don't know what to do about him. He's apparently a member of the New Order. Their leader will go out of his way to protect him. One player watched him with a cruel grin and was asked, "Why do we need him?" He replied, "To reach the ruined world as quickly as possible. The 4 major guilds have already decided. To rent a flying vehicle. During the flight, we'll offer a friendly match, and upon arrival, we'll deal with him permanently." They flew quickly, racing to the destroyed zone. After gathering, the leaders of the 4 great clans had rented a flying vehicle for their elite players. Those with enough computing power. To enter the destroyed zone, you need at least 5% of that indicator. The leaders of each clan brought everyone who had sufficient power. But then, his teammate Wei smiled and greeted him. We haven't seen each other for a long time. You're now level 60, and in the New Order clan. According to the New Order's leader, he hadn't known that Wei even possessed computing power. He only found out later, when he was trying to find a way to crack the entrance to a secret realm. Wei had cleared 5 dungeons in the danger and chaos zones, gaining 5% of the computing power herself. Louie noticed other players looking at him with fury. A level 60 player sneered. If I were him, I wouldn't be so carefree. I would work to restore my reputation. Blazing Fire sat nearby, determined to succeed. He had also reached level 60. Despite dying, they had all leveled up to the maximum level. Even players at level 60 were on the same team. Normally, Anyone who had died even once would never reach that level. At this point, the only way to climb so fast was to burn cash for experience in the mirror realm. At a 1-to-1 exchange, just reaching level 50 would cost at least 100 million, an astronomical sum. Gardner, the head of the level 60 Backyard Garden Guild, watched them and smiled. He sent a message. The situation is becoming rather unpleasant for us. 4 players now possess 5% of the computing power. We need to act, or we'll simply be crushed. Dunyang, the head of the shelter, replied simply, "Do what you think is right." Gardner proposed a tempting offer. We must deal with this clanless Yi together. The prize, a share of his immense computing power. A message sent to Xianyi Young, the head of the skyscraper. He's insane, Xianyi thought. After we deal with Yi, how will we answer to Earth's shadow? But Gardner's justification was chillingly simple. They killed someone who wasn't part of the New Order. Dunyang agreed. Then it's settled. Challenge him to a one-on-one battle in a remote area. Get him away from the New Order's protection. Then we join forces and defeat him. They sent a team to scout the destroyed area. But upon their arrival, they were instantly annihilated. The main character listened to Dong's report with a surprising calm. According to our information, Dong said, after being resurrected, they only saw an inverted world and a sphere of light. They won't gain anything from exploring the destroyed area. Players with computing power are too valuable an asset. Even a top clan like the New Order, with 4 such players, wouldn't risk sending one to investigate. So they chose the most dangerous option. Gather all the players with computing power and go together. Rule slammed his hand on the floor, shouting in displeasure. Our clan can easily gather such players. Why are you making these wild conclusions? A level 60 player from the Shelter clan, known as Mustache Uncle, calmly retorted, The boy is wrong. Our leader is merely stating a fact. Enraged, Rule roared, You Shelter player! You're too arrogant, I'll destroy you one-on-one. He drew his sword, but blazing fire appeared, blocking his path. Rule, your own arrogance is just as great. Let them finish. Dong just grinned. Very well then, before we head to the destroyed area, we'll have a duel to see who is stronger. A disgruntled Rule shouted, All right, I'm challenging you, Dong, to a duel. Gardner smiled, and Xianyi Young watched them thoughtfully. Dunong stood up and announced, We're starting? Rule was ready, his sword drawn. I'm also ready, he declared. As Blazing Fire and Yi looked on intently, suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Stop! It was White Knight. Everyone froze, surprised, as all eyes turned to him. If our top players fight now, it will be boring, he declared. I suggest the newcomers fight first. That will be much more interesting. Rule smiled. I like that kind of suggestion. So, who will it be? Who will you choose? White Knight frowned, his gaze locking onto his true target. I choose... yeah. The room filled with surprise. I'm sure you know we have a small conflict with him. If he can defeat me here, we'll settle our conflict without involving the clan heads. But if I lose, it can be considered that the Backyard Garden is the weakest of the major clans. Rule thought for a moment, then stood up. And how are we going to fight? Blazing Fire interjected. If you don't like it, then there's no need to compete. But Gardner's smooth voice cut in. Disagreements in the team will definitely lead to conflict during our joint actions. It's better to resolve everything now. The destroyed zone is dangerous. Only if we have no hard feelings and help each other will we be able to survive there. Our main character grinned. There's no time to waste. I'm ready to fight. White Knight then asked everyone to give them some space. We don't want anyone to get blood on their hands. Everyone agreed there was no problem, while Blazing Fire looked around suspiciously. The players stood up to make room. Blazing Fire told his team, Be careful and stay considerate. Gardner also stepped back. He sent a private message to his team. Remember, none of us can kill a person in a second. I am counting on your seriousness. Don't be greedy. Don't think for a second you can defeat him single-handedly. The two opponents now stood a great distance apart, facing each other. Gardner's expression was deadly serious. He gave the command for everyone to start instantly. Yi was flooded with notifications. Architect's skill cannot change the rules here. Weakening aura detected. Normal aura transfer active. Aura of a Joker. A strange aura appeared around Yi as all the players of the opposing team surrounded him, their weapons prepared for an attack. The members of his own team could only look on in surprise. At that moment, Yi let out a vicious laugh. "I knew it," he sneered. "I knew you were up to something." When faced with the unknown, it's always best to be prepared. From the very moment I boarded the ship, I've been placing blessings on myself. Each of them was worth 10 units of cognition power, although it only added 5 to my stats. After just half an hour of flying, all of my stats had reached their limit. The main character created an aura around him and swung his sword. He began to defend himself as the enemy players stared in absolute shock. Stunned, the main character retreated, then let out a defiant roar, "Die!" Instantly, a defeat enemy effect triggered, cascading over him. All his buffs vanished. He froze in shock as the system coolly reported, "All blessings have been dispelled." His mind raced. What had Gardner done? "Attack," Gardner commanded, and a storm of players descended upon Yi at once. The main character tried to use status pinning, but a crippling silence choked his abilities. He couldn't use Architect either. A restriction on the rules had locked it away. The seal would hold for another. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. He attempted to use evasion, but the system flashed again. He was under the influence of the Joker's aura. His movement was sealed, possible only in Gardner's direction. Fear coiled in his gut as panic set in. He was trapped. But suddenly, Wei Wei appeared, activating hidden retreat. Her speed surged as she grabbed his arm, pulling him free just as the other player's attack slammed into the floor, creating a massive energy burst. The flying machine began to shake violently. Wei Wei held on to Yi, who was desperately trying to catch his breath. The New Order team closed in, and their leader, Blazing Fire, snarled, "What is this madness? You're breaking the rules. The rules set by Earth's shadow. You'll all just die." As the huge cloud of smoke cleared, the opposing team stood firm on the dilapidated floor, beginning their advance. An intense pressure filled the air as Blazing Fire and Gardner locked eyes. The tension crackled between them. With a confident sneer, Gardner broke the silence. He warned Blazing Fire not to be so aggressive. He wasn't a New Order member, after all. Weren't they breaking the rules by trying to kill him? It was just a joke. Anyway, it wasn't like anyone had actually died. Gardner turned to his lackeys. "So it's fine, isn't it?" Rage and disbelief flashed in Blazing Fire's eyes, his fists clenching tightly. As they stared each other down, Shining calmly sat. "We shouldn't fight," she declared. "We need to rest before reaching the destruction zone. The real fight begins when we arrive." A member of the Skyscraper clan appeared. Son Young just smiled and sat beside her, agreeing completely. If they kept this up, they might never reach the destruction zone. Dong also sat, his hammer hitting the floor. "Then we shouldn't..." Gardner finally relented. He sat down, muttering an apology. The main character frowned, analyzing the situation. He had to dispel 2 abilities, one from the shelter member, Mustache Uncle, and the other from Skyscraper's head, Son Young. He committed it to memory. Unexpectedly, Yi thanked Huai. She smiled as Blazing Fire asked if he was all right. "Everything's fine, thank you," Ye replied. Ruel scowled nearby. Ye was the only player to ever defeat him. He couldn't die by anyone else's hand, or it would be a disgrace. Our main character just smiled. Blazing Fire sighed, calling him naive. He thought they'd all work together, knowing the dangers of the destruction zone, at least until they found the power. He never imagined a conflict would erupt before they even arrived. On top of that, the agreement not to fight inside the zone had already crumbled. Now, they could only rely on themselves. A serious expression fell over everyone. "Understood," they all said in unison. Finally, they reached the entrance, an eerie, foreboding place. The flying machine halted, and they stepped out, into the void. Yi frowned. Gardner declared that the non-aggression pact with Earthshadow was null and void here. He grinned wickedly. "But don't forget where we are," he added. "We can't survive without teamwork." Blazing Fire shot back, asking if he was suggesting a choice between them and Ye. "Then I apologize," he said. "But I'm going with Yi." The main character watched him carefully. Dunong summoned his shields, urging them not to escalate. Earthshadow only canceled the contract, because they were certain the group couldn't work together. He stated that sticking together wasn't a choice anymore. It was their only chance for survival. Mustache Uncle grinned and followed his team. "Wait for me," Louie thought to himself as Earth Shadow departed. Seon Young remarked that Dunong had a point. Shining and I will go too, he declared. She simply replied, Okay. Gardner just shrugged with a grin. We're leaving, he said, and White Knight followed him. Blazing Fire turned to his own group. It's our turn. As they moved through the colossal ruins, Yi frowned, his mind racing. Does this power truly exist? Where did it come from? And if he obtains it, what then? As he walked behind the team, he wondered if this power could stop us. The primordial realm's invasion of the real world. A wave of sadness washed over him. Soon, the towering structures vanished into a thick fog. The mist was so dense he could no longer see Gardner's group. Even the silhouettes of the New Order members were becoming faint. Blazing Fire turned back. Gather closer, he commanded. Be careful and don't stray. The ones who came before us all died here. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Computing power of the membrane exceeds 5%. Verta is now open to the world beyond. Every player froze in shock. With a deafening roar, the ground began to split apart. Before he could react, his team was falling, swallowed by the collapsing earth. What's happening? He panicked. They plummeted into a glowing abyss. We're falling into the void. We can't die like this, Blazing Fire shouted. Stay alert. Given the pop-up messages, it's unlikely we'll die from the fall. The bottom rushed toward them. The bright light wasn't solid, it was liquid. Yi was stunned. He twisted in midair and landed. The system spoke. You have left Metaworld. The computing power of the primordial realm's membrane is now sealed. Welcome to the world beyond the edge. He stared in shock. Rocks flew all around him, spiraling endlessly upwards. He could see the remnants of the city, shattered and floating, on small, ruined islands in the vast emptiness of space. Countless lines of debris twisted through the void. On one massive chunk of land was Musu City, and far below was Yi. So this is the destruction zone, he thought. The world beyond. The system chimed in. After breaking out of the protection of the primordial realm's membrane, the world beyond the edge debuff has been applied. Strength reduced to 0.1%. Tidal Fighter detected, world beyond. Effect weakened by 2%. Computing power of the membrane is 11%. The world beyond effect has been weakened by 1.1%. His final strength was just 3.2% of his original. His attack power crashed to 111 from 35,000. Defense was 45 from 1,500. Resistance, 13 from 44. Strength, 9 from 266. Agility, 9 from 273. Constitution, 10 from 317. Intelligence, 56 from 1,730. And perception, 8 from 250. His distribution points were 0. His health was full, but now a mere 609 out of 19,000. His knowledge power, 392 out of 12,236. Another notification appeared. Affected by the world beyond the edge debuff. Ability duration reduced by 96.8%. Ability cooldown increased by 96.8%. He had left Metaworld, and his architect ability was now on an infinite cooldown. A level 10 private territory has been created. Please assign a name. He collapsed, his body tense. His stats had been absolutely crippled. He looked around helplessly. In his current state, how could he possibly find the power? Even the weakest opponent could easily crush him now. The system repeated its request. Please assign a name to the private territory. He thought, a private territory, is this some kind of kingdom-building game? He simply said, Number 1. Private territory has been named Number 1, current level 1. Amount of membrane stored in Number 1-1, membrane defense activated. Computing power is being counted. The world beyond the edge debuff is weakened by 10%. Current strength is 13% of the original. Something strange began to happen. A brilliant light appeared. A small sprout rose from the ground before him. The system then issued a new quest, increase the computing power of the membrane, with which he can resist the debuff of the world beyond the edge. Thanks to the membrane's computational power, he now completely owned territory number 1. The architect's cooldown was gone. Using computing power, it could now rewrite the rules of his territory with no cooldown at all. The amount of power consumed would simply depend on the task's complexity. A shocking realization dawned on the main character. Was the membrane really a protective barrier from the world beyond? This meant the membrane was the very heart of his island, and to level it up, he needed computing power. The health of the sprout was a mere 100 out of 100. A function of the membrane created a barrier with two effects. Effect 1 weakened the world beyond's debuff. Effect 2 all creatures that enter territory number 1 and are not part of it are weakened by 50%. A note appeared: the lives of the membrane carrier and the player are linked. If the carrier dies, the player dies as well. Louie's heart sank. A sapling. So fragile. Only 100 health points. And it was tied directly to his own life. He'd need computing power just to keep it safe. But where was it? Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged from his ring, and a small version of the serpent crawled out and devoured the sprout in one bite. The system shrieked a warning. Its host, the legendary tree, was devoured by a fake snake. The legendary tree has merged with the wyvern snake. The private territory's number 1. Wyvern snake cub became the new bearer of the membrane. He roared in fury. Snake! Just then, he saw the rocks and islands begin moving at impossible speeds. One of the islands began to glow. Fear gripped him. And as the island shook, it exploded. Rocks flew in every direction as he was thrown back by a powerful shockwave. "What is that?" he yelled. Amidst the rock and the massive dust cloud, 2 silhouettes appeared. He saw that it was a colossal monster. The creature let out a deafening scream, causing all the islands to detonate one by one with a thunderous boom. Rocks rained down on the Shan island. As the system repeated its warning, the baby snake, the number 1 membrane carrier, is under attack. He frowned, thinking, what kind of monster is this? The other islands nearby held different amounts of computing power, 27, 9, and 15, power that could be obtained by destroying those islands. The brilliant remnants of their energy streamed towards the monster and merged with it. A long pillar of light erupted on a far-off island, and a great tree began to glow even brighter as the entire island vibrated. The monster beat its chest and roared loudly, and then its island quickly ascended toward a bright sphere in the sky. The main character was stunned. The island just took off. The monster looked overjoyed. Maybe its goal is to collect computing power, and after reaching its goal, it returns to the sphere. "We were lucky," he breathed, looking at the bright little snake. Incredibly lucky. If the snake hadn't merged with the legendary tree after a shockwave like that, a host with only 100 health would have died instantly, and his island would have disintegrated. You said, "It's a good thing you merged with the sprout, otherwise I'd have returned to the city after death." He thanked the serpent. "Before this, ye thought the wyvern snake wanted to destroy the tree." The snake hissed. "It's too early for praise. I was also affected by the debuff. Right now, you are stronger." When it became the carrier of the membrane of his private territory, it gained countless health points. But in this state, there wasn't much it could do. The main character asked in a panic, "So, I can't rely on your power," the serpent replied. "That's true. As long as I don't have the computing power for it. With enough, I could take on my original form. For a short time. The most important thing here is computing power. Once they get it, they will not only regain their previous strength, but also be able to increase the territory's size." "Get there!" The main character looked up and repeated the words. The snake explained, "We need to go to the destruction zone. It is the only way into the sphere, just like that monster." The wyvern snake confirmed it was true, Louie thought. So that's their goal. Maybe that's where the real power is. Hidden. He needs to get there. But first, he needs to collect computing power by destroying the islands, and with the help of that power, he will expand his personal territory and get closer to the sphere. Right. He was looking at the endless stream of rocks and islands. By the way, where is New Order and Chapter? He hadn't seen them after entering the destruction zone. They couldn't have died there. A system alert appeared. Map system is disabled. Unable to open. Command system is disabled. Unable to open. Yi looked into the group chat. Blazing Fire was asking, "Where are you guys, Penchel?" While Yi was looking at the panel, a man with a mustache watched him from a distant island, a bundle of energy in his hand. He wrote in his own group chat that the head wouldn't believe who he met. Dunong was confused, and the mustached man wrote that he sees Yi. Dunong replied that he needs to be careful. The man said that Yi gets his strength through buffs. "I'll be able to restrain him." Rule at this time replied to Blazing Fire that he didn't know his location. He sent them 2 photos and said that he didn't see anything familiar. They were somewhere in that area. Wei Wei wrote that after entering the zone, they were all probably scattered to 2 different places. The space there is so vast that it is almost equal to the size of all 3 parts of the primordial realm. The chance of meeting is extremely small. The main character read this and decided that, for now, he could only rely on himself. The main goal, the sphere. And to achieve it, he needs to collect computing power by destroying the islands. They would cope. He looked at the serpent. With their current strength, how could they break the islands? He pulled out a gun. Maybe try shooting. But then he wondered if it would be that easy. Right, but maybe territory number 1 is protected by the serpent. That means he can safely use the combined damage of Architect status, Pinning Blessing, and triple pendulum damage. Even though his strength has been reduced to 11%, it's worth a try. If it works, he won't have to risk leaving his territory for the sake of computing power. It's much safer. He asked the snake, "Can you move our island?" It replied, "Yes." Then Ye asked him to move to a smaller, unspoiled island. They approached an island with a bright aura. There was a level 802 monster, a creature of pure danger. He carefully looked at the monster. The snake said, "The carrier of the membrane is the core of the territory. If you destroy it, the island will fall apart." The main character said that they would start. He used Architect. There was no cooldown on his abilities. And he also used Blessing several times. The system reported that his strength had reached the number 1 limit. Yi noticed that it happened too quickly. He looked at the panel. He checked his status panel. Strength 846, Defense 6183, Resistance 48, his core stats. Strength, Agility, Physique, Intelligence, and Perception had all hit 100. Health stood at 6,000. And his power of cognition was 700. He frowned. The stats might be capped at 100, but it would have to be enough. The island's legendary tree was now just a sapling to him. A single attack would be all it took. It was said that of all attributes, only the stat-to-ache ratio was immune to the world beyond debuff. The higher that ratio, the more powerful his blessing would become. He launched a volley of rocks at the tree, blasting the island's core for 76,635 points. The monster within awoke with a terrifying roar. The entire island vibrated and pulsed with a menacing light. The process stalled for a heart-stopping moment. Then, a massive explosion tore the island to pieces. The system's voice echoed in his mind. It had destroyed the membrane carrier of Tulu Private Territory number 446. Tulu Private Territory number 446 was annihilated. Tulu number 446 had perished. Xiao's attention had increased by 1, his hatred by 1. The main character grinned. This is actually possible. He and the snake had to move faster. They needed to collect the computing power. Snake replied that he understood. Clusters of computing power, 7 pieces in total, now floated among the island's remnants. But Wyvern Snake suddenly stopped. "I'm in trouble. I can't go any further." A protective barrier had formed, preventing the power from dissipating. He asked what was wrong. The barrier also prevented other private territories from crossing into their zone. A grim realization dawned on him. To collect those shards of power, he would have to leave the island himself. He was still too far from the fragments, and because of the world beyond the edge debuff, his blessing would fade just 3 seconds after leaving island number 1. But he could use the skill again, reset the cooldown, and then again, giving him almost 9 seconds of power. Fortunately, thanks to the membrane's computational power, he had full access to island number 1, and while he could only set one rule, the architect ability had no cooldown. This meant he could instantly recover the moment he returned. The main character began to run. He launched himself towards the floating stones. Fear gripped him, but he leaped across them anyway. A system notification chimed he had left the number 1 membrane barrier. His current strength was slashed to just 3%, and his architect ability was locked on an infinite cooldown. He pushed forward resolutely, racing towards the world beyond the edge. You need to climb to the very top to enter. So to leave, you just need to jump down. But more important things were on his mind. What kind of reward did Xiao give him for that kill? For killing Tulu number 446? Maybe it was the boss of this area. He finally reached computing power 7. This monster was on a completely different level, far lower than the monkey. Still, he had to be cautious. Shards of power materialized in his hand, and the system announced that he had received 7 units of computing power. This was the essential material used for buildings. By spending it, he could create anything. The architect's ability was recharged. The main character was stunned. He could use the architect again. So with computing power, I can use the ability anywhere, right? The system confirmed it, but with a warning. The computing power would be gone in 60 minutes. It urged him to use it as soon as possible, or transfer the membrane carrier to his private territory. He leaped onto another rock, racing back and returning in a flash. The computing power was successfully transferred to the membrane's carrier, and a new path opened up. A development path for private territory number 1 was now available. Total of 8 computing power received, with 8 left. First, strengthen the cube. Snake was now level 1. This path increases the membrane carrier's resistance to the world beyond debuff, at a cost of 10 units of computing power. The second option was to raise the level of number 1 itself. Its current level was 1. He could move it from the first floor to the second floor of the world beyond, or raise its power limit. The cost was 1,000 units of computing power, and it required Serpent level 10. For him, the path of development was obvious. He announced that their next step would be to collect more computing power. Then I can upgrade both Snake and number 1. Let's go. Just then, a flood of alerts began to pour in. Tulu number 556 died. Xiao added attention and hate by 1. Tulu number 213 died. Attention and hate plus 1. Tulu 175 died. Attention and hate plus 1. After a while, he had 51 points in both attention and hate. The contented big tree was glowing faintly. Someone was walking around the island. It was the monster, heading Xiao, level 90. Threat level disaster. Tulu number 765 died. Tulu number 278 died. Tulu number 498 died. For each one, he gained a point of attention and hatred. Now he had 70 of both. He held the shards in his hand and thought, they're all monsters called Tulu. With each kill of these unknown creatures, Xiao grows stronger. The main character didn't know. How many more Tulu had to be killed before its appearance? In short, leaving the world beyond the edge would be incredibly difficult. It was time to think about this problem. He used 10 units of computing power. Snake's level increased to 2. The membrane's world beyond debuff resistance increased by 1%. He used 20 units of computing power. Snake was now level 3. Debuff resistance increased by another 1%. He used 30 units of computing power. Snake was now level 4. The resistance increased by 1% again. He used 40 units of computing power, upgrading Snake to level 5. The resistance increased by 1%. Then he used 50 units, upgrading Snake to level 6. The resistance rose by another 1%. The effect of the Sire, beyond the edge's debuff on number 1, had now been weakened by 15%, with a total of 180 computing power gained, and 30 remaining. He noted that when two private territories collide, their membrane barriers connect. At that point, you can't use Architect, but the world beyond debuff will weaken. How much depends on the resistance level of the membrane carriers. Standing on the island. He said it was time for an honest talk. Snake looked surprised. The main character had taken him out of the realm, then brought him back. Now, Wyvern Snake was saying he needed to get into the realm. He asked where they were going and what the purpose of the hike was. Snake hesitated, and they stared at each other carefully. Okay, he said. I want to take you to the data center module. He looked up and said, This is the area. A data center module. So this was the power the head of the New Order had spoken of. How could Snake know all of this? Was he really there? You may not believe me, he said. But what I need is there, and Snake will do everything in its power. To get to that data center module. The main character looked at him carefully and asked, Do you know about the existence of the real world? Snake looked surprised. What did you say? He frowned and repeated the question. Does Wyvern Snake know that we are in a game? But his words were met with silence. Louie realized the primordial realm must automatically block such private conversations. He told the Wyvern to drop it for now, promising to give it his all. Suddenly, he froze. A dreadful presence sent a chill down his spine. The Wyvern confirmed his fears. A high-level monster was hurtling toward them. Yi knew instantly. It was Yin Xiao. He realized they could gain an immense amount of computing power. If they managed to defeat the fearsome chieftain Tula, he'd hoped to hunt a few more beasts. But this monster's sudden arrival was an unexpected twist of fate. The Wyvern, Ye asked, Do you have a plan to deal with it? The main problem, he admitted, was the monster's unknown power. If it had the strength of a demon ape, they would be annihilated in a single second. The main character paused, his thoughts racing. Could he truly trust the Wyvern? To be honest, even with the Wyvern's help, a deep-seated feeling of distrust was growing stronger. It was hiding something. Yi knew his suspicions were perfectly reasonable, but that didn't change the fact he needed to trust it now. He desperately wanted to know its secrets. But there was no time. They were facing a high-level monster. To win, he had no choice but to place his faith in his ally, and that's exactly what he would do. The two islands collided, glowing with an intense light. The system chimed in. Number 1 and the garden have collided. Membrane fusion initiated. He struggled to keep his balance. Spotting the monster, near a massive tree, the terrifying Yin Xiao was staring right at him. The membranes fused. The world beyond the edge, debuff weakened by 35%. The main character frowned. Suddenly, the Wyvern's body began to warp. Glowing with a crimson aura, its form twisted and grew, becoming a massive beast ready to face Yin Xiao. The monster glared at them from its island. The Wyvern declared it would use the last of its strength. The plan was simple. It would hold Yin Xiao off while Ye infiltrated the island and destroyed its legendary tree. But Ye was terrified. If the Wyvern failed, would it just flee? Yin Xiao looked surprised. Then enraged. It let out a deafening roar of pure fury. The Wyvern insisted that Ye had nothing to worry about, vowing to fight with him until the very end. You must believe me. A cataclysmic explosion then erupted on the island. The Wyvern was now locked in battle. Ye seized the moment and leaped down. The infiltration had begun. He clung to the rock face as a system notification flashed. Membrane carrier number 1 is taking damage. Minus 7,340 health points. The main character continued his descent, island hopping toward his goal. Wyvern Snake received damage. Minus 4,700 health. The Wyvern took another massive hit. Minus 5,000. As he leaped between the rocks, he knew the Wyvern couldn't defeat Yin Xiao alone. He had to find that legendary tree. Before the Wyvern's health hit 0, he had to destroy it. Otherwise, his own island would be obliterated, and he'd be cast out of the destruction zone. The Wyvern had just over 7 million health left. He looked around, on his own island. Mustache Uncle was also climbing, toward the chaos. Another 5,000 damage to the wyvern. Then 7,600. Then 6,500. The main character finally made it to the top. The wyvern's health was plummeting, far too quickly. He gazed at the swirling vortex of dust where the battle raged. He had to hurry. He stood before a colossal tree, shimmering with countless luminous spheres. Yi was stunned. This is it. It's enormous. He cautiously approached, surprised to find no guards at all. Frowning, he glanced back toward the fight. It was time to begin. But why would Yin Xiao leave its precious tree completely undefended? Yi touched the trunk. A legendary tree of a level 30. Garden territory. This legendary tree is protected by the blessing of the flower god. As long as Yin Xiao lives, it cannot be destroyed. Yi's eyes widened. Cannot be destroyed, so that's why it was unguarded. What was he supposed to do now? The wyvern took another hit, minus 6,500 health. Then another, minus 6,700. A third of its health was already gone. The main character gritted his teeth and tried to cut the tree anyway. He unleashed a flurry of blows, striking the trunk, again and again, but the system repeatedly reported the garden is immune to damage. He pulled out his gun and fired, but the garden was still immune. He cursed under his breath. The tree really was indestructible. He began to circle it, thinking, what if this is just a shell and the real tree is inside? But there was no obvious way to get in. If that were true, he'd have to break the outer shell first. Otherwise, he could never destroy Yin Xiao's legendary tree. He scratched his head in frustration. This was bad. His scatter skill would be incredibly useful right now, while Ye racked his brain for a solution. Mustache. Uncle watched him from the other side of the tree, frowning. Yi looked back at his own island. The dust from the battle was settling. The wyvern's health was now at half. He understood his ally had only come here for a fight, but there was no doubt. If this was his only chance, he had to take it. The main character started to walk away from the tree. Even if defeat was certain, he couldn't just stand here and cry. To be honest, fighting Yin Xiao head-on was a 100% chance of death. Giving up already, a voice asked. Yi whipped around in surprise. The player stepped out from behind the tree, his gaze confident. The two of them stared each other down. Mustache uncle from the shelter. Louie thought, his eyes narrowing. Then it hit him. Yi remembered this player was skilled in dispelling. Could he dispel the legendary tree's barrier? Notifications kept flooding in. The wyvern lost another 7,000 health points. Then 5,500. Then another 5,500. Less than half its health remained. The main character watched the wyvern's health bar drain away. He didn't know how much longer it could last, but he couldn't afford to be reckless now. Mustache Uncle's dispel skill was a godsend. If he could actually break the barrier, the main character began pulling weapons from his inventory. You can see things more clearly from the shadows, he said, preparing to deal with the island's master. This was strange. It would have been smarter for Mustache Uncle to wait. Considering their history, it didn't make sense for him to approach. He rubbed his chin, a theory forming. He thinks Mustache Uncle can't use the spell, because his stats are too low. That's why he's seeking cooperation. He stopped, yea because he wasn't sure if he could handle Yin Xiao on his own. In the future, Mustache Uncle would never be able to use the spell without Ye's help. He'd never be able to destroy the barrier and defeat the monster. Mustache Uncle tensed. Yi continued, if that's the case, I promise to help boost your stats. If you remove the barrier from this tree. The main character watched his reaction. That slight hesitation was all the confirmation he needed. Mustache Uncle was clearly conflicted. He's willing to help with everything. Isn't he afraid you'll turn that power against him? You must have an ace up your sleeve. Well, we'll see whose ace is stronger. The mustached man agreed. The sooner they start, the better. Our hero simply nodded and began to approach him, as system notifications flooded his senses. The damage report from the snake flashed in his mind, 5,500, then 6,000 twice more. Panic threatened to overwhelm him, but he knew better than to show it. He had to be calm. Mustache. Uncle thought his promise was too direct, a potential deception. He stopped Ye, handing him a knife. Then he backed away 3 meters, putting some distance between them. The max stat level is 100, Ye stated. Is that enough for you? The man's eyes glinted. Give me everything you've got, he demanded. Understood, Ye replied. A surge of immense power coursed through the older man's body. He felt incredibly strong. Our hero warned him to hurry up. My blessing only lasts for 30 seconds. A treacherous sneer crept across the man's face. What a fool, he thought. So young. He has no idea how cruel this world can be. The second this barrier falls, I'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. He turned, placing a hand on the cursed tree. First things first, he declared. I need to deal with this. Torrents of magic erupted from his palm. The system flashed an alert. Dispel pronounced. Insufficient intelligence. Dispel failed. His stats were already at their limit. Dispel level increased by 1. Dispel is pronounced again. Dispel successful. The flower god's buff is nullified. A web of cracks spread across the tree's barrier, then shattered into countless fragments, leaving the trunk exposed. The shards of the barrier scattered like dust in the wind. It actually worked. Ye thought, a flicker of hope rising. But then, the roar of battle echoed from a nearby island. He tensed. That was Ying Xiao's roar. His gaze shot towards the island, his mind racing. He had to deal with this legendary tree, and fast. The wyvern snake was still fighting for its life. But in that moment of distraction, the mustached man made his move. He lunged forward, his blade a silver flash aimed for Ye's back. A devastating strike meant to cleave him in 2. You shouldn't have looked away, the man sneered. Inattention leads to a very quick death. But empowered by his own blessing, Yi dodged the other attacks with blinding speed. The man stared in utter shock. Did I just attack a phantom? Even with all my stats enhanced, how is he so much faster than me? Under equal conditions, this was impossible. Yi settled into a fighting stance, sword at the ready. You are far too greedy, he said coldly. So that was his trump card. The man realized Yi's agility coefficient was higher, but the man had already activated enemy destruction. Yi shouldn't be able to use any skills. He pressed his attack, closing the distance in an instant. Just give up, the man screamed, a vicious grin spreading across his face. Did you really think you're the only one with a trump card? He activated Weapon Ban, a skill that prohibits the target from using a certain weapon type, for 1 full minute. The main character swung his blade right at the man's stomach, but the sword passed straight through his body. A notification appeared. Target is immune to melee weapon damage. He was surprised when the sword in his own hands began to crumble into dust. You can't attack me with a sword, the man gloated. You needed enemy destruction to defeat Ji, and this is my true trump card. He unleashed a wild flurry of attacks, his blade a whirlwind of steel. What will you do now? He roared. What abilities can you use when your weapon is useless? There's no difference between you and any other powerless player. But the main character just chuckled. So, this was your grand plan. He dodged the next strike with impossible speed, reappearing directly behind his foe. He held a gun to the back of the man's head. If I were a simple player with only power abilities, you would be right. I couldn't touch you. Panic seized the man. He whirled around. You're a cheater. You had a gun all along. A cold smile touched Ye's lips. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a simple player. And though the man had struck first, Ye fired a single, decisive shot. The bullet, blazing with powerful energy, tore right through him. The player's health bar vanished in an instant. His body lit up and he coughed, his silhouette beginning to fade. At this speed, you couldn't even hit an unarmed man. This useless fight had wasted far too much of his precious time. He couldn't believe the man had the courage to attack him alone. The system announced his victory. He had killed the player. And now, he had 5% of the primordial realm's computing power? After absorption, the membrane's computing power increased to 16%. Streams of golden aura flowed, enveloping the distant sphere. Another notification. The territory's membrane carrier, the snake cub, had just taken 5,730 damage, then another 7,000, then 2,000 more. The snake had almost no health left. Ye realized he couldn't linger any longer. It was time to deal with the legendary Ying Xiao tree. He couldn't let his serpent fall. He looked resolutely toward the fierce battle. Amidst a cloud of dust, his massive snake had grabbed the tree's leg, hoisting it high into the air. But the serpent's voice echoed in his mind. This fight has gone on for too long. I can't hold on much longer. Just then, a new message appeared. The legendary tree of the garden territory has been destroyed. 1,500 computing power obtained. The system urged him to use the power as quickly as possible, or transfer it to the membrane carrier. The computing power of the garden territory is affected by the flower god's curse, the hatred of its followers and catastrophic level monsters. Grants a bonus of plus 100%. The snake's tail now hung limply from the island. It lay wearily on the ground as Ye sat down beside it. You did a good job, boy. You held on for a long time. It's nothing worth praising, the serpent replied, its massive form shrinking. We should help each other. It continued to decrease in size. For this fight, we earned over 1,500 units of computing. Ye already knew how he would use it. First, he said, I'll raise your level to 10. Then, he thought, it might be worth it. To destroy more of these stone islands, they should take their time before moving to the next floor. First, they would earn some more computing power. You're right, the snake agreed. That would be safer. It looked up towards the sky. By leveling up, will we go straight to the sphere? I would like to believe so. Ye could see it himself now. The distance was divided into 5 floors. Raising one level meant they would ascend by 1 floor. So, 4 levels left, the main character said. By the way, you can fly. Why not just fly me to the next level? The snake grumbled, annoyed. You're too greedy. We are surrounded by a barrier. I can only exist in this reduced form. Our hero just laughed, telling him to relax, as they began to accumulate their power. On the far side of the network, Mustache Uncle materialized on his island. His eyes widened in shock. He died. The system displayed the raw data, 52 units of computing power remaining, a staggering 60% loss. So that's the price of death. 60% of his power, erased. Was it because he was level 60? What was the minimum he could fall to? Will he even be able to revive again, he wondered? Regardless, this had to be reported to the boss. He opened his private messages. I was killed, the report began. The details didn't matter. What mattered was that he revived on his own territory, after losing 60% of his total computing power. Dong's reply was instant. What happened, report? Mustache Uncle typed back. It was an accidental encounter with Ye. Dong hesitated. The digital reply tinged with frustration. I warned you to be careful. I was careful, Mustache Uncle insisted. But this he's a monster. Dong demanded more information, needing to understand the nature of this threat, just as Mustache Uncle was about to explain. His tone suddenly shifted. I think I'm going to cry. It seemed his most prized skill, the one that forbids targets from using their weapons. Yi had simply taken it from him. Meanwhile, Yi invested 60 units of his newfound power. A notification appeared. The Wyvern Cub's level has risen to 7, the brain's world beyond debuff resistance, has increased by 1%. He poured in another 70 units. The snake's level climbed to 8. Resistance increased by another 1%. Then, 80 more units. The snake reached level 9. Resistance ticked up by 1%. A cascade of light erupted. The Wyvern Snake Cub had evolved into a teenage Wyvern Snake level 10. The brain's resistance to the world beyond debuff hit a solid 20%. In total, he had gained 1,747 computing power. 1,297 units were now available. The numbers on his interface surged past 2,000. He had finally reached the computing power limit for the first floor. A system warning flashed. Please upgrade your territory as soon as possible and ascend to the next floor of the world beyond. The main character gazed at his territory's protective brain, so even this has its limits. Before ascending, he had to upgrade territory number 1. He looked to the sky, his decision made. Returning to his island, he invested 1,000 units. A system message confirmed territory number 1 has been upgraded to rank 2. Maximum player weight ratio increased. The brain itself expanded outwards. World Beyond debuff resistance increased by 5%. The teenage wyvern snake's maximum level was now 20, and new construction options were now available in territory number 1. 550 computing power remained, with the 2,000 he'd just acquired. A new alert appeared. Territory number 1 will soon ascend to the 2nd floor of the World Beyond. All territory members are advised to return to the island immediately. The system warned that anyone left outside the territory would be permanently expelled. The island began to vibrate, then rose into the sky. To raise the serpent to level 11 now cost 100 units. To upgrade territory number 1 to rank 3 would require a massive 2,000 units of computing power. Louie's mind raced. The cost to level the snake increases by 10 units each time, and the cost to rank up the territory doubles. He calculated grimly. To reach the data processing module, I might need tens of thousands of units. If the rewards for destroying territories on the next floors are this small, he'd never have enough power. He hoped desperately that the 2nd floor would offer a way to gain more. Soon, he breached the clouds. The 2nd floor of the World Beyond the Edge. He saw an island with a tree and 2 looming monsters. They were alarmingly close. The system chimed with a new hostile notification. You have arrived at the 2nd floor of the World Beyond the Edge. Kara King's hatred has increased by 100. The Kara King despises you. You are his primary target. Ye let out a weary sigh. 100 points of hatred, and I just got here? It had to be that blasted flower god's curse. He needed a strategy, fast. Facing a zone boss right from the start was suicide. From the swirling darkness, a monstrous grin appeared. He felt its presence and whipped around. A colossal creature was bearing down on them, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow his entire island whole. In a flash, it devoured a nearby territory, before soaring past him into the fog. Stunned, he could only shout, "What? What in the world was that?" The snake hissed. They are the children of the abyss, special creatures that devour territories. They feed on brains that aren't strong enough, and on anyone caught outside the protective barrier. Louie's blood ran cold. Monsters that specialize in destroying territories. He looked up into the thick fog. Their shadows moved within it. There had to be more than 10 of them. He was trapped. If he went out, he'd be eaten. But then, how could he gather computing power? The 2nd floor of the World Beyond was infinitely more complex. Not just larger, but fundamentally different. He scanned the other islands. He couldn't see a single brain carrier. Did the children of the abyss get them all? He had assumed it would be easier to gain power on the 2nd floor, not harder. Now, he didn't know if this was just a dangerous zone, or if the entire floor was a death trap. He stared out at the endless fog, and the countless scattered islands. One, however, was massive, a continent formed from countless smaller islands fused together. This was the Legion territory of Kara. A strange feeling washed over him. No matter what he tried, he couldn't get any closer. He was right next to it, yet impossibly far. His own island was a pebble compared to that mountain. The only place with a confirmed brain carrier was the domain of a king who wanted him dead. The entire zone was a web of connected islands. "Snake, do you know what this is?" he asked. But suddenly, the teenage wyvern snake vanished. What? It reappeared beside him, its gaze fixed. Someone's coming. The main character felt it too, a powerful presence. He turned. Another island drifted near. A player stood upon it, staring directly at him. It was White Knight. Ye's expression hardened. Their islands were now side by side. White Knight spoke, his voice calm. "So, you're stuck here too. Perhaps we should team up. Together, we could easily conquer this island and escape. But alone, I doubt either of us stands a chance." Meanwhile, in a private group chat, Dongyang's message appeared. "My man was killed. He fought Yi," Sienna Young replied. "The 1st floor is massive. What rotten luck to run into him. We only know his main ability enhances his stats," Gardner added. We need more details, Dongyang typed back. It seems he has no restrictions on the types of weapons he can wield. No restrictions, Sienna Young asked. How is that even possible? Gardner proposed a plan. The next person who encounters him needs to turn on their broadcast. We must understand his full capabilities. Until we deal with him, we can't challenge the new order. No problem, Sienna Young replied instantly. Dongyang also agreed. Just then, a new message popped up from White Knight. I've just met Ye. Gardner's command was swift. Start the broadcast. Instantly, a live feed began. Gardner, Dong, Sienna Young, and even Shining Mustache Uncle joined the stream. But the moment their icons appeared, Yi was gone. Die, White Knight. Yi roared, and a bullet tore through the air, smashing into the player's surprised face. With a single, devastating blow, his head was blown clean off. The system announced his victory. He had killed a White Knight player. Analysis complete. He now possessed 5% of the primordial realm's computing power. The membrane absorption was underway. E-membrane computing power increased to 21%. But the main character was firm. This won't work. We are enemies, and I have no desire to unite with you. The White Knight's head began to glow, deforming. He saw a ball rising from the remains, a loot sphere. Now he had to deal with the White Knight's territory and its membrane. In theory, he could jump to it. The plan was simple: leap to the loot sphere, destroy the legendary tree, gain its computing power, and get out. The main thing was to avoid attracting the attention of the Children of the Abyss. He couldn't begin to guess how much computing power was at stake, but he desperately hoped it was a lot. Just as he reached for it, a hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the sphere. Yi was shocked. The White Knight was fully recovered. An ability with such a huge range, he taunted. So clever. This gun is my primary weapon. It's quite brutal. The main character's mind reeled in surprise. He didn't die. That's impossible. Even the primordial realm system had registered his death and left behind loot, to be resurrected without a penalty. What was going on? This was unbelievable. So if he dies in the permission zone, he's simply reborn in his own territory. Yi demanded an explanation from the snake. He replied that after death, a player respawns on their island, losing between 1 to 100% of their power. The exact percentage depends on their level and current amount of power. A minimum of 100 computing units are required just to respawn. Yi was furious that the snake was only revealing this now. But the snake simply stated that Ye's computing power had always exceeded 100 units, and he had never died before. The main character brushed it aside. We won't talk about this now. We need to deal with the White Knight. He held out his gun and declared his next move. I'll start with the legendary tree. He didn't believe for a second it would survive his shot. Yi then pointed the gun at the tree trunk, but the island was suddenly engulfed in a thick fog. The White Knight began to dissolve into streams of aura. He frowned, his voice echoing. If you refuse to cooperate, then we can only fight, but by staying here. I am obviously at a disadvantage. It would be better for us to meet on Kara's Legion territory. With that, the White Knight finally vanished into the flow of magic. He was left alone. The White Knight used an architect ability to hide his island. He thought. He frowned, looking around as the snake warned that without a way to dispel it, they couldn't repeat what they did to Mustache Uncle. If they had to fight the King of Kara, it would be incredibly unwise to refuse to cooperate in this situation. He looked at the giant island looming before him. Cooperation means working together, trusting each other, he said. In our case, that's impossible, the snake asked. Is that why you want to fight both the White Knight and King Kara at the same time? The main character replied that they had too little information. I should try, he decided. I'll go to Kara Island first. If there's danger, I'll jump out. He looked to his companions. Wyvern, Snake, be ready to catch me. As Ye began to leap between the islands, the White Knight watched him, viciously clenching his fist. He sent a message to his leader. I can't stand such an insult. I asked to be allowed to kill him. The head of the backyard garden replied cautiously. Are you sure you can handle it? The White Knight's response was resolute. If he refuses to cooperate, I must give it a try. On the Legion territory of Kara, the king himself, level 90, danger level disaster, sat upon his throne, calmly watching the island. At that moment, a flock of Kara gathered near one of the trees. The level 80 black Kara and the level 70 white Kara looked at each other with pure animosity. Suddenly, the white Kara began to scream as its body exploded. The tree trunk began to glow, and the black Kara gathered 15 streams of computing power. They quickly flew away, carrying the computing power into a cave. The main character watched the monsters, realizing he didn't know the Kara lived in packs. These monsters were highly aggressive. In his current state, he could only cope with one. If he attacked more, he would have no choice but to run. The system then reported that he had entered King Kanara's domain. The effect of World Beyond reduced by 40%. The effect of King Kara's domain weakens Yi by 50%, counting current strength 23.5%. Ability cooldown increased by 76%. Ability duration reduced by 76%. He had a full indicator of 4,500 health units and almost 3,000 knowledge power. He entered the Legion territory of Kara. The King of Kara is watching him. The main character tensed up, just as he had expected, and from that moment on, the whirring of Kara's wings became much louder. What was happening? The system reported that he had been in Kara territory for 30 seconds. King Kara's presence was growing stronger. A system window flashed. Attention 1-1. Then 2 more notifications appeared. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon, frowning. Is that the King of Kara? A thunderous noise echoed from the distance. A massive cloud of dust erupted from behind a rock formation. He thought it must be over there suddenly. White Knight burst forth, sprinting for his life. The sight was completely unexpected as White Knight fled. He darted towards him in a blur of zigzags. The main character realized it in an instant. His speed was terrifying. The White Knight's base agility was likely twice his own. In a flash, White Knight closed the distance, his hand reaching out. Our hero dodged, knowing the agility gap was immense. He activated his blessing, boosting his stats by 500 units. But White Knight coldly declared, "Exchange." A system notification appeared. You are now affected by the exchange ability. Kenhar's hatred of 345 has been transferred from White Knight. Next, Kar's hatred of 398 is passed on, followed by another 428. He staggered, wondering what was happening, when a massive, buzzing swarm of Kanara descended from above. White Knight had used abduction. The skill steals a specific status from its target. He watched in horror as streams of his own aura flowed into the White Knight's hand. His blessing had been stolen. White Knight leaped back, making his escape. As our hero tried to attack Kara, White Knight savored the exhilarating surge in his stats. Still, it wasn't as satisfying as killing him. He couldn't use the Architect without his territory, and at least a fifth of all Kanara were now hunting him down. Survival seemed impossible. The main character stared at the approaching monsters in terror. He had about 2,000 knowledge power left. Spinning around, he unleashed the captivity skill. White Knight was instantly bound in chains, and he rushed towards him. He quickly used status lock reset, then activated his blessing again, raising his stats by 500. All the while, he was deflecting the monster's attacks. Each one felt like a blade's strike. He knew he had to reclaim the #1 spot, but that was impossible until he dealt with White Knight for good. He had already aimed his gun, but White Knight just grinned viciously. The status enhancement effect wore off. White Knight had transferred the status, and now our hero was caught in his own captivity. Not only that, he was hit with a weakness transfer buff. He was instantly alarmed. The system announced he had received a debuff. Weakness, speed, attack power, and defense reduced by 50%. Duration 2.5 seconds. He took damage from Kara. The captivity vanished. The status enhancement was gone. He took 30, 35, and 24 points of damage. The monsters swarmed him, but he threw up a barrier as White Knight fled, a cruel grin on his face. He sneered, "You wanted to kill me?" At this rate, he'd be more likely to die of old age. The main character's face darkened. He was completely surrounded. His blessing would last for Shemshers, another 5 seconds. The one White Knight stole would expire 2 seconds sooner. He unleashed captivity once more, freezing the player in place as the birds swarmed and pecked. At him, White Knight was stunned. How many times could he use the same ability? Our hero aimed his gun and activated Pendulum Triple Strike. He fired, and a bullet humming with immense power shot towards White Knight, but his enemy just laughed. "I'll just wait for you to die." He activated Reflection Halo. A brilliant flash of light flared from his arm as White Knight used Target Lock to deflect the attack. The system announced, "Blessing 1 has ended, Blessing 2 will continue for another 2 seconds." The main character threw up a barrier and activated Knowledge Gathering. Absorbing 3,000 units of knowledge power, White Knight received an alert. He had lost 3,000 units of knowledge power, leaving him with 0. The reflection halo shattered. He began to look around in a panic, but in that same moment, the shot connected. White Knight was sent flying to the ground. He received the death alert. The player had fallen far away. He pushed off, closing the distance in a single leap and grabbing his membrane. He collected the loot. Now, it was time to move on. The main character leaped off the island and called his snake. It flew a great distance before landing with a thud. He frowned. The Kainar army was still pursuing him. Were they following him personally, or could they not? Leave Legion territory at an Insantian island began to fall towards him. He swung his sword, splitting the rock in half. With a deafening crash, a colossal monster landed on a nearby island. Our hero froze. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me. Is that the King of Kara?" He stared at the giant beast before him. Why hadn't it attacked like the others? Was it also limited by the rules of Legion territory? The king began to walk back towards its army. He pointed his gun. Leaving so soon, our hero wasn't about to let it retreat. He activated Architect ability cooldown cancellation. Then he stacked Status Enhancement, Blessing, and Captivity. The King of Kara was ensnared in chains and swords. Even within the #1 territory, the king was caught in his attack radius. He had captured it in a single second. Victory was his. He grinned with satisfaction. He could attack it endlessly, just keep firing until the king fell. He unleashed a bullet brimming with powerful energy, but as it was about to hit, the monster dodged, and the captivity shattered. Kara's Legion territory rule modifier has been activated. The captivity ability is cancelled. The main character was in shock. The King of Kara had used Architect. It stared intently at the nearby island. The king turned, gathering its strength, and launched itself into an unbelievably high jump. The main character was not pleased. It seemed monsters could use Architect within their own territory as well. The system reported that he had left Kara territory, and the king had lost interest in him. He sat down, deep in thought. The power of the Architect made killing a territory's owner almost impossible. Looked at his palm. What if someone's island collided with Kara's Legion territory and activated Architect Ore? Could he transfer the computing power using the same skill, and then strip them of the ability to use it? He needed to find someone, an ally he could coordinate this with. Just then, a White Knight appeared on the Kemi island next to a small tree. He screamed with vicious rage, furious over his second defeat. In private messages, Gardner wrote that he should calm down and not disgrace himself in front of the other clans. White Knight gritted his teeth and typed back that he knew. In the broadcast chat, he apologized, claiming he was too angry and emotional. He announced he would shut down the broadcast until he met our hero again. Sienna Young replied that he was doing a good job. Anyway, Dong thanked him for watching him. White Knight sat on his throne and seethed. That scoundrel! I will have my revenge. He still had a chance. White Knight wrote that this time he died, but everything was under control. He would not let the chapter down. A chaotic blessing activates. For every Kara killed, White Knight will receive 1 unit of chaotic boost status until he collects 100 units. Each unit gives +5 to all stats. Upon reaching 100 points of the buff, he will receive the title Kara Leader. The Kara title grants the ability to resurrect one killed Kara. The number of uses for this ability is 10. A note adds that the ability does not work on King Kenhar. This Chow reinforcement would allow him to fight the King of Kara. If he wins, he will... You have received the title King of Canera. Title effect, chaotic aura of fear. Health is multiplied by 20. Power of knowledge is multiplied by 4. Maximum weight is multiplied by 2. Upon receiving the title, he became the true owner of the Canera Legion's territory. With the title King of Kara acquired, his old title, Leader of Karo, simply vanished. A critical note appeared. Once the chaotic boost begins accumulating, leaving the Canera Legion territory will be impossible. In White Knight's private messages, he gloated. I stole the title from those Kara scrubs. The power of the buff was truly amazing, Gardner replied. This is fine. If you become the King of Kara, we'll have a massive advantage. But White Knight pointed out the catch. I can't leave the Canera Legion territories. Not until I've accumulated the required number of buff stacks. Only then would the King's title become permanent. White Knight was ecstatic, but he still typed. We have a small problem. He couldn't handle so many Kara by himself. One-on-one was simple, but a group presented major difficulties. Besides, he was still suffering. From the debuff of the world beyond the edge, not to mention his abilities were poorly suited for a battle against numerous opponents. It's a good thing the boss is on my side. He smirked. He planned to simply hand over the title, get help with the Kara, and together they would be invincible. Gardner replied that White Knight should try to cooperate with Yi again. Perhaps they could come to an agreement. The title King of Kara sounded far too tempting. With it, they would gain an enormous benefit. White Knight considered it, and a moment later, Yi received a message. You're very strong, it read. But I don't think either of us can defeat King Kara alone. But if we team up, I'm sure things will change. The main character let out a malicious smile. So, White Knight needed something from him after all. To defeat the king, they truly needed to work together. But he couldn't just agree. He replied, Okay, I agree to unite. But with one condition. I will not leave my island, and I will only help with the architect. You must lead the king to the edge of the Legion's territory. And I will bless you from there. White Knight exploded in fury. So you'll just be buffing me while I fight an entire army. I'm better than you in close combat. Why should I be the one fighting? You're completely out of your mind, White Knight typed, knowing he had no other choice. But first, we need a warm-up. Let's kill 200 Kara. You don't mind, do you? He added. This way, we'll understand each other better. Without it, we'll never defeat the king. White Knight didn't think that Ye would attack before they defeated the king, so he entrusted him with his life. Of course, the real action would come later. He never expected that once he got the title of Kara's leader, he could just play dead and wait for Yi to finish off the king. The main character messaged back. So White Knight still agrees? Isn't he afraid that I will kill him once we deal with the king? Yi then added, We have a problem. What will we do with the Kara architect? White Knight replied, I will push my island against the Legion territory and block the king's architect. Don't worry. White Knight explained that when the chaotic boost buff starts, accumulating, it will become part of the Legion's territory. It's easy. The main character was filled with doubt. White Knight had agreed so easily. It was deeply suspicious. Throughout their entire conversation, he'd only made one condition a training session on simple Kara. Did he really just want to practice? Well, in any case, he needed White Knight to disable the architect. The rest wasn't particularly important. Besides, as the #1 ranked player, he was invincible. Even if White Knight was plotting something, it would never work out. He wrote back that he and White Knight had reached an agreement. While he stood on his island, White Knight leaped from a large landmass to the other islands. He landed right next to Yi, and they stared at each other with matching smirks. Finally, Ye said, the White Knight has come. I've been waiting for you for a long time, White Knight replied. You made the right choice. I'm sure that we will become friends. White Knight then began to run deeper into the island's interior. Yi said, I hope so too. He thought that just in case, he wouldn't kill 200 Kara with him. He decided to take them to the confluence zone, where the architect would stop working. White Knight was satisfied. He had specifically asked him to kill 200 Kara. It's okay if he doesn't. Finish them all. To become a leader, You only need to kill 100 Kara. He would do this, then wait for the king to die and seize his title. With it, he would take control of all the Chimera in the Legion's territory, change the rules for himself, and then deal with Yi forever. While White Knight was running from a pack of monsters, Yi at this time only set foot on the large island. He had entered the Legion territory of Kara. The king of Kara is watching you. The main character looked in White Knight's direction and fired a shot. While White Knight swung his sword, in an instant, they killed several monsters. But Yi still had strong doubts. 5 minutes 12, Chimera killed. King's attention 20. 10 minutes 25, Chimera killed. King's attention 30. 15 minutes 38, Chimera killed. King's attention 40. 20 minutes. 50, Chimera killed. King's attention 50. 25 minutes 63. Kara killed. Attention 60. A monstrous figure stood on the edge of a cliff, watching the players. White Knight jumped between the islands and said, "This is cool." He wouldn't lie, cooperating with Yi was really fun and effective. His huge long-range combat power, super strong, healing, and the increase to all his stats. Since Yi was on his own territory, his architect's skill had no cooldown, which made grinding much easier. He ran up to a tree swarming with monsters and declared, "We are simply invincible." White Knight was actually upset that he and Yi weren't comrades, but enemies. Suddenly, White Knight was struck in the stomach by a giant monster King Kara. He coughed up blood and flew to the side, hitting a rock hard. The White Knight rose from the rubble and gasped, "King Kara!" He never expected to meet him so soon. Without Yi's help, he wouldn't be able to handle this giant. White Knight jumped and began to quickly run away in fright. He had less than half of his health left. If it wasn't for the buff increasing his stats, he would have definitely already died. "I need to run away." He started sprinting towards the island's exit, then jumped as hard as he could, sliding to a stop in front of Ye. He anxiously shouted for Ye to quickly return to his territory. "The king of Kara found us." The main character tensed up and, without hesitation, began to run away. "Don't forget to heal," the knight warned, but he just nodded. "Okay." Just then, Kara crashed down with the force of a meteor, shattering the earth. White Knight was already channeling a healing aura. He cursed himself for bringing the king here. Now, he couldn't kill Kara, but he also couldn't get, no matter what he did, and with his health nearly depleted after the second strike, he suddenly felt the astonishing impact of a blessing. Yi roared, announcing a 500-point boost to all stats. If the king was here, then the time to end him was now. He had cast the massive buff onto White Knight. The king lunged, aiming a devastating kick at the player, but White Knight was faster, his weapon already drawn. When their powers clashed, the world erupted in lightning and blinding flashes. White Knight, feeling the immense pressure, knew he and Ye had to eliminate the king together. With Ye's support, it was possible. As the king of Kara charged him again, White Knight was torn. Even if he won, would Ye just let him take the title of Kara's leader? After victory, would he be allowed to live? He smirked, messaging his leader, asking for orders. Gardner's reply was grim. The situation was a mess. He should never have brought the king there in the first place. But it was too late. Now, only two paths remained: either deal with Kara's remnants before killing the king, or let the main character kill him, and then seize the title. A decision had to be made. White Knight rose, realizing he had no choice. Without Ye's healing, he wouldn't survive another blow from the king. There was no point in trying to finish off Kara alone. Gardner's response was clear for now. He had to keep working with Yi. White Knight bellowed that it was time to strike. They had to finish the king. The main character simply replied, "Okay." White Knight had made his decision. With 88 computing power left, he had enough to revive even if he died. He could return, pass on the buff again, and together they would claim the leader's title. Streams of aura from the bullets enveloped King Kara. The monster struggled to fight back, as White Knight stared in shock. This damage was unreal. The beast tried to flee, only to be ensnared by chains and Ye's sword. The king shielded himself from the onslaught, shattering his restraints. But Ye kept firing, and a storm of bullets surrounded Kenhar. White Knight realized the king was completely pinned down, unable to even move. As the monster screamed, the main character kept up the barrage, warning that the king of Kara Jinjin could escape at any moment using his architect. White Knight had to deal with it. While Yi fired with a regular pistol, he urged White Knight to shoot down the architect faster with his territory. Raising his hand to the sky, White Knight's entire island began to move, descending upon the Legion. Territory. He felt a pang of shame, being reduced to a mere assistant, but knew that without him, the king would surely escape. He roared for the White Island to advance. A deep vibration shook the battlefield as Ye looked up, a vicious grin spreading across his face. He used captivity through the architect. White Knight frowned, convinced he could win this. Yi unleashed his explosion attack 4 times in a row, bullets tearing through the monster and inflicting massive damage. King Kara glared at Yi, then launched himself from the ground, rocketing towards him. But the main character was ready, activating captivity once more. He chained the king, then fired, with immense force, a blast that slammed directly into the monster's chest. Yi grinned as the beast collapsed, falling silent. White Knight watched, wondering, did they actually do it? Was all he needed just a way to break the barrier? He smirked. It wasn't much, but now he just had to finish off the King of Kara, and the title would be his. He had to act fast. But then, Ye looked at him with a malicious smile that sent a chill down White Knight's spine. I was just thinking, he said. I'll give you one chance. Tell me why you killed Kinar. If I like your answer, I'll let you walk away. The White Knight froze. Then, in a sudden move, he spun around and charged the downed king, swinging his sword. All that mattered was killing the king. The rest was irrelevant. His blade was inches away, slicing off a few hairs. When Ye's power seized him, he was so close nerves frayed. He shot back. If you want to know so badly, I'll tell you the truth. But as White Knight began to speak, the main character's face hardened. He fired a single shot, blowing a huge hole straight through White Knight. The system announced player White Knight has been eliminated. That's enough, Ye said coldly. It's obvious you were up to no good, and for that, you had to die. Another message flashed. He had killed the owner of Legion territory, King Kara. Looking at the massive island, he realized that even with the king's death, the territory wasn't collapsing. It seemed he'd still have to destroy the legendary tree to claim its computational power. But he had no idea if that power would be enough to evolve his own territory to the 3rd level. Before you destroy the legendary tree, Snake advised, I suggest using soul submission on Kara. You'll be surprised. Ye questioned him, asking why he couldn't just tell him. Snake replied that there was no time to explain. If he didn't hurry, the king would be reborn, and the surprise would be lost. Monsters can respawn, he asked. Snake materialized, confirming, of course, just in a slightly different way. The main character understood. He immediately leaped towards the colossal island. He decided to first crush White Knight's territory, erasing him from the game for good. Otherwise, the traitor might return by surprise and steal all their hard-earned power. Meanwhile, White Knight materialized in Musu City's rebirth zone. He was in utter shock. Why wasn't he in his own territory? He still had 88 computing power left. The system's message was brutal because his guardian membrane had less than 100 units of computing power. He could not respawn in his private territory. His game was over. White Knight clutched his head and screamed. He messaged Gardner, admitting his utter failure. Gardner's reply was cold. It's a shame you lost the bet, but don't worry, there's nothing wrong with losing. However, since this happened, I want you to find out everything you can about Yi in the real world. In the game, he's unbeatable. We'll have to see what can be done about him in reality. White Knight agreed. Back on the island, fragments containing 88 units of computing power appeared from the remains. It was all that was left of White Knight's destroyed territory. Only 88 units, not enough to respawn. It confirmed White Knight was now trapped in the public respawn zone of Musu City. Now he understood why that territory was unclaimed. Its owner was dead. With that loose end tied up, it was time to move on. It was time to use submission on Kanar, just as the serpent advised, and see what would happen. Near the tree, he found a gruesome sight, countless monster. Corpses, hacked to pieces. It was the same inside the cave. Louie realized what was happening. Kara did not want to obey him. He had listened to the snake and tried to catch it. The loners to submit, whether black or red, they all resisted. Enslavement either failed, or their defiance was so great they simply self-destructed. In a cave, he discovered it a colossal, legendary Kara Legion territory tree. The chase had led him, unexpectedly, to the very heart of the island. The main character stared at the prize before him. If he destroyed that tree, he'd gain an immense amount of computing power. But then what? Every island here bordered the Legion's territory, which likely held the entire second level of the world beyond. Without someone who could dismantle barriers, using the architect skill was a deadly gamble. This location might be the only source of power on this entire level. If he destroyed the tree and still didn't have enough power to become number one, he would be trapped here forever. He remembered how the red Kara had assaulted the whites, harvesting their computing power. Because of White Knight, he hadn't considered the full implications. The battle between Kara clans. He now understood there was a reason they sought to enslave, not kill each other. He clenched his fist as realization dawned. If there was a secret to gaining computing power, it had to be connected to this. Just then, a white Kanara began to fly around him playfully. He watched the creature with doubt, but it seemed genuinely happy to see him. After all, killing King Kara had triggered a system notification. Black Kara's attitude has worsened by 50. White's attitude has improved by 50. He looked at the creature and realized. So, this one isn't hostile. With the Kanar before him, he wondered if his subjugation skill would work. A 50-50 chance? Would it be enough? He commanded, "Soul subjugation," and the system instantly replied, "Kinar number 727, now belonged to him." The next step was to give it a name. A status window appeared, Kinar, creator race, danger level. Stats, attack power, defense, resistance, strength, agility, and constitution. Intelligence and perception, all at 50 units. Health 500 out of 500. Knowledge power 50 out of 50. Its abilities were listed, thick-skinned, power incarnation, and blood player group ability. Then, a unique skill, catastrophic evolution. For every Kanar he kills, he gains one level in this evolution. The maximum level is 100, and each level increases all stats by a massive 5 points. Upon reaching level 100, he would earn the title Kanar Leader and the power to resurrect one slain Kanar. The ability had 10 uses, but with a critical note, it wouldn't work on the Kanar King. As the leader, he could challenge the king, and defeating him would grant the ultimate title King of Kynar. The rewards were immense. Health multiplied by 20, knowledge power multiplied by 4. His maximum carry weight would increase by 2. A note added, there is currently no king in the Kanar Legion's territory. Once he claims the leader title, he will instantly become king. With the King of Kanar title, he would become the master of the entire Legion territory, and the leader status would vanish. But there was a catch. Once the catastrophic evolution buff began to accumulate, leaving the Kanar Legion territory would become impossible. The main character gasped in surprise. So this was the surprise the Wyvern Snake mentioned. If he becomes king, this entire Legion territory, all of it, will be his. He stared at the Kanar in utter shock. With an island this massive, he could definitely find a way to generate a colossal amount of computing power. He laughed, filled with excitement. This truly was a grand surprise. The system prompted him again for a name for Kinar 727. Ye noticed the creature's pure white form. He decided, "You'll be called White." It was simple, but a perfect fit. The system confirmed the name change. Now, ye had to hurry and get that catastrophic evolution buff for White as soon as possible. Otherwise, another Kanar might rise to become king, and finding it would be nearly impossible. It seemed the White Knight also coveted the leader title, which meant it too needed to kill other Kanar, just a little more, and it might have become the master of this territory. Standing on the outskirts, Yi believed he was on the verge of kingship. He let out a fierce battle cry. Black Kanar swarmed the area. Yi took careful aim and obliterated monster number 789 in a single shot as the Kinar fell. Yi commanded White to attack. The creature tore into another. A system notification appeared: Kinar killed. Kinar, blood rush level +1, catastrophic evolution level +1. The pack of black Kinar froze, their attention snapping towards Yi, who was hidden in the bushes. Their eyes blazed with fury. This is bad. He leaped out and started sprinting for his life. Something's not right, White. Run, he yelled. He pushed himself to his limits, his mind racing. Why were there so many? They used to fight each other, but now they've united against him. He had to get to the #1 spot. Fast. He could never handle this many Kinar alone. Hearing their enraged buzzing, he gritted his teeth. He and White were terrified as a massive army of monsters filled the sky behind them. This is insane, Yi thought, the swarm growing larger by the second. He made a desperate leap off the Legion territory, sliding back onto his own island. White, follow me faster, he yelled. But then, a shocking thought hit him. Wait, I can't leave the Legion territory. He frantically tried to cancel the enslavement. The system's cold voice responded. According to the rules of the private territory, your pet, White, possesses the catastrophic evolution buff. After advancing several levels, a Kinar cannot leave the Legion territory. He finally understood. That's why the Kinar King could never leave the island. Now, White was trapped and terrified. I can't let them hurt White, he resolved. The only way forward was to make White stronger. An army of monsters was descending upon the small creature, covering the entire giant island. So Yi made his choice. He would make White the king. The defeated Kinar vanished, their bodies dissolving into pixels as a colossal paw crushed them. A thunderous roar echoed as the new giant monster rose. It was a creature both beautiful and terrifying. White, the Kinar king, it belonged to the White Kinar group. At the cataclysm level, the rewards were staggering: health multiplied by 10, knowledge power multiplied by 4, and +1 to all stats. Its new stats were off the charts: attack power and defense. 1,650, agility, physique, intelligence, and perception 550, health 175,000 knowledge power. 33,000, its abilities had evolved, increased power aura. When used, it exchanges health for resistance. 1 health unit for 1 resistance unit. Blood rush for every Kinar killed. Gain 1 level. Its current blood rush level was 100, increasing its health by 10,000. Provocation draws the target's attention, boosts their damage, but cripples their perception. And finally, the Architect. An ability that allows him to change the very rules of the Legion territory. It also had a passive skill military progress, activated at level 100. The king, White, stood amidst a field of black Kinar corpses. The survivors were paralyzed with fear. Overcome with terror, they began to flee. As Ye approached, the king of Kinar knelt before him, lowering its head in respect. Ye stood before the colossal monster and grinned. A perfect living shield. This is exactly what I need right now. He wondered if he could use it to farm anywhere in the Legion territory. It was a shame he couldn't take his new king off the island. He raised his hand in triumph. All right, it's time for us to get to work. They soon returned to the brightly glowing tree. One of the remaining Kinar shrieked in defiance. But White killed the monster with a single, effortless blow. Ye noticed the tree's trunk began to glow even brighter. Why does the legendary tree glow after a black Kinar dies? He wondered. The same thing had happened when the White Kinar was killed on the outskirts. Maybe there was a connection. Now that White was king, all the black Kinar had returned. At the top, he saw other monsters. They were still hostile, but they wouldn't dare attack him while he was with White. At that moment, White reached out and touched the tree. It pulled out a large, brilliant sphere of energy. The black Kinar suddenly became more active as Ye smiled. He approached White, who knelt and presented the sphere to him. As soon as he touched it, a system notification appeared. He had received 2,500 computing power. The system asked him to transfer it to the membrane carrier. But as Ye calculated, he realized this amount was far too small. It only brought his total to 3,081 units. To move to the 3rd floor, he needed far more. He'd spent 2,000 computing power to raise the serpent's level to the 20th, and now he was left with only 3,081 units. He hoped they could find a new source of power. White looked up as a swarm of black Kara appeared. Then he launched himself into the air, striking the legendary tree with a mighty blow. The monsters erupted in a furious panic. White ignored them, unleashing a barrage of attacks. After a storm of shots, all the monsters fell, disintegrating into shimmering pixels. The main character watched, astonished. What is White doing? He saw the tree begin to glow, brighter and more eerie with each passing moment, until the whole trunk was ablaze with light. White returned and brought Yi another sphere. He took the membrane fragments in shock as the system announced, "You have received 376 computing power. Please transfer this to the membrane carrier." A thought struck him like lightning. Can it generate computing power? He stared at the tree. White, gather more. From the island's highest point, he gazed upon the Legion territory. Though he couldn't speak directly to White, the creature already knew what to do. There were 2 legendary trees on this level, the Black Kara tree on the Legion territory, and the White Kara tree, which stood outside the king's domain. When a Kara died, its computing power was distributed to its respective tree. The system was originally meant to help defend against the rival clan, but in the end, it only fueled a cycle of devastating raids. As White continued his relentless slaughter, Yi watched. He ordered him to gather as much power as possible. It felt cruel to kill so many, but this was just a game. Still, he looked at the system panel with displeasure. 8,000 units of computing power have been collected. The limit of the second floor has been reached. You are ordered to use this power to develop your territory and move to the 3rd floor. He cried out, clenching his fist in frustration. I knew it! It was unbearable. An incredible amount of power lay just within his reach, but he couldn't get it. He returned to his private territory. Number 1, and asked Snake if there was any way. To move Kara's Legion territory to the 3rd floor, Snake replied. You could try to connect the Kara territory with Number 1, just as the White and Black Kara are united. But you must understand, Kara Island is huge. Moving it requires an incredible amount of computing power. That's too difficult, he sighed. But can I take White with me? Impossible without his territory, Snake said. It is better to leave White here to collect power. One day, it may be useful to us. One day, Yi thought sourly. In a few days, Metalore would descend on the real world. He wouldn't have time to return for the power. Very well. The 2nd floor was passed. It was time to move on. I'll listen to you, the main character said. I'll leave him. As for us, move Number 1 to the 3rd floor of the world beyond. System Wyvern Snake has reached level 20. The membrane's over-edged world debuff resistance has increased to 30%. Current over-edged world debuff resistance is 38%. 2,000 units of computing power spent. Number 1 is moving to the 3rd floor. Player strength increased. Membrane strengthened. Resistance increased by 5%. Snake level limit increased to 30. Number 1 membrane functions expanded. 5,000 computing power left. A total of 10,000 were obtained. Note Number 1 begins moving to the 3rd floor of the world beyond. All Number 1 players are ordered to return to the territory, or they will be automatically excluded from the squad. The island began to ascend, slicing through the thick fog. It looks like I'll be the first to get to the 3rd floor. If this continued, he would soon have the power he desired. Suddenly, a message flashed in the group chat. It was Wei. Help! I've been swallowed up by the abyss. Blazing Fire was confused. What are you talking about? Ruli asked. How are you still alive? Blazing Fire wrote that he and Ruli had met up. We're on the 2nd floor. Describe the area, and we'll try to help you. It's useless, she replied. I'm on the 3rd floor. There are no private territories. Only abyss children of all sizes. Ruli was stunned. You did it so quickly? Were you in a hurry? Isn't anyone in a hurry? She retorted. And Yi has reached the 3rd floor. I need his help. Wei was already on the 3rd floor as fast as him, and she'd made it there alone. He tiredly placed a hand on his forehead. It didn't matter. He'd never be able to find her in such a huge space. There was no need to worry. But if they did meet, he had to be careful. Wei messaged again. Yi, are you there? Will you help? Rue scoffed at the idea. Who could possibly reach the third floor so fast? But Ye's reply was simple. I'm already here. Suddenly, Rue froze. A message had just arrived from Wei. It was a picture of the very monster she encountered on the third floor. If he found it, she needed a favor. Without hesitation, he agreed. And so, the plan was set in motion. He saw them with his own eyes. Creatures lurking in the thick fog of the world, beyond the edge's third floor. The main character stared at a swarm of gargantuan, children of the abyss, and among them, he spotted the very beast Wazi had shown him. He ordered the system to conceal the architect's #1 territory from the behemoth. In utter shock, he compared the photo to the monster before him. Could that truly be the Abyss Devourer? But now, a new problem arose should he even try to save her. He hesitated, but then remembered how Wazi had saved his life on the ship. Just then, another photo from her appeared in the chat. This time, it showed a man with a key embedded in his head, a key that opens the membrane control center. She discovered its purpose when she got too close to the main monster. But what exactly was the membrane control center? And where could it be? Ye read the message in surprise. A key to the membrane control center, hidden among these floating nightmares. He asked Snake if they needed that key to reach the control center. Snake, surprised, wondered how he knew about it, but confirmed that the key was essential. Then they had to get it. Yi declared. Snake agreed. Of course the floor owner must possess the key, but he couldn't understand the sudden urgency. Did Yi know where the key was? The main character replied with chilling certainty. Yes, it's somewhere inside that colossal Abyss Devourer. But Snake had no answer for that. In the chat, Yi typed that he'd found the creature from the photo, but wondered how to get inside. Wazi's reply was simple and insane, just jump into it. But before that, he had to allocate his territory's computing power for his own revival. He agreed. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Roulet stood amidst blazing fire, asking in disbelief. They can respawn in their own territory. He felt like he and the head were side characters in this story, not only slower than everyone, but completely out of the loop. Blazing fire told him to stop talking nonsense and focus. Staring at the massive island, he admitted that having someone on the next floor was an advantage, but they still had to deal with the main monster right here. And strangely, it had a key above its head, just like the one Wazi had shown them. Back at Ye's location, he steeled his resolve. If they needed that key, he would be the one to get it. Snake urged him to be careful, promising to hide territory number 1 until his return. With a final shout, trusting everything to Snake, the main character leaped toward the monstrous giant. He grabbed onto the creature's body, only to feel his hands sinking into its soft, fabric-like flesh. He watched, stunned, as his entire body was slowly absorbed inside. The other players cheered, their mission a success. Elsewhere, Dong and Seni Young stood on a flying island. Dong boasted that they must be the first to reach the third floor. But Seni Young wasn't so sure. They couldn't forget about Ye. After the White Knight broadcast, he had nearly defeated King Kahar. If the Legion territory had enough computing power, Ye was definitely here long before them. Dong considered this. If they ran into him, they had to win. They'd seen him fight twice now and knew his basic patterns. They just needed to exploit them with the right counter techniques. But Seni Young tabled the discussion. The world beyond the edge was just too vast. The system announced their arrival on the third floor, bringing with it 2 dire warnings. First, this was an extremely dangerous area. Second, the appearance of their membrane had been automatically altered, protecting them from the hostile environment. The aura of a child of the abyss enveloped them. Seni Young looked up, shocked by the warning, but what he saw next left him speechless. Dong was still processing the fact they were covered in a protective layer, wondering what to do next. He noticed Seni Young's strange expression and asked what he was staring at. Seni Young and Dong gazed up at the giant child of the abyss, and Seni Young finally answered. I see Yi there. At that moment, Ye burst forth from the darkness, appearing high in the sky. Below him was a landscape of ruins, and on a mountain of rocks sat the very monster from Wasi's photo. The system warned him he had entered the private territory of the flower god, the silent grave incarnation. The world's debuff was calculated. His resistance was 40%, but the incarnation's hatred toward him was 100%. The flower god was now paying attention to him. A flood of notifications followed. Flower god's attention. +1. The girl on the mountain of stones was the flower god incarnation. Level 95. Danger level chaos. She opened her bright, terrifying eyes. The main character was still falling, but this time he was without Snake's defense, and without his unlimited architect skill. The debuff was only weakened by 40%. How could he possibly get the key now? Countless vines erupted from the ground, surging upwards. They were all aimed at Ye. Very soon, he was forced to swing his sword, desperately hacking at the vines. But these huge, monstrous plants were incredibly tough to cut, and they surrounded him completely. He was terrified. The sheer range of the attack was impossible. He couldn't cover this massive territory. As he struggled, a vine struck him from behind. He screamed in agony. His health was instantly slashed by more than half. The vine slammed him into the ground, carving a crater. The flower god. Incarnate rose, flying closer, to where the vines crashed down again and again, leaving only destruction in their wake. A cloud of dust and dirt filled the air. The main character was barraged with damage messages, -3,000, another 3,000, then -3,500. He tried to shield himself with his hands, yet desperately used his healing skill, constantly replenishing his health, but he knew this was a losing battle. He turned, and while frantically cutting down the stalks, he heard Wasi's voice telling him to hold on a little longer. She moved with impossible grace between the colossal stalks. Launching her own attacks, Wasi leaped incredibly high, appearing behind the flower god's back and shouting, "Star of Destruction, soft power." The skill imposed 1 level of decisive star on the target. When 3 levels stacked on a target, it would be instantly destroyed, its health reduced to 0. The debuff lasted for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of only 10 minutes. Arrows of light shot forward, crashing into the god's back. She spun around in fury as a torrent of vines descended upon Wasi. Yi grew worried, but she effortlessly jumped and dodged every single attack. As the stalks pulverized the ground, she ran to Ye's side, screaming that they had to run. They found refuge in a nearby building, empty and silent. Yi was gasping for breath, looking around. Was it finally safe? He thanked her for her help, admitting he would have died without her. Wasi just smiled. "You're the one who helped me," she said, thanking him in return. He then asked, "How can we get Duz?" "Wait, don't tell me. To escape this place, we have to defeat that monster." He peered at the flower god through the crack, his voice filled with disbelief. "That's impossible." Wei's expression fell. "I know, but there's no other way out. I've tried everything, even jumping from the territory's edge, but I just reappear right back here." It was like a twisted checkpoint in a cruel safe zone. The moment you step outside, you're immediately targeted. "This is pointless. We'll never reach it," he muttered. But then, her eyes lit up with a curious spark. "By the way, why did it react so violently to you the second you appeared? It went berserk." Our main character was at a loss for words, awkwardly silent. Wei grinned. "Whatever the reason, we can use it to win. We just need a super attractive bait." He shot her a scathing look before asking, "And what's the plan, assuming you have one?" He still had no idea how to get the key. Maybe killing the boss wasn't the only way. Wei smiled slyly. "If I hit it with my ability 3 times, we win. I've already landed 2 shots. There's only 1 left. All I need you to do is distract the flower god, just for a moment. When an opportunity appears, I'll strike." He looked at her, his face a mask of doubt. Outside the quiet grave, Dunong demanded, "Are you absolutely certain it was him?" Sienna Young swore. "On my life, I just saw him." Dunong slammed his fist into his palm. "Then we go after him and split his computing power right down the middle." With that, they both leaped onto the colossal child of the abyss, back on the battlefield. He stood upon a high rock, looking back. Among the ruins, he saw the flower god. It was far, but close enough for its eyes to blaze with murderous intent. The ground trembled as its stalks began to move, directing a torrent of vines straight for him. They closed in instantly. He activated his skill. Blessing plus 900 to all stats. His strength, agility, defense, intelligence, and perception all soared to 1,000 points. His health swelled to 60,000. His knowledge power, now 5,200. He had hit the stat limit for level 3. The vines swarmed him again, but he unleashed a furious storm of steel, carving them to pieces. He sent Wei a message. "Hurry up, I can't last more than 30 seconds. The fire god roared in fury, tightening the crushing grip of its vines around him. He was completely swallowed by the dense tangle. Wei's reply came through. "I'm rushing him now." She was a blur, pushing off buildings and rocks, closing the distance in a flash. The flower god immediately locked onto her, but it was too late. Her lightning bolts had already pierced the monster's arm. "I did it!" she yelled in triumph. She then launched herself toward the key above its head, screaming, "Now, die!" A blinding flash of light erupted. Yi noticed all the stalks had frozen in place. Did she succeed? But his hope shattered as he saw Wei plummeting from the sky. "What happened?" he yelled in horror. Her message came through. "Save me!" He began to jump. Leaping between the vines, he raced towards her. The flower god redirected its entire arsenal at Wei. Her text explained it all. "The stat difference is too great. The spell failed. I'm paralyzed." He was scrambling up the vines behind the raging monster when he looked at the key and saw his opening. The protective barrier was gone. This was his chance. Our hero jumped up and seized the key. A system window appeared. "You have received the key of the membrane control center." But another notification followed immediately. "Cannot acquire the key. You possess less than 25% of the primordial realm's computing power." He was in shock. 25%. At that moment, the enraged flower god turned its head toward him. Yi scrambled away, leaping across the thrashing stems. The blessing is about to run out. He thought, "I have to get to the safe zone." He dove to the ground with a thunderous crash, scooping Wei into his arms. He began to run for their lives. She seemed embarrassed by his sudden act of kindness. Soon, they crossed the checkpoint. He thought, "To get the key, I need 25%. He looked down at Wei. "She must have at least 5%. If I take her power, I'll have enough." He closed his eyes, his face twisting into a frown. He sat beside her, conflicted. Her message appeared. "You saved me again," the main character asked. "When will you be able to move?" Wei's reply was grim. "I don't know. I can't even guess. I've never faced such a massive difference in stats before." It was infuriating. He said, "There's something I need to discuss." But suddenly, they heard two voices from above. He looked up. Whose voice is that? In the sky, he saw Dunong and Sienna Young descending. He was shocked. But then, a predatory grin spread across his face. Wei could forget her request. He was sure those two were loaded with computing power. "What happened?" she wrote. "Nothing," he replied. "You can stay here and rest." He was going to give his guests a warm welcome. She recognized them. "Aren't those the leaders of the shelter and the skyscraper?" "Are you sure you can handle them?" Dunong was still descending, looking over the ruins. "Is that the boss monster? We need to stay away. If it notices us, we'll have problems. By the way," he mused, "we haven't seen any islands on this 3rd floor. It looks like they're all inside this Death Eater." He peered at the ground, wondering. Where is he? No matter how much he looked, he couldn't find his territory. It seems he hid it well. Dunong landed on the ground with a heavy impact. "But his territory is unimportant," he snarled. "If we find him, we'll settle this on the spot. First, we need to take away his computing power from the primordial realm." He frowned. The mustache uncle had warned them that if they lost that power, their architect abilities would be useless outside their own territory. The flower god sensed the outsiders. Dunong hid among the rocks, while our hero aimed at him from the shadows. A plan began to form in his mind. Following this logic, the more computing power I have from the primordial realm, the greater my chances of discovering new abilities beyond the edge. So, I need to focus on harvesting. As the main character took aim, he used his blessing. All his stats increased by 900. His Kai increased by 1,000 units. His next attack was amplified by 50,000 units. He activated Pendulum Supreme Court for triple damage. A shot rang out. Dunong turned to run, but he was already captured. "What is this?" he said in surprise. He said in, "This is Ye's ability." The shot struck true. Dunong squeezed his eyes shut in pain as his head snapped back. A direct hit. Ye celebrated, but then he was surprised. He saw that Dunong had about half his health left. A notification appeared. "You are affected by Dunong's ability, Blade Armor." Ye lost 40% of his health in an instant. He stood up from the dust cloud, glaring at Ye. Then he grinned and asked, "Are we meeting again?" Dunong created a huge explosion and began to charge. He raced towards Ye, swinging his hammer. Ye thought, when will he get here? Now, he needed to prepare for death. The main character grabbed his sword and asked, "What else have you got?" The time for talk was over. They swung their weapons with devastating force. Dunong's strike missed, shattering the earth, while his opponent's attack landed true, costing Dunong 3,500 health. "Is that all?" Dunong sneered. "Does your speed really think it can save you?" He began a furious assault, but a system notification suddenly flashed before Ye's eyes. "You have been affected by Dunong's ability, Blade Armor Damage Reflection." Ye instantly lost 10% of his health. Another notification followed. "Affected by Blade Armor." This time, he lost 15%. And again, "Affected by Blade Armor." Another 10% of his health vanished. Dunong loomed over him, a sinister grin on his face. "So, how does it feel? If his speed was useless, maybe his only option was to escape." Ye's expression darkened, but Dunong simply said, "My apologies." A system message appeared. "Skill activated rough key provocation. Forces the target. To attack. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 seconds. Ye masterfully dodged the provoked blow, launching his own counterattack. His sword sliced through Dunong, but he was immediately affected by the armor once more. Blade Armor Damage Reflection. He lost another 5%. Our main character tensed, crouching low as Dunong raised his hammer high. "There is no escape," Dunong roared. "You cannot escape your fate." An incredible exchange of blows began. Dunong's hammer descended with crushing force, while the main character's sword moved like a blur of silver light. He parried and healed simultaneously. Dunong laughed. "So, you want to play a game of attrition? Let's see who dies first." He activated a skill, Transfer Sacrifice 10% of current health to restore 20% of maximum health for 10 seconds. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Did you really think you were the only one who could heal? How naive! I don't even need the power of knowledge." To achieve this, a sudden realization struck our hero. This is a defense specialization skill. Dunong charged forward again, his hammer swinging wildly. With a defiant roar, he slammed his hammer into the earth, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying. He declared that despair was not an option. You face the immortal himself, the head of the sanctuary, the Ed Gardner of our clan. After you will despair, you will tremble, and you will give me your life. Steel clashed against steel as they traded furious blows, each attack parried. But suddenly, a system window flashed before Dong's eyes. Transferability canceled. He was stunned. The main character recalled his previous struggle. His speed just wasn't enough. To shatter that bloody exchange, he had to land 3 strikes in less than a second. A cruel grin spread across the hero's face as he taunted. "What a shame. It just so happens I know how to stop your little recovery trick." Dong Yang tensed, his health already less than half full. He swung his hammer again, consumed by rage. "You're already dead," he bellowed. But the system chimed once more. Transferability canceled. His hammer struck empty ground as Ye dodged effortlessly. His health was now critical. "The main character will die, because I never lose," he screamed. But again, the system refused his command, denying him the transfer. Raw terror gripped Dong Yang. His life force was almost gone in that moment of weakness. Ye's blade flashed. striking him with devastating power. "The super gardener is dead," Yi roared, but Dong activated repair. The ground crumbled beneath his feet and a massive cloud of dust erupted. Yi watched in shock as Dunong emerged from the dust cloud, his health steadily regenerating. He was baffled, until he spotted a figure in the distance, Xieni Young healing Dong. He closed the distance in an instant, pressing a gun to Dong's head. "Don't count on your friend," he hissed. "You're still going to die." He unleashed his skill. Kibo Pendulum Supreme Court triple damage. A massive, powerful flow of mana erupted from the shot, but Xieni Young countered with status. Pinning Dong collapsed to his knees, and a notification declared that the blessing effect had ended. As he received treatment, Dunong snarled, "Because of your slowness, I almost died." Xieni Young just grinned and activated. Blessing status boost. All stats surged by 500 units. Dunong rose to his feet, feeling the incredible power. Yi tensed, then unleashed his own blessing, increasing his stats by 900 units. Skill combination barrier and knowledge power. Regeneration. The target's knowledge power is reduced by 3,000. Sinon was horrified. His knowledge power was under the effect of the combination. His knowledge power was reduced by 3,000 units. His knowledge power was now a mere 23 units. "I don't understand what's happening," he cried. But Yi was already charging forward. "If you're going to interfere so brazenly, then I'll just deal with you first." The provocation worked. Yi tensed as Dunong attacked from the side, forcing him to barely block the blow with his sword. The main character scowled. They were so annoying. Under the blessing's effect, Yi's health was 56,000 out of 60,000. But his power of knowledge was only 2,000 out of 7,000. His combination skill was on cooldown. He wondered if it was possible to repel his opponent's ability. Just then, Dong used a barrier and attack boost, a skill that removes equipment from the enemy. Yi was shocked, finding himself stripped of his armor and sword. The main character realized Dun Yong never had the ability to combine barrier effects and attack boosts before. Could he have gotten this from Xieni Young's blessing? That meant his blessing was different from Yi's. Dong leaped into the air and swung his hammer down. "Try to escape this," he roared. A deafening explosion rocked the area as the hammer seemingly blew up the entire place. Dong glared into the dust with contempt, but Yi had blocked the attack with his bare hands. Xieni Young screamed at him, "Don't stop! Keep attacking!" Dong obeyed, unleashing a rapid flurry of hammer strikes upon the main character. "You won't get up this time, barrier and health exchange." This skill reduces the enemy's health by the difference of his maximum health points. Dong was certain of his victory. Now Yi has less health, he must die. A thunderous explosion kicked up a storm of dust and rock. Chen Yong celebrated, thinking that Yi was finally dead. But Dunong's face was grim. "No, I didn't receive the kill alert. The fight continues." Out of the dust, a player wearing full equipment emerged. Xieni Young texted him to be careful, but then he stared forward in utter disbelief. At the same time, Dong looked at his panel and stammered, What's going on?" A system message reported that his health was lower than Ye's. The combination of barrier and health exchange had failed, and the ability was now reflected back on him. His maximum health was reduced by 99%. "I have 1,000 physique and a weight-to-weight ratio of +7. Dong screamed, "How can I have less health? Even if he has more than 1,000 physique, my health shouldn't decrease that much." The main character rose from the dust, his aura now bone-chillingly creepy. Suddenly, a forest of enormous stems sprouted behind him. The flower god itself hovered over him, and he just grinned. The amount of health of all targets in the main monster arena is linked. When the health of one of the players drops below 10%, they automatically leave the general aura. The aura's range is 500 units. Outside of the aura, the player loses 100 units of power. Duration 10:1. The effect of the general aura. They were directly related to the incarnation of the flower god. The maximum health of players is reduced by 10%, while the maximum health of the flower god is increased by 10%. The god's health is constantly decreasing, while theirs is constantly increasing. Until their health is aligned with the god's, it will continue to fall and rise. The coefficient of this health change is 1:1. The stems began to move actively, climbing out of the ground. He stood upon them, moving swiftly after Dong and Seong. Is this the local monster leader? Seong wondered. He looked at the girl in front of him, confused. I don't understand where she came from. We landed so far away. Then he shouted to Dong. We're retreating. But Ye had already jumped, starting to attack Dong with his sword. Seong tried to heal him, but the system reported that he didn't have enough knowledge power. No, he cried in despair. The main character struck Dunong with his sword, and his health dropped to 0. His silhouette became transparent. The system announced that he had killed player Dong. He received 5% of his primordial realm computing power, bringing his total to 26%. Dunong fell and gradually disappeared. Yi grabbed his part of the membrane, then turned his attention to the last one remaining. Now, he said coldly. It's Sienny Young's turn. But the player realized he had to run and immediately vanished. He was tense, alone, against Ye's cheating abilities. He couldn't handle it. He took advantage of our carelessness and turned the battle around. And now the main monster has arrived. This is a horror. I need to hide somewhere and wait for Dong. He had to figure out a new strategy. Yi was lacking the primordial realm's computing power. He dashed between massive vines that slammed into the earth around him. Leaping onto a stalk, he surged forward with incredible speed. Sienny Young could wait. While the blessing was active, he had to seize this chance. He closed the distance to the monster in an instant, jumping high to reach the stems. The main character stretched out his hand. His first priority: secure the key. The moment his fingers closed around it, a powerful aura erupted. The system chimed in. Computing power has exceeded 25%. Attempting to steal the key from the membrane control center. He immediately confirmed, yes. A moment later, the system reported key to the membrane control center acquired. Would you like to take the flower god as a companion? His heart leaped with excitement. This is incredible. He replied, yes, without hesitation. A brilliant light flared. Meanwhile, Sienny Young cautiously explored the ruins. He suddenly paused. Wait, Yi and the monster were no longer pursuing him, but he could hear the sounds of battle in the distance. He gazed at a huge cloud of dust. Is he actually fighting that monster alone? This was his chance. There was no time to waste. Maybe I can finish him off while he's distracted. He sprinted toward the chaos. Just then, our main character landed softly, examining the object in his hand. So this is the key to the membrane control center. Does it just open a door, or is there more to it? I'll have to ask the snake later, but for now, I have other business to attend to. He looked up at the colossal flower god. He needed to farm some computing power, with the primary monster of the silent grave now under his command. There was just one problem. He had no idea where Sienny Young had disappeared. It'd be perfect if I could kill him now. And as if on cue, he saw Sienny Young charging right towards him, only to skid to a halt. Sienny Young stared in absolute horror. It looks like I've made a terrible mistake. A low chuckle escaped our hero. I don't know why. You decided to come back, but your timing is perfect. Moments later, Sienny Young's body lay on the ground, his form growing transparent before fading away. Player Sienny Young has been eliminated, gained 5% of primordial realm computing power. His total now stood at 31%, meanwhile, in the group chat. Wei was frantic. Chief, you have to talk some sense into him. He's fighting the leaders of the shelter alone. Skyscraper Rule typed, 1 against 2 has Yi chosen death. Even I'm not that reckless. What is he possibly thinking? Blazing Fire added, what's gotten into him I called, but he won't pick up. Rue grew worried. He's not answering. Did he already die? Just then, a message from the main character appeared. I appreciate the concern, but I've already dealt with the last 2. Wei was speechless. Blazing Fire and Rue were in utter shock. Yi typed again. Wei, what's your ETA? She replied. I need about 10 minutes. Even though Ye has killed Sienny Young and Dunong, this isn't the time to relax. The flower god is still here. You should come back so we can plan how to defeat it. But Ye's reply came back instantly. I've also dealt with that, too. Wei couldn't believe what she was reading. Back at the site, Yi cleared away piles of rubble, revealing a hidden passage beneath the earth. He leaped down into a vast, open cavern below. Looking around in awe, he saw it, the legendary silent grave tree, in the form of a child of the abyss. He thought to himself, I'll need at least 1,130 units of computing power for the 4th floor. In a place this massive, there has to be enough, right? But a system notification shattered his hopes. Computing power found in the Tree of the Silent Grave, Private Territory 1 unit. He was completely stunned. Disappointment washed over him. He slapped a hand to his forehead as it all clicked into place. So that's why the flower god never used the architect's skill in battle, he wondered. Is it just this area of the 3rd floor that's empty? Or is it all of them? No, that can't be right. But if a territory this huge has nothing, then the chances of finding computing power in smaller areas are almost zero. He shook his head. No, let's not get ahead of myself. I need to investigate first. The main character turned, annoyed there was no direct path to the sphere. Then, his eyes fell upon a small, hidden passageway. He approached and began to work the lock. Inside Pang, he found a chamber filled with countless floating spheres. Yi took in the sight before walking to the center of the room. As he looked up, the system activated. Key to the membrane control center detected. Teleport sequence activated. Destination entrance to the membrane control center. Do you wish to teleport? Yi was surprised for a moment, then realized this was perfect. Yes, he confirmed. But the system immediately replied, required contribution 2,000 units of computing power. Current power insufficient. Teleportation failed. He was bewildered. 2,000 units. Then my only choice is to return to area number 1 and take it from there. A rocky path led toward the exit of the cavern. As Ye and Wei were climbing up, she noticed his grim expression. For once, our main character wasn't his usual enthusiastic self. She didn't know if he could even reach the location where the power was. And even if he somehow succeeded, she had no idea what was happening. Over there, what if a powerful monster was guarding it? If he spent 2,000 power points just to get there, and was then defeated, he would be stranded with no way back model. Wei explained that ability descriptions rarely mention their reverse effects, a kind of built-in mechanic to punish mistakes. Apparently, the higher one's stats, the lower the chance of suffering these consequences. She then changed the subject, asking how he obtained the key, and if it gave him control over her. He considered her question, but chose silence, simply walking ahead. Wei rushed to catch up, demanding to know the key's true purpose. It's from the membrane control center, she pressed. Where are you going? We can go together. He stopped and looked at her, his gaze intense. How much computing power do you have left? Her confident expression faltered. I used it all, she admitted awkwardly. The main character raised an eyebrow. All of it. Wei began counting on her fingers, explaining how she entered the boss's territory. She had to mirror the boss's architect with her own, then returned to her apartment to recover, using that same architect. Every last drop was spent. He listened, processing the information. Thanks to her sacrifice, she reached the 3rd floor quickly. He realized that even within one's own territory, architects consumed computing power. So why could he use his for free? Perhaps it was because of the snake. He stepped onto a nearby rock. Wei watched him, her expression unreadable. He finally spoke. Our first meeting wasn't exactly friendly, but now things are different. He stood before her, locking eyes. Can I trust you? A small smile touched her lips. You can. He nodded, satisfied. All right, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Meanwhile, in Xian Young's private territory, Dong and Xian Young sat in heavy silence. Finally, Xian Young broke it. There is a path to victory. We just need to execute it perfectly. Dong stared in disbelief. But how he used some kind of cheat ability and shattered the power of Chen Young's knowledge from a great distance. And now he can't even be fought on equal terms, Xian Young added, his arms crossed in frustration. Somehow, he's even controlling the leader of the silent grave monsters. Sienna Young then presented the return sphere, an artifact that records a player's data. If a player falls, the sphere breaks, but preserves their knowledge after rebirth. He declared that they, too, held a trump card. Sienna Young wrote down that he needed shining. Meanwhile, the main character sat within private territory number 1. He gazed at the snake, recalling Wazy's words about her countless battles against the monster, using her architect until she had nothing left. The snake looked back, surprised by his contemplation. He knew that no matter what, the wyvern snake was on his side. He asked if it had any ideas about the teleportation point. The snake confirmed it might work, but they would be in grave danger if they went unprepared. The moment they reached the 4th floor, they would face a horde of monsters with catastrophic level threats. In that scenario, death would be certain. Our hero insisted that if the teleport works, I'm willing to take that chance. The main character stared at his snake familiar intently. He had 5,000 computing power. He would leave 100 with the snake for insurance and take the rest with him. This way, if he failed, he could revive. In the worst case scenario, they would find another way. The snake seemed to understand. From the moment you chose this risk, why not sacrifice everything for this one chance? To reach the membrane control center, they had to go all in. But if he went alone and died, he would return to the island, with no way to get back. The snake then made a proposal. Take me with you. With its computing power, for 1 hour, it would become immensely stronger, and fewer units would be needed for the architect. The main character was stunned. You can leave the island with me, yes, but in doing so, number 1 will be destroyed. He would lose his ability to be reborn there, and would no longer be tied to the island's fate. Yi considered the stakes. Then the wyvern snake will use some of its power. But it will require computing power to do so, the snake replied. Louie realized that while his strength would be limited by time, 1 hour was more than enough to attack and retreat. The snake was right. He was in a race against an inevitable fate. If he backed down now, he would never reach the center, and the greatest secret of the primordial kingdom would be lost to him forever. He stood, his resolve hardening. Then it's decided. We go together. The snake grinned as its form dissolved into a stream of pure magic, flowing directly into Ye's hand. A wise decision. A glowing tattoo materialized on his arm, which quickly faded from sight. The island began to collapse violently, shattering into a cascade of rock. A system notification appeared. Private territory number 1 has been destroyed. Wyvern Snake has teamed up with User is excluded from private territory number 1. Calculating the pressure of the world beyond. Pressure 44%. Ability drift has been acquired. Levitation speed 90%. Can only be used in the world beyond the edge. The main character looked around. So, I've become my own private territory. The child of the abyss was still floating before him. Then it's time to fly, he declared. Yi leaped into the air as the island crumbled beneath him. And inside the ruins stood Wazy, her arms crossed over her chest. The creature before her remarked that Yi smelled like fine wine, and that he was a chosen one, just like her. Wazy turned, glaring with displeasure at the winged dragon. A winged dragon, a pseudo-pre-crash level entity. It taunted her, saying she had changed since the primordial realm's condescension, and that they were all just tools. If you don't want to share their fate, it hissed, you must kill the other chosen ones and win. Wazy just smirked. It seems he trusts you, the dragon continued. This is the perfect chance to kill him. Do it. She sighed wearily. You're right, but there's something else. Suddenly, she grabbed the dragon, her voice turning cold. If it's a choice between you two, I trust him more. The winged dragon shot from her grasp. You only got here because of him. Your disbelief is heartbreaking. But that's why I chose you. Do not hesitate. Stay strong. I believe you will make the right choice in the end. Wazy's cheeks flushed red as she covered her face. It's different now, she whispered, remembering how he had saved her, carrying her in his arms. He was cute. She had no desire to harm him. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Ye landed gracefully as Wazy looked up. I thought you abandoned me. The main character glanced at the ruins and the flower god. "We're going after him," he said. "Yes," Wazy agreed. At that moment, two more figures appeared in the sky. It was Dong and Seong. The flower god instantly sensed them. It began to fly as its vines writhed with deadly intent. Yi and Wazy immediately fled. He shouted, "Let the flower god deal with them. We need to hurry." Behind them, massive stalks smashed into the ground, obliterating everything. The main character knew they had died once already. They knew the boss was under his control, yet they still returned. That meant they had a trump card. He just had no idea what it could be. Let the flower god wear them down first, he thought. He glanced back at the writhing cluster of stalks, but a brilliant flash of light erupted, followed by a massive explosion. The stalks were sliced into countless pieces, god power ability flash. After a tilt, the player immediately counterattacks the target, regardless of distance. If the target dodges, the player can use flash to attack again. This action repeats until the player lands a direct hit. The system alert was devastating. Your companion, the flower god, has been defeated. He was in a panic. How is this possible? Wazy yelled. It's a lightning strike under the effect of flash. It was terrifying to imagine how many buffs were stacked to instantly kill the flower god. Power ability. Lightning strike. Attack power is based on dexterity. 1 unit equals 2 units of attack power. Justice attack. Critical lightning strike plus 1 level. The next attack's power is the ratio of dexterity and attack power, multiplied by 2. If the strike is not critical, 1 level is lost. A note appeared. Lightning strike levels can accumulate indefinitely. Lightning strike itself deals no damage. Its levels are not reset. From the cloud of dust, a girl emerged. Yi and Wazy fell back. Shining readied her sword. Her eyes narrowed. In an instant, she vanished. Power ability. Lightning dash. Makes a dash in a certain direction. At this point, the agility coefficient increases by 3. She appeared before Ye in a flash, her sword arcing through the air. Her weapon passed through him with ease. A blade sliced through his body. But to her shock, he activated captivity, freezing her in place. He aimed his gun at her. If raw power is all you have, then prepare to die. Shining just laughed. As he fired a massive mana blast, she activated perfect evasion. A 100% guaranteed dodge with a 5-minute cooldown. Wei screamed for him to be careful, that he couldn't face her head-on. The system announced his attack had triggered Shining's ability. Flash Blade. A spectral blade phased right. Through his surprised form, the status boost would last for 3 more seconds. Her attack began to mirror his own. Player's Shining Flash. Missed. Flash activated again, the blade's aura slipping past him once more. Player's Shining Flash. Missed. The status boost would last for 2 more seconds. An unbelievable storm of attacks descended upon the main character. He was surrounded by a whirlwind of cutting auras. The boost would last for 1 more second. Shining danced around him with a maniacal grin. Wei watched in a rage. Her ability would persist until it landed a hit. With so many lightning strikes stacked, a single blow would be... She had to save him somehow. The main character shielded himself as best he could from the onslaught. The status boost finally ended. Behind a cloud of dust, Dong and Sin Young watched. She killed the boss in seconds. And there's no distance limit. Dong breathed. Now I see why you trusted her. She trained for 2 straight days before entering the destruction zone, Sin Young explained, continuously stacking her ability to reach this insane level. Then she recorded that state in a sphere of return. He had heard of the item, but never imagined he'd need one himself. It's a shame it's a one-time use item, but for this, it's worth it. Sin Young vaulted over the wall they were hiding behind. I think she's done. Let's go take a look. We should ask Shining to stay with him. She's a fantastic trump card. He stood up, ready to claim his victory. But his eyes widened in absolute shock. Shining had pierced him with her sword, ripping away a staggering 4 million health. But what horrified her was that he was still standing. He activated a combined aura with the snake, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. Now, you die. The main character lunged, his own sword striking true. Shining vanished into motes of light as Dong climbed the wall. Is he still alive? Dong started to mock him, but the words died in his throat. He was just as stunned. No. How is this possible? The main character turned, his cold gaze falling upon them. Have you two decided to gift me more computing power? Terror seized both players. Run, they screamed. But moments later, their bodies hit the ground and dissolved. He had killed both Dong and Xian Young. From Shining, he absorbed 5% of her computing power, pushing his primordial realm to 36%. The winged dragon's voice echoed in Wei's mind. Did you see that? Do you see how strong he is if you absorbed his membrane creature? You could evolve again. And become an apocalypse-ranked being. You would be stronger, easily surpassing him. The main character collected the sphere Shining had dropped. He turned to Wei. They won't be coming back. It's time for us to go. She simply replied, Yes. The winged dragon pressed on. Find the right moment to kill him. I will handle his creature. He obtained the flower god's key without even killing her. That means his computing power already exceeds 25%. Kill him, and all of that power will be yours. Wei followed him silently as the dragon's whispers continued to poison her thoughts. The secrets of the primordial realms are beyond your imagination. You must fight for every scrap of power. Even if you don't believe me, you know that killing him would be incredibly profitable. Just attack. The winged dragon will handle the rest. She frowned, her expression conflicted. In a quiet voice, she said, I know about the membrane control center. It's why we came to the destruction zone in the first place. Even though we weren't allies back on that ship, you still saved me. And you saved me from this terrible place. So now, we owe each other nothing. But for some reason, you're still letting me walk beside you. He stopped and turned to face her. We're a team. We should go together. Or am I wrong? She asked, her arms crossed. Do you think I'm that weak? Or are you not strong enough? She clearly didn't understand the dangers that awaited them on the other side of the teleport. They were heading to the 4th floor of the world beyond. And based on what he'd seen on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, the challenges they would face there would be far greater than anything before. So a companion will definitely be useful, right? Wei considered his words. He continued, If we are to fight, it will be at the very end. You don't need to worry about that now. First, we need power. And for that, we need to work as a team. We need to act together. He held out his hand. What do you say? Let's trust each other. For now. Wei hesitated, then carefully wiped Ye's smiling face. She smiled back, shaking his hand. All right, she agreed. It was time for them to move. Wei nodded, and they proceeded together toward the entrance. Meanwhile, the winged dragon schemed. If it could just devour this creature, it could easily crush any dangers ahead. She wouldn't have to worry about a thing. The moment an opportunity presents itself, she must strike him down without hesitation. They both stopped before the portal. The system announced. Key to the membrane control center detected. Teleportation function activated. Destination entrance. Are you ready to proceed? The snake warned. Even though this place looks pristine, the teleport could be damaged. The main character had to be ready for anything. If something goes wrong, it continued, I will assume my true form. That will buy us a few precious moments to fix the teleport. Or we will both perish. I know, the main character replied grimly. He turned to Wei. It's time for us to go. She nodded in agreement. Once again, the system's voice echoed. Key detected? Proceed to the control center, he commanded. Yes, the system responded. Deducting 2,000 computing power. The teleportation process began, his body dissolving into pixels. Even I don't know what's waiting for us, he admitted. But I'm sure of one thing if we work together. We will survive. Wei nodded. Right. And just like that, they vanished. In another dimension, lightning tore across a dark sky, and a fierce wind howled between the barren rocks. A teleport device flared to life. They appeared within its glowing circle and began scanning their surroundings. So this is it, Louie thought. The entrance to the membrane control center. He looked up. A colossal island floated in the sky above. He realized that must be the center, on the 5th floor. That means they had to conquer Yet another level of the world beyond. Wait a minute, Louie recalled. Didn't the snake say this place was crawling with disaster-level bosses? Then why is it just flat rocks? Standing before them, he demanded answers from the wyvern. What was happening? But the ancient snake could only cry out in disbelief. Impossible! This is all wrong. This place, it wasn't like this. The main character reeled in confusion, but the winged dragon hissed. This is the perfect chance. Wei, attack now. For a terrifying second, she was like a completely different person. But when the dragon urged her to move, she snapped out of it, slapping her forehead. Ugh, I'm so sick of you. The winged dragon sneered. You don't want to kill him, fine. I'll do it myself. A massive orb of blinding energy erupted from her shoulder. Wei frantically sent a private message. It's out of control. Be careful. He spun around just in time. A colossal, glowing dragon's claw shot toward him from Wei's hand. He dodged, and the monstrous limb slammed into the stone floor with devastating force. The main character leaped back, horrified. What is that thing? He watched as the brilliant energy consumed Wei, growing larger and twisting into a new, terrifying shape. Wei screamed at the monster. Did you forget our contract? The winged dragon's voice echoed back. The contract was to help each other grow stronger, and this is exactly what I'm doing. You traitor, she shrieked, before being completely devoured by the light. The dragon's voice boomed. You should be thanking me. A massive paw emerged from the swirling mass of energy, then slammed onto the ground. A colossal dragon with magnificent wings materialized, letting out a deafening roar. The beast stood on the rocks, facing Ye. Fear gripped him as he typed a frantic message. I don't understand any of this. But the system replied, the player you are trying to message is currently under external control and cannot receive messages. The dragon charged. Stones crumbling beneath its immense weight, it opened its maw, preparing a devastating attack. With a thunderous explosion, a massive cloud of dust erupted. Yes squeezed his eyes shut, only to find himself trapped in the dragon's enormous claw. He screamed at his own companion. Get out of here now! He panicked, shouting. Wyvern, what are you doing? The winged dragon mocked him. Impressed by the view of the fourth floor, you carry the blood of a pathetic clone. Do you truly believe you belong in the primordial realm? The creature sneered. Let me tell you a secret. Metalore was destroyed long ago. This world is just a hollow shell, a cheap copy made from the shattered remnants of a once great reality. The winged dragon let out a maniacal laugh. A system window flashed. Player Yi captured. Movement and abilities have been sealed. The system itself went silent. You are under the influence of an apocalypse-level monster's aura. Computing power has been critically reduced. Access to the architect is impossible. Terror and shock paralyzed the main character. The snake can hide all it wants. The dragon gloated. Once I devour you, he's next. It began to lift Yi towards its gaping mouth. Wyvern, Yi screamed in desperation. In an instant, a massive serpent burst from his body. It coiled itself around the dragon in a crushing grip. As the wyvern completely constricted the winged dragon, it hissed. Finally! The main character fell to the ground. The snake pleaded, help me use the architect. We must ensure that the flow of blood cannot be stopped. But the dragon blocked my access to the architect. Yi cried out, I can't help. Don't think, the wyvern commanded. Just do it. Yi focused his will. Architect close all escape routes. A notification appeared. Architect usage failed. But then, another message followed. Please wait. Recalibration successful. Architect has successfully set blood flow for this area to 100%. The main character's eyes widened in shock. How was that possible? The wyvern began to squeeze harder, its body turning ethereal and almost liquid. Vile green spots started appearing on the winged dragon's form. You were well prepared for this, weren't you, snake? The dragon growled. Trying to invade my body and consume my very being. How foolish. I am a level higher than you. You cannot win. Entering my body will only make you my prey. The dragon began to glow with a menacing red aura. You are a fool, it roared. I can feel it. A faint trace of light dragon blood in you. That's the source of your confidence. But it's not nearly enough to defeat me. Suddenly, Yi began to stumble and fall backward. What's happening? He yelled in a panic. The system flashed again. Your legendary skill, Wyvern Snake Tree, has attempted to use blood flow, action failed. According to zone rules, the attempt is being repeated. Computing power reduced by 100 units. Your legendary skill, Wyvern Snake Tree, has attempted to use blood flow. Action failed. According to zone rules, the attempt is being repeated. Computing power reduced by 100. Yi watched the dragon glow brighter and brighter. And he screamed, your legendary skill uses blood flow. Action failed. The attempt is repeated. Computing power reduced by 100 units. After countless failed attempts, a new message appeared. Action successful. Your wyvern snake has evolved into a pseudo-dragon of light. The main character felt a surge of relief. It worked, but his hope was shattered by the next notification. Your legendary tree, pseudo-dragon of light, failed to absorb the pseudo-winged dragon. Insufficient power? His heart sank. This was bad. The winged dragon laughed mockingly. What was the point of that evolution? You've only just reached my level. An evolution like that requires a massive amount of energy to stabilize. Without a power source, you'll just die from exhaustion. You wanted to consume me to survive. But your grand plan failed. Yi knew he had to do something to help. He got to his feet with renewed determination. What could he do? The dragon threw its head back and spread its wings, letting out a final, triumphant roar. But then, its body went limp and fell to the ground. It muttered, "That fool, wake. She's gone mad." A system window appeared. Your legendary tree is absorbing energy. Evolution beginning. 1%. 2. 3. The main character stared in disbelief as the dragon's body disintegrated into pixels. What just happened? A message from Wei appeared. This is bad. I couldn't keep control of my body. I have some bad news. I won't be able to go to the membrane control center with you. Yi's blood ran cold. No. Did Wei sacrifice herself to save him from the dragon? He stared at the system log, slapping his forehead in anguish. Thank you, Wei, he typed. You saved me. But she replied, Don't. This was all my fault. I'm the one who should be thanking you. And now, this stupid thing is finally gone. All right, he typed back. Don't forget to level up. She sent a laughing emoji. By the time you get back, I'll have already caught up. Deal, Yi replied. Player Wei is dead. Collecting death data. You did not participate in the murder of Player Wei. You will receive only 9% of the available data. Computing power is now at 45%. The very island began to tremble, the rocks around him crumbling and collapsing. He kicked a loose stone aside and approached the ruined portal. He stood in the center of the shattered structure. Damn it, he said with irritation. The teleportation zone is completely destroyed. He scratched his head. This is a disaster. What am I supposed to do now? He had no idea how to even reach the control center now. The fourth floor of the world beyond was a desolate ruin, a place where you couldn't even earn enough computing power to level up. He was trapped, with only 1,000 units of power remaining. He gazed up at the glowing sphere. Do not despair, the snake advised. The other players will eventually reach this floor, and they will be trapped too. When they arrive, you will kill them and seize their computing power. Yes, the dragon now looked completely different. It had achieved an apocalypse level bonus. Health multiplied by 40, knowledge power multiplied by 8, weight ratio +4. All other stats were concealed. Yi could sense the dragon had become terrifyingly strong, but its exact stats remained a mystery. The main character sighed. It looks like that's our only option. By the way, what should I call you now? Wyvern Snake Dragon of Light. The creature grinned. Snake and Dragon of Light are just the names of my race. You can call me by my true name, Gujian. Gujian? Excellent, Yi replied. He sat for a long time, waiting and thinking. He knew Gujian was hiding a great deal from him, yet it continued to offer its help. They had always been in such a rush. There was never time to talk. But now, with so much time on their hands, perhaps it would finally reveal everything. This time, you have to tell me the whole truth. The snake said nothing, folding its paws and hesitating. Finally, it spoke. Until this moment, I never intended to tell you. But now, seeing what has become of the fourth floor, I am honestly shocked. The metal world I once knew is vastly different from this one. I don't know how true the winged dragon's words were. You may ask your questions. I will answer everything. The main character pressed. You were shocked, so your surprise back there was genuine. It wasn't just an act to lower the winged dragon's guard. Gujin simply spread its paws in response. Yi recalled the dragon's claim that this metal world was destroyed, merely a clone of the original. The winged dragon must have been speaking of the primordial realm's recent past, a past much closer to the present than the one Gujin remembered. He had to be certain. What should he ask? Something critically important, but not something that would be lost in game jargon. Yi looked up. What is the membrane control center? Gujin replied. It is an advanced and powerful system, once located at the heart of the primordial realm. With it, any living creature could be digitized, transferring all of its abilities and skills into a new space, with the potential for infinite enhancement. The main character was stunned. The same thing had happened to all the players when Metal World descended upon their world. So this power was literally control over the entire system. A system used to merge worlds. But the players, they couldn't get any stronger. Their levels and abilities were frozen, identical to what they were in the game. Was this because of a failure during the system's activation? Or did someone do this intentionally? Who activated the system in the first place? Was it to sow chaos in their world? Or something else entirely? I have another question. Yi said. The winged dragon claimed the current metal world is just fragments, echoes of a former reality. If that's true, then who created Metal World, and why? That I do not know, Gujin admitted. But I believe that once we reach the center, we will find all the answers. They both gazed at the island above. Suddenly, the rocks around them began to move. He shot to his feet. Something's happening. The sphere began to pulse with a strange aura, and all the stones trembled, then began to smash into one another. The main character shielded himself from the falling debris as a huge cloud of dust erupted. And then, silence. He raised his head. It was over. I don't understand. That, Gujin explained, is the Eastern Imperial Bell. Things just got more interesting. Now I see why the fourth floor looks like this. It is time. We must reach the fifth floor, quickly. The main character pointed out. But the teleportation zone was destroyed. When we arrived, the portal was in perfect condition. What happened? Yi was shocked. This is the power of the Eastern Imperial Bell, Gujin said. When it rings, this entire area, no matter how damaged, returns to its original state. The portal is now restored. It is time for us to leave. The bell not only restores the ruins, but it also eradicates all living things. That's why all the monsters on the fourth floor vanished. We are only alive because this site is considered my private territory, and I am a legendary tree. We must hurry. They rushed to the portal. The system announced, key to the entrance of the membrane control center has been found. Teleportation function activated. Proceed to the entrance of the membrane control center, Louie thought. The teleport. It's really working, the system repeated. Key detected. Proceed to the control center. The protagonist frowned, steeling himself for the fifth floor. The world beyond the edge. The data processing and control center of the membrane. The ultimate secret of the primordial realm, Gien replied. Yes, he is ready. He had finally breached the fifth floor of the world beyond the edge. A system window flashed, calculating the crushing debuff of the zone. Debuff 45%, current strength 55%. Ability cooldown increased by 45%. Ability duration reduced by 45%. Current stat limit a mere 5,000 units. The debuff is only 45% now, Louie thought. With a blessing, he could once again become infinitely powerful. They stood before a colossal sphere, Gien noted. Just as I suspected, because of the East Imperial Bell. There are no monsters on the 5th floor. Louie saw a strange stream of light pouring from the sphere, illuminating an otherworldly device. Is that an elevator? He asked. It seemed this was the final hurdle separating them from the membrane's control center. He saw a brilliant object glowing inside. Is that the Eastern Imperial Bell? Is it dangerous? Gian replied. Right now, the bell's ability is territory recovery. It should be on cooldown, so the item is harmless. But we must be careful. We have no idea how fast it will recharge. And we don't know if we will be considered the owners of this territory. They needed to move. There was no time to think. We have to check the elevator. The main character gripped his sword. First, we destroy that teleportation zone. Otherwise, someone will use it to catch up to us. Gian shook his head. That's pointless. As long as the teleportation zones on the other floors are active, they can still get here. There's nothing we can do to stop them. We can only press our advantage, Louie conceded. Okay, by the way, if we're passing the Eastern Imperial Bell, what's to stop us from taking it? An artifact that powerful would be a game changer. He feared they would regret leaving it behind for the membrane control center. Even if the bell had no other powers, its ability to restore territory alone made it a priceless trump card. This single function made the artifact incredibly significant. Gion explained that to wield it, one needed the title of Great Warrior. What level was that, Louie wondered. The title of Great Warrior. The system only showed a top warrior with a +2 weight factor. Juin confirmed that a top warrior would indeed suffice. But after that came the Unholy Warrior, and then the Annihilation Warrior. Only by achieving that final rank could he become a Great Warrior, and reaching Annihilation required 100 times more experience than he currently possessed. Only then could he claim the bell. The main character realized they could do nothing but stare at it. This was bad. Gyun mentioned the membrane control center might hold a way to claim the bell, so their priority was to get there first. But suddenly, Gyun stopped cold. Juin paused. What's wrong? Jun's reply was grim. Of course, it couldn't be this simple. When asked again, he revealed what they felt. A barrier. He touched the dome. A frown creased his face. Eastern Imperial Bell. Impossible to pass. The system window was clear. You need the rank of Annihilation Warrior, or the level of Apocalypse. The requirements were not met. Its effects and abilities remained unknown. The main character understood immediately. If these were the bell's conditions, then the Apocalypse level was also a key. Gyun concluded the barrier was the bell's absolute defense, and the fact that the Eastern Imperial Bell had entered this state could only mean its master had perished. A master who had reached the Apocalypse level, or was an Annihilation Warrior. Who could possibly kill such a being? He had a chilling feeling the bell was deliberately placed before the elevator. Was this the work of the one who warped this world? Or did the bell's master place it here himself? He pressed a paw to his forehead. Everything was far too suspicious. What happened to this realm after his memories were lost? You said we don't have time, Juin pressed. Is there any way through this barrier otherwise? We'll never reach the world's center. Only the Bellmaster can remove it, Gyun replied. But to become one, you must be an Annihilation Warrior. Or I must reach the Apocalypse level. The main character's eyes widened. So Gyun had already reached the level of semi-apocalypse. But Gyun confirmed it wasn't enough. The problem was far more complex than he imagined, and their time was running out. Would they be trapped here forever? Gyun fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, inside the Child of the Abyss, a monster collapsed, unconscious. Standing over it was a player. This was Gardner. He glanced at Mustache Uncle, who was in awe of his power. He promised the head of the garden that upon returning to Musu City, he would abandon the shelter and join them. Witnessing him face a disaster-level foe, he couldn't fathom how easily it was defeated. Gardner leaped from the disintegrating monster. Aren't you afraid of angering Danu? He asked. Mustache, Uncle bowed low. Following the strongest is the wisest path. I'm certain Danu will understand. A wise decision. Just now, he had witnessed an ability that looked simple, yet its damage was colossal. Gardner had exploited a bug in the systems to create an apocalyptic-level Monster Lord embryo. Using his White Knight ability, He could borrow the power of an apocalypse-level creature and move freely through the destruction zone. Gardner grinned. Now I see everything. Mustache Uncle tensed, but it was too late. Gardner mercilessly sliced off his head. He knew the man planned to report his true strength to Danu. He'd disliked him from the very start. Fools like him could continue following their weak leader. As the body vanished, Gardner declared it was time to show the world his true strength. He strode towards the portal. A system window appeared. Title Apocalypse. All stats plus 100,000. Health multiplied by 40. Knowledge power multiplied by 10. Weight factor plus 5. All abilities increased by 1 level. But there was a note. Prolonged use of this title in the primordial realm will trigger a disaster. Every second the title is active, hidden luck decreases by 1. Upon deactivation, luck is restored. However, if used for more than 1 minute, luck is permanently reduced by 1 level. A permanent reduction of 1 level and a 5% stat decrease. The title could be dispelled later. The main character sighed as he and Gian stared at the elevator. A shimmering barrier blocked their path. In a desperate attempt to break through, they unleashed their strongest abilities. But nothing worked. He hit his head in frustration. This was a nightmare. How was the barrier broken in his past life if the control center was connected to the descent of the primordial realm? Then this was the final gate. But how? How did they overcome this barrier? The only way was to wait for the others. Let them solve it, then use the elevator to reach the control center. But doing so would erase the massive advantage he had fought so hard to gain. So, what now? He asked, his voice strained. Are there no other ways? Gian replied. No, but then paused. Wait, there is something. Louie's eyes widened in shock. Seriously? Gian could attempt to merge with the barrier, using his semi-apocalyptic blood to make the bell recognize him as its master. However, the process would take a very long time, and he could not be disturbed, or they would be trapped here forever. Louie's mind raced. A lot of time. And peace. Though they entered the destruction zone together, he still hadn't encountered the New Order's clan leader, Rule, or Blazing Fire. While Gian was occupied, one of them would surely appear. He knew Blazing Fire and Rule were still on the 2nd floor. They had a long way to go, and their relationship was amicable. He figured he could ask them to wait while Gian worked. That only left the head of the garden, and Ju-in was confident he could handle him alone. Okay, he said with resolve. You handle the barrier. I'll take care of everything else. As the barrier glowed, Gyun gave one final warning. No one must touch this barrier while I am inside. The main character agreed, and the snake vanished into the light. A moment later, the barrier's color shifted. Ju-in scanned the area. It was unlikely anyone would arrive soon. He kept his eyes fixed on the sphere, remaining vigilant. Finally, Ju-in sat down on the rocks to wait. The barrier pulsed with a bright pink light. He was lost in thought for a time, before rising to inspect it again. He circled it for a long while, noticing a definite change. The barrier had been red, and now it was slowly turning blue. Perhaps when Jiun finished, it would become completely blue. A flicker of hope ignited within him. But then, all progress stopped. He could see no further changes. He sat down again. It was so slow. He had been waiting for ages. The main character slapped himself across the face, his impatience boiling over. Was it this desperate desire to reach the place where the original kingdom began? He had spent 3 days in this zone, and as far as he knew, the descent would occur in 4. Then, everything would change. Although he had prepared as much as possible, his only real hope was to gain power over the primordial realm and prevent the cataclysm from ever happening. No matter how strong a person is, there is no water to be found in a desert. In the city, clean water is abundant and free, but everything would change. When that world crashed into theirs, there was no point in being the strongest man in a barren wasteland. It was better to live as a weak but happy man in a thriving city. He frowned, looking at the sphere. No matter what, he would prevent the descent of the primordial realm at all costs. The main character quickly sent a message. Blazing Fire, you know about the gardener. How strong is he? What are his abilities? Suddenly, Lightning bolts ripped through the void on a nearby island. Louie knew instantly that someone had arrived. But who? The figure of the gardener gradually materialized. Louie's eyes narrowed, his senses flaring. He dropped into a fighting stance. A message from Blazing Fire appeared. You've met him. He wields light and relies on passive bleeding and cure cancellation abilities. In combat, it's nothing out of the ordinary, so he poses no threat to you. But that's not true anymore. I heard that before the destruction zone. He obtained a title that allows him to increase his stats and ability level. You must be careful when he activates it. The main character's thoughts raced in surprise. That title, could it be the very one used in his previous life to break the barrier of the Eastern Imperial Bell? The gardener stood there, oozing confidence and grinning. With a title like that, he could gain power over the bell. He couldn't let him near the barrier. The gardener began to sprint toward him. Louie decided he had to be stopped. He leaped high into the air, but a cage of light immediately surrounded him. He aimed at the gardener and unleashed a powerful stream of aura and mana. It seemed the gardener was blasted back to his island, but then Louie saw that he was flying as well. What? There wasn't a single wound on him. The barrier changed color again. As Louie stood before it, the bell inside began to glow. The gardener looked on with a smug expression, and then jumped towards Louie. You're stuck there, aren't you? The red barrier won't let you go any further. We could try to pass through it together, but Louie had attacked him the moment he appeared. Did you already find a way to break the barrier? And just don't want to share the information? The main character frowned and declared, That's true. If you approach, neither of us will get to that elevator. He hoped the bluff would at least keep him at a distance. But the gardener just grinned again, looking at him with a smile. He sat down and said, Okay then, I'll wait for you to sort it out. The main character was stunned. Did he really just believe him? Or was he pretending maybe something was holding him back? Some reason he didn't want to fight? The gardener rested his head in his palm and said, Since we're here together, the main character can tell me what he knows about the primordial realm. You got here so fast, you probably have some intel. Information that not even the great clans possessed. He paused, then finally spoke. All right, but Gardner must know first. Still, a sliver of doubt remained. Could this man truly be trusted? Perhaps he's just trying to fish for information. Ye thought. He decided to play along, to keep Gardner talking. Gardner considered this, a knowing look on his face as he agreed. Where to begin? He muttered, before clapping his hands together sharply. I know. Ye watched him, his suspicion growing with every second. You probably didn't notice, Gardner said. But in the real world, news from the other continents ceased a long time ago, all except for the Husho continent, which broadcast nothing but strange entertainment programs. Yi demanded to know what he was talking about. They were supposed to discuss the primordial realm, but Gardner simply spread his hands wide. It's because the apocalypse is coming. A jolt of shock ran through Ye. How could Gardner know this if we continue to ignore the signs? The player continued. After 3 years, our world will cease to exist. He leaned in closer. The key to solving this is right here, right above us. His presence grew more intense. That's why this place, Meter, is so critical. It's why Husho is pouring almost all of its resources here. Yi scowled. Gardner had to be lying. In his previous life, he lived for another 3 years. After the primordial realm descended upon the world, he'd only ever heard of its descent, not a world-ending apocalypse. Even at its most disastrous, it was nothing like the cataclysm Gardner described. But as Ye considered it, maybe there was some truth to his words. In his past life, he never held a high enough status to learn such secrets. If Gardner's claims were as real as Gu Yin's warning about the membrane control center, then was the descent not the worst fate that awaited them? Gardner watched Ye's shocked expression, his own vigilance weakening. He didn't even notice how Gardner had closed the distance between them. Ye's body tensed instantly. The player was too close. If Gardner attacked now, or made a run for the barrier, but he just kept smiling, his gaze shifting to the bell. Gardner's face hardened, then twisted into an eerie grin. I believe what you told me about the barrier, he said, so I'll wait. And I hope you'll believe me too. He insisted the end of the world couldn't be stopped by one person. We must unite, work together. That is why I created the garden. Gardner held out his hand. Join us. Together. We can stop the apocalypse. The main character remained silent, his mind racing. Gardner wasn't attacking because he wanted Ye to join him. No, it couldn't be that simple. What was his real game in Gardner's position? He would have already killed his opponent and taken the barrier. But for some reason, Gardner held back. Ye's frown deepened. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the world beyond the edge, blazing fire was celebrating. And rule, he shouted with joy. We've finally gathered 3,000 computing power. I can't believe there was a teleport straight to the membrane control center. Now we can easily get ahead of everyone. But blazing fire quickly told him to calm down. We will teleport, but do not underestimate the dangers waiting for us. Rule had to agree. Back on the ground, Gardner continued trying to persuade Ye, but Ye simply sat down on a nearby rock. If Gardner truly wanted to attack, he must be a warrior rank, or even apocalypse level. He decided to move further away, to give them space. I need to discover his true intentions, he thought. Ye spoke. Even if I agree now, you won't believe me. If neither of us is going to attack, I propose a temporary truce. If we truly must work together, I will consider joining the garden. But not yet. The portal behind them pulsed with a brilliant blue light. Gardner said nothing, only smiled. He sat across from Ye. Okay, that's a fair answer. Now it's your turn. You have to tell me something about the primordial kingdom. The main character's mind churned. Everything was going according to plan. Gardner hadn't rushed the barrier. He had his own agenda, but what was it? Wait, suddenly, he understood. Judging by Gardner's words, he was incredibly knowledgeable. He likely knew about the Eastern Imperial Bell, and even how to obtain it. If he wasn't making a move, it meant he was waiting with Ye. He knows Guyin's barrier won't last much longer. So he wants to use this time to extract information from me. If that's his plan, Ye thought, I need to distract him from the barrier. With something truly shocking, Ye's expression hardened. It was time to tell a lie. I know why you're really here, Gardner, the main character declared. You want to destroy the upgrade function. You want the power to control others' destinies and get what you desire. Ye's thoughts raced. If Gardner really can destroy that barrier, he'll be the first one to reach the membrane control center. In his past life, the upgrade function of the center was destroyed, most likely by the head of the garden. The reason was probably the Earth's shadow that the leader of the New Order mentioned. Why they needed it was still a mystery, but for now, he could only guess. I'll be honest with you, the main character said, looking Gardner in the eye. Are you sure? That Earth's shadow can be trusted by following its instructions. You might never achieve your true goals. Gardner's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in suspicion. He demanded to know how Ye could possibly know his secret. From that reaction alone, Ye knew he'd hit the mark. I don't know if the apocalypse you speak of will happen in 3 years, he said. But I know for certain, if it does, it will be because of Earth's shadow. Do not let yourself be deceived, Gardner. Because you may be the one who brings about the end of the world. Ye thought that this should be enough to rattle him. Gardner clutched his head, lost in thought. Then he began to advance on Ye, his face grim. Now I understand everything. The main character froze as Gardner loomed over him, a menacing aura erupting from his body. So, you're from Shining Sky. Shining Sky. Ye thought, what is that? Why would he think that? Only members of Shining Sky know about this, Gardner snarled. Now I get it. No wonder you got so far, so fast. A cold fear gripped the main character. Gardner was spouting nonsense. He didn't understand any of it. Then, Gardner broke into a sprint, charging toward the barrier. No, Ye thought. He saw through my bluff. Where did I go wrong? Why is he so enraged? A system notification appeared. Gardner had activated the title Apocalypse. All of Ye's hidden luck stats would plummet while the status was active. With a furious roar, Gardner smashed through Ye's captivity spell. The power of the blow shocked him. He realized he'd have to use his remaining computing power to reset the spell's cooldown. Architect, remove the ability cooldown. But the system flashed an error. He was within the aura zone of an apocalypse-level monster. His aura and Ye's private territory were interfering with each other. It was impossible to use the architect. Ye's blood ran cold. An apocalypse-level monster. At that very moment, Gardner reached the barrier and struck with all his might. The barrier pulsed with immense power, shattering the surrounding stones. The main character's eyes widened in alarm as Gardner plunged his hand into the shimmering shield. And then, everything fractured into a million shards. Gardner turned, his gaze a venomous glare fixed on Ye. "I'll take the bell first," he snarled. "And then I'll deal with you. Just you wait." The main character's blood ran cold. Gardner knew this would happen all along. The crystalline fragments danced in the air, coalescing into a shimmering river that surged towards the bell. Gardner and Ye watched, stunned. The bell began to toll with a deafening chime, then shot upwards in a torrent of pure mana, ascending into a celestial sphere, Louie thought. What is going on? He stared at Gardner's back. Ye's life is tied to Guin. He can't just betray him. I need to get to that bell first and find out what's happening, he then noticed. Gardner was attacking him from the side, but his legs were frozen to the spot. The system reported he was under the effect of the binding draw ability. He could now choose a target and move only in Gardner's direction. The main character cursed the control ability. Gardner sneered. "I don't know what's happening, but when I kill you, it won't matter anymore. Everything will belong to me." The fog of battle cleared as Gardner looked at a system message in utter surprise. He was under the effect of a strange ability. They now shared the same aura with player Ye, their very lives linked together. If Ye's health fell below a certain point, Gardner's own health points would be used to heal Ye until their health percentages were equal. When Gardner had less than 10% health left, the shared aura would be removed. He was furious. The ability gave him nothing. How do I get rid of this? Just then, Ye's ability, Tear to Pieces, was applied to Gardner. Effect, Tear to Pieces, stack 1. His health began to drain, and all healing he received was reduced by 90%. The main character realized Gardner had chosen this ability specifically to counter him. Gardner's hands ignited with fire. "This is a good ability," he taunted. "It requires so little knowledge power. Sure, it can lower my health to 10%. But what then? What happens when he only has 10% health left after carefully studying Ye's abilities? He had specifically chosen something that would cripple his healing. It also imposes a bleed that intensifies with each of Gardner's attacks. Subsequent attacks will refresh the ability's effects and add more stacks. I wonder how many stacks you'll have. By the time my health hits 10%, more than enough to kill you in a second." Gardner leaped forward, swinging his burning arm, but Ye was able to block the attack. The impact sent them both skidding back. The player continued his relentless assault of punches, and Ye desperately parried each one. The system constantly chimed with new attack notifications. "Tear to shreds, +1. The notifications were endless. He thought, is this cursed ability because of my apocalypse title? It's going to be difficult to do anything with the 5,000 stat limit. As they clashed relentlessly, Ye's main problem was the binding draw. He couldn't move even a single step away. And all the while, Gardner continued to stack his ability. The system reported ability stacks tear to pieces, 23. Every second, his health decreases by 37,000 units. The ability lasts 15 seconds, 14. It now did 25 stacks. Health is reduced by 39,000 units. Duration 15 seconds, 14 as. The amount of Ye's health finally dropped to 10%. Gardner's health far exceeded it. Ye's health was now fixed at 10% as Gardner's began to drain instead. He was confident of his victory. He grinned, while the main character clenched his teeth in agony. Health fixed at 30,000 out of 300,000, Louie thought. It's already at 10%. So I'll die immediately as soon as the shared aura stops working. I need to do something. Gardner laughed at him. But Ye decided to focus. After all the trials, he couldn't die here. He was so close to his goal. What am I thinking? This isn't the end. I still have a chance to win. Gardner shouted. You won't defeat me. Just give up and wait for your death. The destruction zone will be mine. He began to charge quickly towards Ye, but was shocked when his own body rose into the air. Gardner suddenly crashed to the ground. The main character was just as baffled. Did Gardner just slip in a game like this? With such massive stats, is it even possible to slip? The player couldn't get up. His hidden luck stat had dropped to -50. Misfortune would haunt him until... The Apocalypse title's effect was disabled. This was his chance. Yi decided it was time to go. He tried to run, but Gardner asked, "Do you think you can escape?" The main character turned around. Gardner sneered. "Your only way out is through me." Louie's mind raced. Did he really slip because of the title? Maybe then? He'll slip again when he gets up. If I wait until his health drops to 10%, and he slips again, I might be able to kill him with one strong attack. His health was only 30,000, his knowledge power at 22,500. He didn't know what happened to Guen, or if he could get into the core control center. But maybe if Gardner follows him, he'll have to deal with him one-on-one. The main character didn't understand everything, but this was his chance to deal with Gardner for good. Gardner's health was 18.5 million out of 20 million. His knowledge power, a staggering 490,000 out of 500,000. The shared aura connects his health to his targets. When the target's health drops to 10%, the ability will stop working. The aura's radius is 500 meters. It requires 100 units of knowledge power to activate, and 10 units per second to maintain. Tear into pieces 43 stacks every second. His health decreases by 67,000 units. Duration 15 seconds. 14. Title Apocalypse. All stats plus 100,000. Health multiplied by 40. Knowledge power multiplied by 10. Weight factor plus 5. All his abilities had been upgraded by 1 level. But if he stayed in the primordial realm for too long with this title, disaster would strike. For every second of using the title, his hidden luck stat decreases by 1 level. After deactivating it, the luck would be restored. But if the title is used for more than 1 minute, its luck is permanently reduced by 1 level, and the remaining stats are reduced by 5%. The title could be removed by dispelling it. Gardner stood up. He punched him again, then asked, "Why don't you hit back, ah? So you're waiting for my health to drop to 10%, right?" The main character couldn't move, which meant this was his only chance to win. Gardner asked, "You want to trick me?" Yi replied with a smile. "You'll never know if you don't try. If you're so sure of yourself, then I can't wait to see your face when it doesn't work out." As his body absorbed the streams of mana, he said that the time would come, and whether Gardner wanted it or not, you would destroy him. Ability tear into pieces, 50 stacks, every second. Gardner's health decreases by 81,000 units. Duration 15 seconds. 14. 51 stacks. Every second, health decreases by 83,000. 15 seconds left. 14. The main character frowned. As soon as the shared aura fails, I'll have to find a way to survive the bleeding. He can negate all damage for 16 seconds. But that means I can't let him stack his debuff. Gardner will be shocked. The key is surviving this constant drain. As streams of fire erupted from Gardner's fists, he roared, "Tear to pieces!" 70 stacks. Health plummeted by 146,000 per second moments later. 80 stacks. The damage surged. To 163,000 a second, Gardner's health was 16 million. His knowledge power, 461,000. Soon, his health hit 13 million. Knowledge power, 452,000. He roared, "Is that all you've got?" He's just standing there? His attacks are pathetically weak and slow. Gardner charged forward, his face a mask, but suddenly stopped. Surprised Gardner smirked, admitting he was right. The tear-to-pieces damage should be more than enough to finish him. Continuing this was just a waste of time. It was time to unleash his general aura. They had to end this now. He clenched his fist tight. A system alert flashed. Gardner's health had dropped to 10%. The general aura was terminated. The main character reeled in shock as Gardner's body began to glow with immense power. He instantly drew his pistol. Gardner had just sealed his own fate. He took aim, but saw something bizarre. Gardner just folded his arms and grinned. Louie thought, is he just going to stand there? Does he not realize? That I'm putting every ounce of my strength into this one shot. Such a contemptuous look. Gardner was mocking him, that overconfidence. Fine, he would show him true despair. He poured in 20,000 units of key next attacks to Medj, boosted by 1 million Supreme Court damage tripled. The bullet screamed towards Gardner as Yi roared, "Die, Gardner!" The man just laughed, watching the projectile approach. In the next instant, it tore through his forehead. He started to fall backward. A massive shockwave erupted from his body, kicking up a storm of smoke and dust. He didn't even try to dodge. As the dust settled, Yi watched in disbelief. As a perfectly healthy Gardner emerged, the man suddenly burst into roaring laughter. What is happening? Louie thought. I dealt over 3 million damage. Not only is he not dead, he looks completely untouched, Gardner sneered. Was that your strongest attack? It's almost comical. A new skill appeared, divination, a perception-based ability allowing him to dodge an attack a full second before it happens. Cooldown 1 hour, Gardner chuckled. More than laughing. I enjoy seeing that shocked look on your face. Enraged, Yi swung his sword. Yi swung. System report status. Strengthening complete. Cooldown has been reset. Blessing status strengthened. Yi's movement is limited. The blessings level is insufficient to remove the tear to pieces effect. He boosted his power by 20,000 units. Next attack damage increased by 100,000. Damage enhanced for secondary weapons. The main character unleashed a furious slash, but Gardner effortlessly blocked it with his bare hand. You're a stubborn one, he said. You never had a chance in close quarters. And yet, you still attack, blinded by rage. He gritted his teeth. Gardner began to power up another attack. This anger is why you've already lost, but I do wonder what ability you'll use to defend yourself. Though it doesn't matter. I'll just keep applying stacks. And sooner or later, you will die. With incredible force, he struck Yi, sending him flying backward, tumbling across the ground. The main character struggled to push himself up. Gardner loomed over him, radiating a deadly, threatening aura. He'd thought Ye would try to run, that he'd have to chase him down, that the stacks would drive him to despair. But this surprising calm, it was almost boring. But he refused to surrender. Gardner wanted to witness just how far he would go to live a second longer. The main character's brow furrowed. The status enhancement lasted for only 1 second. Gardner loomed over him, declaring that there was nothing he could do to win. He knew it was time for despair to set in. He glanced down at his hand. Where was his weapon? But as he rose to his feet, a new resolve burned within him. He would always find a way. A new window appeared. Empty slot. No stats. No. An ability emblem weapon. It prohibits the target from using a certain weapon type for 1 minute. But the condition was steep. One of Yi's own abilities would be blocked for 2 minutes. The ability's range depended on the emblem's level. Current level standard. Use radius 1 meter. Its captivity. Ability is now blocked for 120 seconds. He never wanted to use an emblem with such a crippling drawback. But he had no other way to counter an ability that could tear him to pieces. From a distance, their eyes met. Gardner sneered. So, you can't use your main weapon. A chill ran down Louie's spine. Why was he so calm? Did he have another ace up his sleeve? He could still use stat-based abilities. But surely, he doesn't have something like a prediction skill, does he? Not all of his power could be tied to his stats. What now all his own abilities were? On cooldown. If Gardner really had other stat-based skills, the combination of barrier attack boost and barrier health exchange would be fatal. The main character began to fall back. He couldn't count on Gardner making a mistake. Behind him, the light from the sphere flared, turning a hellish red. He had to escape before Gardner could use the draw. The membrane control center was his only hope. He had to get there first. He'd figure out the rest later. Even if it was a bad call, it was better than dying here without a shred of hope. Not bad, Gardner mused. Taking my weapon away from me. Now I can savor your slow, agonizing death. Bolts of lightning crackled behind Gardner. But then he saw Ye running past him. This was his chance. Someone had teleported to the island. It didn't matter who. All that mattered was reaching that gate first. Gardner roared, chasing after him. Stop, don't even dream of escaping. He unleashed his skills. Barrier attack, boost. Barrier, health exchange. Yi's equipment vanished. His health plummeted to a critical level. Rage filled him, just as he feared. Gardner had every single one of those abilities. Gardner leaped, a menacing shadow soaring over him. How could he lose now? He had to get to that teleport. It was his only path to survival. He would not die in this place. An explosion rocked the teleport device. Yi dove inside without a second's thought. He'd made it. The system chimed, "Use the gate." But as he looked back, he saw something unbelievable. Rule and Blazing Fire stood before the exit, their swords blocking Gardner's path. "I thought you were strong, defeating Dong and Siang," Rule said coolly. "And yet..." "You're so beaten up, all you can do is run." Blazing Fire scowled as Gardner grabbed their blades. "New Order clan." He spat with venom. They had to. Get out of his way. He shoved them aside and charged toward Ye. Gardner leaped, his fist raised, screaming for him to die. The system's question still hung in the air. "Yes," the main character roared. "Use the gate." Gardner laughed. "You should have used it earlier. It's too late for you now." The weapon restriction had lifted. His target, Gardner, was using his weapon again. A colossal, fiery fist materialized. There was no way to dodge it. But suddenly, it flew right past him. A system notification appeared, escaped the Gardner's attack. Louie's mind raced. Was it because of Gardner's negative status? It had saved him at the perfect moment. That's what weakened him. Why else would Gardner drag this fight out for so long? The main character rose, and Gardner flew. Up with him as the gate activated. Hostility burned in his eyes as they ascended rapidly. "You won't escape!" Gardner bellowed. "Once they..." reached the top, he would end him for good. But then, a series of blessed notifications appeared. Blessings cooldown over. Pendulum's cooldown complete. A grin spread across the protagonist's face. He grabbed his gun again and took aim. He'd planned to deal with Gardner in the control center. But he realized it was better to finish him now, while they were suspended in the air. Gardner had nowhere to dodge. He doubted he could survive his strongest. Attack! Gardner's eyes widened in shock, then twisted in fury. You scoundrel! Blessing activated. All stats increased by 5,000. Another boost added 20,000 next attack. Damage increased by 1 million. Pendulum Supreme Court damage multiplied by 3. A massive explosion of light detonated right in the middle of the stream. Yi was now in his full gear, but the passage around them began to crumble. Gardner plummeted downwards as the entire stream cracked and collapsed. Gravity took hold of him, too. They both crashed with a deafening thud, kicking up a storm of dust. There was no kill alert. Gardner was still alive. From the cloud of debris, he rose. "That almost got me," he rasped. "Good thing I have a lot of health." Yi's own health had recovered to 300,000. He was stunned. Gardner sneered. "What now? Or have you exhausted all your power of knowledge after all those boosts?" Gardner had 45,000 health and 325,000 knowledge power left. At that moment, Rule's sword pierced through him from behind. "Did you forget about me?" he shouted. "I'm the main character now." A torrent of mana tore through Gardner. The island itself began to break apart. Gardner's body was grievously wounded, his shoulder ripped open. "You survived," Rule noted. "Not bad." The head of the New Order, merged with Rule, warned him not to get distracted. "I know," he replied, before unleashing an unbelievable storm of blows on Gardner. "Last time, my own carelessness with a short sword got in the way," he said. "I won't make that mistake again." He ordered Blazing Fire. "Provoke him. Don't let him escape." As he moved away, real fear flashed in Gardner's eyes. "You think you can defeat me," he roared. "I'll show you." But as Gardner lunged for Rule, the main character activated weapon lock. The weapon in Gardner's hand vanished. A system notification appeared. His blessing. Ability was recharging. 2 minutes remaining. Louie realized, with blessing on cooldown, if they didn't kill Gardner now, they would all die. Rule smiled. Wow, you disarmed him. You're quite the helper. Yeah, he urged. Keep it up, and you just might reach your potential. Gardner bared his teeth, viciously. But he was already being sliced in half by Rule. A new portal opened in the sphere. Gardner was frozen mid-scream. He was dead. Damage calculation. Received. Computing power. 2%. Yi's computing power, 47%. He shouted with joy. We did it! Rule was ecstatic. Gardner's form began to flicker and disappear as he lay. On the ground. Rule turned his back on the fallen enemy, trying to look cool. He gave a thumbs up. I'm the best. Aren't I the greatest in the entire primordial realm? He laughed, boasting how he'd finished with one blow. The enemy Ye had struggled against for so long. Without lifting a finger, I am invincible. The main character shot him. A look of pure annoyance. Suddenly, Blazing Fire cried out, Be careful, something's wrong with Gardner. They both spun around, just as a strange flow of mana materialized behind Rule. A massive sphere of energy enveloped him. What is that? Louie thought. What is this thing? Rule yelled. I can't get out. He thrashed wildly, but the sphere wouldn't break. We're being consumed, Blazing Fire shouted. It's a resurrection skill. Gardner is trying to devour us to revive himself. It's all happening too fast. My health is already less than half, Rule cried out. Can you attack it from the outside? The main character didn't hesitate, unleashing a flurry of attacks. His sword became a blur, kicking up dust with every impact. He hammered the sphere relentlessly. His knowledge power hit 0, but he kept striking. It's no use. It's not taking any damage at all. I'm down to 1/5 of my health, Rule screamed. There's only one option left. Yi looked on, stunned, as a wall of powerful mana erupted. From inside the sphere, Blazing Fire materialized, and together they shattered it from within. A system alert appeared. Rule is dead. Damage is being calculated. Damage dealt 0. Computing power 0. Rule is dead, Louie thought in a daze. The sphere gradually faded away. Yi staggered to the side and collapsed, eased. He let out a heavy sigh. He didn't know what Rule and Blazing Fire had done, but Gardner was finally defeated. The main character typed. What happened? Why did Rule die? Blazing Fire replied. Rule used permutation, a level 60 skill that can nullify any effect, but even he didn't know the price would be so steep. Rule's last message appeared. What a tragedy. Was I really fated to die here? I was so close to the end, only to fall just before my triumph. But they might forget, as a rule, the strong always pave the way for the next generation's heroic feats. I'm proud of that. Blazing Fire remained silent. Yi simply typed, Thank you. Without Rule, he would have died for sure, but he still didn't understand how Gardner resurrected. Rule's message continued. I'm asking you. Protect the head. You're weaker than me. And you won't get much further without help. The main character replied. I'll take care of it. We have a deal then, Rule wrote. Although, from your fight with Gardner, I realized you're also much weaker than him. Still, your strength should be enough to protect the head. There was no reply. The island was now completely deserted. Yi and Blazing Fire stood inside the gate, surveying their surroundings. Gardner must have dragged me here with him, the main character said, even if he has enough computing power. To respawn in his territory, teleporting will take a long time. This is our chance. We can repair the gate and get to the membrane control center. Blazing Fire responded. He and Gardner were unbelievably fast. Rule and I started mining computing power the moment we met. But even so, we couldn't reach the teleport before they did. The main character shook his head. It was just luck. His eyes then caught something strange within the wall. Blazing Fire suggested. Should we try to activate it? As he pressed the round button, a key connector materialized. They revealed 3 keys. But which one to choose? Suddenly, the E key dissolved into streams of pure mana, Both he and Blazing Fire watched in shock as the streams rushed toward the well. A system notification rang out. The EEK key has been accepted. Computing power reserve has increased by 10%. It now held 57% of the total computing power. Behind them, the very floor began to shift. They stared in awe at the massive passageway that had opened. He murmured, "It looks like a secret room. Should we go in?" The main character's voice was firm. "We'll never know if we don't try." Without another word, they leaped down into the unknown, finding themselves before a swirling vortex of energy. A spiral of raw power pulsed before them. The system announced entrance to the Membrane Control Center dungeon has been activated. He thought in disbelief. This is the Membrane Control Center. But if this is it, then what was that place above us? He glanced back at the strange sphere. Blazing Fire pieced it together. Apparently, this is the real passageway to the control center. But the entry requirement is at least 10 people. Yi countered that an architect could change the rules. Blazing Fire was skeptical. Can it really do that? The main character pointed out the obvious. The passage back to the top is destroyed. We can only move forward. Blazing Fire had to agree. Ye realized that even if he used his flight ability, the 5-meter radius was not enough to reach the sphere above. Their path was set. They stepped towards the portal, and in a flash, the players vanished. Water enveloped the space. Bubbles formed and burst in an endless cycle. In the crushing darkness, a colossal fish swam past. When it popped one of the bubbles, it was surprisingly small. Another bubble continued its slow ascent. Upon reaching the surface, it burst. All around was a beautiful, endless sea. Yi thought in shock. Was that a cutscene? He found himself standing in a strange, ethereal space. What could that vision mean? 3 bubbles. One popped on its own. The second was destroyed by the fish, and the third rose all the way to the surface. He looked around. So this is the Membrane Control Center. There was nothing but clouds and a single, bizarre building. Wait, where's the head of the New Order? Where did he go? The main character glanced at his panel. He had collected the greatest amount of computing power. A new title had been bestowed. Light Torchbearer. Only one owner. The player gains the right to use digitization. Players in the real world will gain the characteristics and abilities of their characters from the primordial realm. To use digitization, a sufficient amount of computing power is needed. Please collect the required amount of pearls and activate them. Do you wish to apply digitization to all players in the primordial realm? Yi's mind raced. This is it. The power that would cause the descent of the primordial kingdom to Earth. A message from Blazing Fire appeared. Where are you? The game says it doesn't have enough processing power. Are you still in there? But the main character was alone on the bridge. Finally, he had obtained the power. His entire body trembled. But then he stood tall. Tears welled in his eyes. He finally had the power to change fate. Standing on that celestial bridge, he wiped away his tears, his gaze hardening as he stared at the panel. A characteristic light glowed. A power he now possessed. Just one owner, Yi thought. It's up to me to decide whether Metal World descends upon our world. That means if he logs out now and never activates digitization, Metal World will never invade. Yi stood there, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. He clenched his fist. A message from Blazing Fire pinged again. I can't find you. You must be inside. You have to answer me. The system's question echoed in his mind. Are you sure you want to quit the game? The main character pulled his finger back. Goodbye, primordial blood. Realm. He tapped the panel, his body vanishing in a brilliant flash. Taking off the device, he collapsed into bed, a deep satisfaction washing over him. He finally got up, put on his slippers, and walked out onto the balcony. From the rooftop, he gazed at the city below. His mind still saw the ghost of ruins, the fields of skeletons. The innocent lives lost. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he clenched his fists. I did it, he whispered. Our main character began to leap with pure joy. And in the morning, everything was perfectly calm. The streets were whole. The people were alive, going about their day. Ye had to remind himself it was real. He thought to himself, "No, I saved this world from the primordial realm. Everyone can finally sleep in peace." He waved his arms in sheer happiness, a sight visible from the street. But at that exact moment, by the sea near Louie City, people on a ferry pointed in shock. Someone yelled for everyone to look. Something was terribly wrong with the horizon. The sea around the city was neatly cut off, like a glitch in a video game, where the world hadn't fully loaded. What was happening over there in a towering skyscraper? Gardner sat shrouded in a bitter gloom. He took off his glasses, rose from his desk, and walked to the window. In a flash of rage, Gardner grabbed his own little finger and snapped it. Despite the incredible pain, he calmly made a call. He reported that he had failed. Ye and Ruru had cheated and killed him. He would level up as fast as possible to get his revenge. He'd already sent men to dig up information. "Did you find anything?" Gardner asked. The voice on the other end said no. He was ordered to keep tailing Ye. If they could meet him in the real world, they could learn so much more. Gardner glared at the city with pure hatred. "I'll find you in the real world, Ye," he seethed, "and I will destroy you." The next morning, in another massive building, Blazing Fire sat at his desk. He pushed back his chair, tapping an impatient rhythm on the table. An employee entered the room. Blazing Fire shot up from his seat. "Did you find anything about him?" he demanded. The man just shook his head. Blazing Fire slumped back down. "This is bad." To stop playing at such a critical moment, gaining all that power, he just vanished. "We have to do something. Was he from Shining Sky, trying to stop our escape? We don't have much time. Just one day." Meanwhile, at the waterfront park, Luan playfully told her brother to wait up. He was always lost in the primordial realm. One day, she vowed to catch up to him. The main character stopped, a smirk on his face. "Until then," he teased, "I'll enjoy making fun of you for it." He then declared they had one more lap to run. Soon, Lu Yun and Yenu were bent over, gasping for breath. She ran up and grabbed his hand. "I lose, I give up. Let us rest," she pleaded. He just laughed. And soon, they were sitting on the steps of a gazebo, Lu Yun chugging a bottle of water. Our main character looked out at the water, enjoying the gentle breeze. This felt so good. He was truly smiling. He hadn't felt this peaceful in 3 years, not even in his past life. As people walked by, laughing, Luan asked, "Do you think we'll live as long as that grandpa over there?" Yi looked at her, then ruffled her hair. "You're so weird sometimes. Of course we will. The better question is which of us will have more grandchildren." But Luan grinned slyly. "Whether you have grandkids isn't up to you," she teased. "That's for Yenu to decide." Yenu blushed a deep red and slapped her arm. "Luan, stop! My brother is right here," she cried. "I'm going to tickle you to death." Luan shrieked for her to stop, promising she wouldn't say it again. Nearby, people admired the scene. "I wish I had such beautiful girls with me," one guy said, while others looked at Ye with envy. Ye noticed that Luan and Yenu always drew a lot of attention. He had a fleeting thought, an image of other players wanting to harm his sister, with him having to protect her. But he quickly shook his head. What was he thinking that would never happen again? Everyone would live quiet, peaceful lives. As long as their kid was a government, laws, and good people willing to help, the world would be safe. His first priority now was planning for a future where he could live happily with Luan. Even if he grew tired, he would never stop. Even if he hated his job, he would endure it all, just to make sure Luan's life was long and happy. Maybe one day, they'd have grandchildren just like that old man, and they would walk with them in this very park, enjoying the sun. Suddenly, a stream of sickening green manna flowed past them. Yu was shocked. All around them, people fell to their knees. A huge crimson stalk had erupted from the ground, impaling them. Everyone froze. Their bodies lay lifeless on the pavement. Ye looked around in horror. What killed them? The stalk began to writhe, and our hero spun around, The enormous grass-like leaves moved with an unnatural speed. A terrifying thought struck him. The primordial realm. It's infiltrating our world and creating monsters. He stood up, his mind racing. Impossible, he thought. But where else could this creature have come from? Its stem whipped out, aiming for him. But Lu Yun shoved him out of the way. "Being careful," she cried out. But in that moment, she herself was struck. Yi turned around in a blind panic. A deep, gruesome wound was torn in her side. Yenu screamed. As Lu Yun collapsed, our main character caught her and began to run, pushing the razor-sharp grass away. It wasn't sharp to the touch, but its sheer speed cut through everything like butter. He had to immobilize it. If he could stop its movement, the threat would be eliminated. He wrapped his towel around the stalk, but another one shot towards his back. He spun, using the captured stalk as a shield. He began twisting all the leaves together, tying them into a massive knot. He planted his feet on the grass and pulled with all his might, trying to rip it out. Cracks spiderwebbed across the concrete. Someone had to destroy the root. It wouldn't hold for long. The main character screamed at the terrified onlookers. "Are you blind? Can't you see? Help me? Or this thing will kill more people and evolve. Then we will all die." One guy, paralyzed by fear, whimpered that he couldn't. Lu Yun lay bleeding on the steps. Just then, Yenu ran forward and smashed a heavy stone against the stalk, near its roots. Yu was relieved to see her helping. He yelled for everyone else to join in. "All we have to do is destroy the root, and this creature will die as long as it can't. Move, we're safe." That seemed to break the spell. The crowd began to move. Guys ran forward, shouting, "We have to help faster. There's nothing to be afraid of." The crowd surged toward the monster, shouting that they would kill it together. The sounds of desperate blows echoed through the park. After a few moments, the monster withered into nothing. Yi looked at everyone, relief washing over him. They did it. Later, at the hospital, Yenu explained that she had already contacted their MP relatives. "Don't worry," she said. "She'll be taken care of." However, the doctor delivered grim news. Lu Yun had lost a lot of blood, and it was possible that a deadly poison had entered her system. Whether she ever got out of that bed was now up to her. He walked over to Lun. "You have to try harder." Ye thought, if Meta World didn't invade, then where did that monster come from? Something was wrong. After all, he is the sole holder of this light and power. Since he refused to use digitization, the two worlds should be completely separated. And yet, a mutated plant had appeared. Could this mean that such horrors have always existed in their world? He clenched his fists in frustration. According to his memories, the primordial realm should invade tomorrow. Hordes of mutated plants would appear, but under the guidance of powerful players. Humanity would quickly fight them back, containing them within the forests. Could it be that the mutated plants didn't appear because of the primordial realm at all? He remembered Garter's haunting words about the world being destroyed. He turned to leave. Nenu called out. "Where are you going?" he replied. "I have things to do. Take care of Lun. I have to find out what's really going on." He paused. "I have a plan to help her. Please, just wait here for me." She called out his name again, but he was gone. The main character stormed down the corridor. The guys looked disgusted. "No one took our words seriously. No one believes us. And we have no proof because those stupid cameras just had to turn off," his friend interjected. "Forget the cameras. Even the photos and videos we took on our phones, they're all gone." He clutched his head. "My head is killing me. I'm scared of what's happening to our world." The guy stood up abruptly. "No, we can't wait. We have to convince everyone, but how? How can we do it?" It was as if they had suddenly stepped into a different space. A moment of silence passed. They scratched their heads in confusion. "Wait, what were we just talking about? Were we discussing something? Something definitely happened last night?" But the memory was foggy. It was probably just a nightmare. It doesn't really matter. It's time for us to log into MetaWorld, the control center of the membrane. He materialized on the same bridge. His brow furrowed as he looked at the system panel. A flood of messages from Blazing Fire poured in. "You got the power, didn't you? The fate of the real world depends on you if you have it. You have to tell me." An apocalypse is coming to the real world. We can only save it with that power. You can't just do nothing. Another message followed. Why did you go? Offline. If you're back, contact me immediately. Why won't you write back? Just tell me your real contact info, please. In the teleportation area, a void lingered. Blazing Fire paced back and forth, his expression grim. But then, he stared at his panel in utter surprise. The main character's message was cold and direct. I have the power, but I will not use it until you tell me everything you know about the apocalypse and the original kingdom. Blazing Fire's relief was palpable. You're back, he typed frantically. I'll tell you everything. But first, just tell me how to contact you in reality. But Yi's reply was blunt. Impossible. Blazing Fire relented. Okay, where should I begin? The main character's next message was an ultimatum. Don't waste my time. I want to know everything. If you know too little, then you're useless to me. Blazing Fire paused. What's going on with him? Why is he so angry? He thought. Though, in a situation like this, I guess I can understand. Okay, he wrote. But first, I'm sending you a couple of photos. An image appeared on Yi's screen, a picture of the border between the ocean and the land. Right now, the borders of Huo and other, he also shared a chilling photo. This horrifying creature was being spotted everywhere. This was their cosmos now. The stars had vanished, leaving only a boundless, terrifying haze. Our main character was stunned. This is impossible. Blazing Fire explained they faced two horrifying threats. First, every 2 years, a continent is erased from the world, taking every living soul with it. Only one continent, Huoxia, was left on the planet. Second, bizarre mutant. Plants had begun to emerge worldwide. They weren't just in forests anymore, they were in the cities. Soon, these mutants would sprout inside their very homes. That's when the true nightmare would begin. Louie pondered this. Missing continents. He'd heard communications were cut, but for them to be completely gone, the idea of entire continents vanishing without a trace, alongside these monsters. If that was true, the world should have descended into chaos long ago. Blazing Fire frowned, realizing Louie hadn't met Earth's shadow yet. He explained that anyone who witnesses these events, the lost continents or the monsters, forgets everything. Only a conversation with Earth's shadow could reawaken those memories. Louie was incredulous. They forget. How can anyone forget something so shocking, so global? Blazing Fire admitted he didn't know how the phenomenon worked. The main character clutched his head. Had he also forgotten? He asked how. It all began. Blazing Fire recounted what Earth's shadow told him. It started 10 years ago, in the heart of Huoxia. 3 mysterious figures arrived at Revolving Mountain. They did something there, and the world began to unravel. The main character pressed him. Who is this Earth's shadow? But Blazing Fire couldn't answer. He had no idea. They could only communicate with him when he chose to contact them, telling them what to do. Thanks to this being, they had averted countless disasters, found immense treasures, and discovered the primordial kingdom's secrets. He had saved countless lives. Some even worshipped him as a god. Louie processed this. If Earth's shadow was right, the source of everything was on Revolving Mountain. If you know that, why not just use your strongest weapons and eliminate them? Blazing Fire's expression turned grim. He looked to the sky and scratched his head. We can't, he admitted. We've tried everything. The intel we have says they are far stronger than apocalypse-level monsters. Their weapons were completely useless against such power. The main character cried out in shock. Stronger than apocalypse level! All 3 of them. Yes, Earth's shadow said that only power can save the world now. Since I've told you everything, can you explain what this power is? Louie frowned and sent him a screenshot of the light's characteristics. Blazing Fire's eyes widened. So, if you use digitization, people will gain the abilities of their game characters. We'd have millions of superpowered fighters. We could finally deal with those 3. He urged Louie on, saying, You must activate digitization immediately. It's our only hope. But Louie's expression soured as he reread the light's description. The player gains the right to use digitization. Players receive character stats. To use it, you need computing power, which must be collected. He hesitated, his finger hovering over the panel with the choice yes or no. The main character was about to press it, but then he pulled his hand back. He closed his eyes. The image of a helplessly sickly Luan flashing in his mind. He was too naive. He thought stopping the Primordial Kingdom's invasion was enough to change the future. It seems the threat remains completely unknown to him. If stopping the invasion fails, he'll be forced back to his original, desperate plan. With a decisive click, he activated digitization. If the real world couldn't guarantee their safety, then he would forge a new one himself. He refused to let that bloody future repeat itself. This time, he possessed the strength to create a paradise for the ones he loved. But the system chimed in. Reserve computing power a mere 57%. It was not enough to unlock digitization's full potential. To activate the first stage, it needed 30% or more. That much power would digitize every player in reality. He would inherit 100% of his level, inventory, items, and stats. But the level-up system simply didn't have enough power. If he had 60% or more, all players would be digitized. But he would only receive 50% of his character's total strength. Worse, his level would be capped by the legendary tree. However, at 90% computing power, everything from the prior stage would be available. But he wouldn't get just 50%. He would inherit a full 100% of his level, inventory, and character stats. Our main character's eyes lit up. The level up function. That was the key. It was the most important thing, but it required at least 60%. And he only had 57. He was missing just a little more. He had to find a dungeon. He had to get there as soon as possible and claim its relics. The remaining power had to be in the destruction zone. He would claim it, but it would take time. A system alert stopped him cold. Digitization was not active, and leaving was impossible. Panic surged through him. What was happening? How could he get more power if he was trapped? A message from Blazing Fire cut through his thoughts. Activate digitization. Now, their future is in your hands. Blazing Fire would do whatever it took. An idea sparked in Lou's mind. The head of the new order. He had computing power, too. But would he ever agree to give it up? The main character sent a direct message. I need your computing power. Blazing Fire was confused, until Lou shared the system data and percentages. Blazing Fire's eyes widened. So that's what digitization does. He asked how much power Lou had. 57%. Blazing Fire's reply was stunning. Perfect. I have 33. Together, they would have 90%, enough to activate every function. Our main character was shocked. He has 33% of the computing power he and Rule. They each started with 5%. Killing Gardner gave them 3 more, and the keys another 20. Factoring in Rule's death, the number was right. So, you agree? Blazing Fire agreed without hesitation. Nothing is more important than this. Come and kill me. The main character was frozen by the request. What is it? Blazing Fire asked. Isn't there another way? The reply was grim. No, power can only be taken from dungeons, or by killing players who possess it. So you mean I have to kill you myself to get that power? He scratched his head in frustration. This was a disaster. He had to think. He was trapped here, unable to kill him personally. What could he possibly do? He stood alone, searching for an answer. Suddenly, a blinding light and a deafening sound erupted. He recognized it instantly. The Eastern Imperial Bell. The sound was coming from outside. Lou's blood ran cold. No, if Blazing Fire died from that bell, he would lose the computing power forever. He wouldn't be able to activate digitization. He frantically sent a message. Are you okay? Blazing Fire responded. Yes, but where did that sound come from? A new voice echoed in his mind. I finally succeeded. You can hear me. He was stunned. Guun! His pet's voice was weak. That was close. I almost died. I only survived because of the information gathering module I exchanged for. It was the only thing that could withstand that massive damage. Otherwise, he would have died. But there is good news, it continued. I have taken the power of the bell, and I have become an apocalypse-level monster. A plan formed instantly in Lu's mind. Gu-un was his legendary tree. His pet if it killed the head of the new order. Couldn't he still gain the power? He had to know. Where are you now? Gu-un replied. At the teleport. I'm coming down. The main character asked the crucial question. If you kill someone, will I get their power? The one standing at the very bottom. If you kill him, will I get what he possesses? Lu decided it was worth the risk. A new message was sent to Blazing Fire. He wrote to him directly. If my pet kills you, your level will drop to 1. When Meta World descends upon our world, you will become completely vulnerable. Monsters will roam everywhere, and people will gain incredible abilities. The order of the real world will shatter, and you will be in danger. Without enough strength after the invasion, you can be replaced by anyone. And I'm not just talking about enemies. Blazing Fire's reply was swift. I understand everything. But after I am killed, can you give me half a day to level up? Lu agreed. I'll wait. But he worried that with so much power, digitization might trigger automatically. Blazing Fire thought for a moment, then smiled. It was all clear to him now. There was no other choice. Only after digitizing would they have a chance to face the crisis. If they didn't activate it now, they would all die. Besides, he said with a smirk, who said level 1 has to be weak? Blazing Fire gave his command. Kill me. A system notification flashed. Your legendary tree has killed Blazing Fire. You have acquired 33% computing power. Our main character was now the only player left in the world beyond the edge. He had cleared the world itself. Reward 10% computing power. In total, he now had 100%. He had collected the maximum amount. A hidden function activated. The level of light is no longer limited by the legendary tree. However, a new restriction appeared. You will no longer gain regular experience. A special experience is required to level up. A final report. Digitization will activate in 1 minute. The main character yelled, Special experience. His progress was completely reset. He was going to face Meta World at level 1. He collapsed to the ground in despair. Why couldn't he just refuse this reward? A limitless level meant nothing if he couldn't survive the initial horror, and he needed a special experience to raise it. Where was he supposed to get that? He buried his face in his hands. It couldn't get any worse. He was ready to give up. When Meta World descended, it seemed he would have to rely on someone else. He would have to rely on Luan. She was unconscious now. But after digitization, that amount of poison wouldn't harm a level 50 player. Then, a thought struck him. The notification. Your level will not be limited to the level of the legendary tree. What did that truly mean? Could the real world that also have a legendary tree? The legendary tree. Computing power. Based on the New Order leader's words, could those 3 control the legendary tree of the real world? Legendary tree. Computing power. Private territory. As Louie sat alone on a bridge, a strange light pierced the dark clouds. From a hole ripped through the air. Guan flew towards him. The main character stared in disbelief as the dragon landed. Breaking through the barrier is a difficult task. A colossal snake coiled around the bridge. Louie demanded to know how it got there. It's a long story, Guan replied. I'll explain later. For now, I have a gift. From the streams of mana, a sphere materialized. Is this? Louie asked. Guan explained. This is a special egg, forged from my own source code. It will absorb a portion of your experience and grow alongside you. When you become strong enough, I will be able to manifest in the real world. The main character was stunned. Summon a dragon. Wait, you know that I'm a player, that we're from different worlds. The dragon grinned. It's quite amazing. I have evolved, regaining some of my memories and computing power. That is how I managed to break through to this side and learn something of you. He had to personally thank the player who shattered the barrier. That event activated the bell, leading him straight to the sphere of light. The area was littered with the corpses of monsters that had tried to claim it. The sphere infused him with energy, helping him evolve. Louie was still reeling. You learned about me. Your memories contained information about the real world. How is that possible? What is going on? Gwyn replied that he wasn't entirely sure. He only knew that the original realm was once destroyed. Then a man and a woman arrived. They revived and reshaped the realm. The main character understood, but he was disappointed he couldn't take Gwyn with him. With the dragon's power, their chances would skyrocket. His only hope was summoning him later, but that would take far too long. He then asked, "If you can't come with me, could you give me the bell here? You'll be the strongest even without it." Gwyn fell silent. Louie grew anxious. "The item is useless for a dragon of your current power, but it would be a huge help to me." Gwyn finally spoke. "Very well." Louie's face lit up. "Really, thank you. I'm incredibly grateful. I also found something else within the sphere of light that will be useful to you. A sealing sphere. It allows a player to seal their current level and stats. But once sealed, the player's level drops back to 1. The sphere can take the form of any weapon, and its wielder will inherit the sealed level and characteristics. The item's quality depends on how long it's been used. The main character's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is exactly what I need." He looked from the sphere to the magnificent dragon. Louie bowed deeply. "Thank you for your help, Gwyn." Gwyn looked at him with satisfaction. "The rest is up to you now. You must continue to grow stronger. I will await the day we can fight against the coming danger once more. Together, but in your world." Understood. Activation of digitization in 5 seconds. Across the world, adults and children were playing, plugged into their game devices. Activation in 2 seconds. Even in hospitals, people were wearing the device. Finally, activation initiated. Due to the system update, technical work will now begin. Model. A new directive was being issued in the primordial realm. All players would be forcibly logged in 3 seconds. In the real world, families laughed, young lovers held hands, and boys gamed without a care. Life was beautifully normal. Girls shared a quiet laugh. But in that same instant, a horrifying omen appeared. The sky itself was torn asunder, a cataclysmic fissure splitting their world in 2. Every happy moment vanished. The darkness above swelled, consuming everything in a terrifying void. Then, a blinding flash. When the light returned, the gaming glasses over Lou's eyes began to dematerialize, fading into nothing.